Next Generation. Been waiting all week for this one. We are going to wrap it up a little early because there's a ton of things that we have to set up for. We have to get out of the way so that other people can do their jobs here. So let's take a look at the first race.
Yeah, there's going to be plenty of places to watch us tonight. If you are not live on site, there's going to be the OHHA. No, maybe so. For the Next Generation races as well, and then live on Fox from 8 to 11. So plenty of places to watch us if you can't make it here, which it's a beautiful day. It was hot all day.
Caesar Sports app?
Yep, all the betting platforms you can watch us, and if you can't make it live here, it's a beautiful day. So if you are close, come catch some good action.
It's so much better live than watching it on the TV, I have to say. Let's talk about the first. To get out of the way so folks can get to work. Ohio Sire Stakes, 3-year-old filly trot in the opener, $65,000 a purse. No changes. Starts the early double. Early pick 5 has to carry over. $1,200 in changes. Jenna has mentioned, and this is one of those spots where I thought that I was going to be going against the favorite in Aunt Laura, but Pelican Hanover is taking the action right now.
I'm shocked to see you jump on. Not really shocked to see, but I'm surprised that we agree on. Honestly, we're ice cold in the super, which it's a super competitive field of 7, so I'm shocked that we agree all across the board there. Pelican Hanover, 3-1 on the morning line. I thought, again, we'd be taking a short little swing against the favorite. She was impressive last time out. I was all in on in the end, I believe, and Pelican Hanover went by her after getting away last in that race. It was only a field of 6, but she had to do a lot of work towards the end of that mile, and she really made it look easy.
And that's what's going to give her the edge in my mind is the versatility. You know, she can race on the lead, so Kurt can he can make some gate calls here in the first because if it doesn't look like anybody's going to leave, she can step out there. She can do the work on the lead. If it looks like it's going to be hot early or you're going to have to be in a minor skirmish that you don't want to be involved in, she can take to the back and she can do it from there. It's the versatility for Pelican Hanover that puts her on top for me.
Yeah, and Aunt Laura has done majority of her work on the front end, so it could be a case where they line up 1-2 and we see who can out-sprint each other that last 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah, both have 4 wins this year in 6 starts, so it is going to be a battle in here. Never overlook the Aaron Merriman-Chris Beaver combo. 3 of 6 this year for Mega Money. She's only been off the board 1 time this season.
She was the beaten favorites over at the Meadows last time out in the Courier and Ives after a dominating qualifier up at Delaware. Was 5th in that leg of the Sire Stakes last time out at Northfield, but made a break going into that first turn. And it comes up so quickly for these trotters that we talk about it week in and week out. Almost can forgive that. Prior to that, she's just been so consistent. That's the only time she's missed the board this season. Not saying they fly under the radar, but 7-2, if you wanted to swing with a little price in here, they are the dynamic duo trotting of Ohio, basically.
Yeah, and then the other 2 horses that I thought you could use in that 4th spot, kind of battle between 4, Triumph Over You, and 7, Brink Street, and it's the finish in the Courier and Ives that puts Triumph Over You on my ticket.
Yeah, she sprinted home well, 28 to second last quarter over there at the. She raced well here in the race 2 back where she was just second best to Jet Wings. And then, of course, Brink Street was an upset winner in that division of the Buckeye Stallion Series at 10-1. We often don't let Chris Page and Ron Burke go off like that, but it was a good bounce-back effort as she picked up her first win of the season. And she was just 4th in that Courier and Ives, too, so plenty of options as well. She's 5-1 on the board now.
Plenty of talented Ohio-sired athletes we're going to see on tonight. We're 7 minutes away. First race post time. Ice cold in the first race super. We both go 5, 6, 2, and 4. Big night. Ready to get underway. We're glad you have joined us. Enjoy it and good luck.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Scioto Downs. Frank Froz along with Doug Ballinger, and tonight we have the next generation along with Ohio Sire Stakes action. Over $1 million on the card tonight for Ohio sired horses, Doug. The second biggest night in harness racing in the state in the year.
Three next generations, 2-year-old filly pace, 2-year-old colt pace, 2-year-old colt trot and filly trot, all for 150. That's 450, and 8 legs of the Ohio Sire Stake, all for 65,000.
Plus you throw in an open, you throw in an open 2, and you throw in a race for 2-year-old fillies, or just 2-year-olds. So we've got some great racing to get on with. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you about our first of 14 races we'll have for you tonight. It'll be the Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old trot when we return.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Welcome back. Frank Froz, Doug Ballinger here to bring you the action of tonight's 16 race cards. We're going to have 14 races to bring you tonight, so we hope you'll enjoy our coverage of this. We're going to start it off tonight with the Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly trot going for $65,000. Let's go to Barry Vickroy for the post parade.
Stake 3-year-old filly trot for $65,000. No changes in race 1. It kicks off the early double. It also starts the early pick 5. The pick 5 has a carryover $1,200 and change. Here's the field. Number 1 is Jailhouse Pearl, owned by Casey Clements, trained by Eric Nelson with Austin Hanners. Number 2, Mega Money, owned by trainer Chris Beaver. Patricia Stable, LA Express Stable. Slow Bomb Racing, Aaron Merriman drives. 3, Say We, is also trained by Jim Arledge Jr. with Kane Kaufman. Number 4, Triumph Over You, owned by trainer Chris Beaver, Bill Maines, Leo Fleming, and Steve Z. Handler with Dan Noble. 5 is Pelican Hanover, owned by Cool Cat Racing and Bob Troyer. Miles Willem trains, Kurt Sugg drives. Number 6, and Laura, owned by Joyce McClellan Stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Brett Miller. Stepping onto the track to complete the field, number 7 is Brink Street, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Bersimmie, and Knox Services. Trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 1 starts the early double, kicks off the early pick 5. Pick 5 has a carryover $1,200 and change.
That'll be behind, so turn that down, otherwise we're going to get an echo. All right, we're back. So there's the field for the first. Let's take a better look at these horses in this, the first race of the night, the Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly trot. The number 1 is Jailhouse Pearl. Austin Hanners will drive for Eric Nesselrode. This is a Long Tom filly out of the Jailhouse Jesse Mare Jailhouse Broad. Casey Clemens owns and also bred Jailhouse Pearls. This year, 6 starts, has hit the board in 5 of those with a win, 2 seconds and 2/3, earnings just under $47,000. Lifetime has earned over $110,000. Had a 3rd place finish last time out here at Scioto Downs.
Frank, the 2 Mega Money, Aaron Merriman and Chris Beaver team up here. The 3-year-old Bay Filly by Triumphant Caviar, a winner of $198,000. Lifetime 3 out of 6 this year, a mark of 55-2 at Miami Valley earlier this spring.
The number 3 is Say We. Kane Kaufman drives for Jim Arlich Jr. This is a Marseille filly owned by Jerry Zozel. 5 starts this year, still looking for that first win of the year. Does have a 3rd place finish. Won 4 out of 15 last year. Last time a winner, that came back at Lancaster last year on the fair circuit.
Number 4, Triumph Over You, Dan Noble for Chris Beaver. This is a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Triumphant Caviar, $126,000 lifetime. 1 win in 9 starts this year, 3 seconds, 2/3. This year, $45,000, 57-3 at Miami Valley.
The number 5 is Pelican Hanover. Kurt Sugg drives for Miles Willem, owned by Cool Cat Racing out of New Jersey, and Bob Troyer of Middlefield, Ohio. This Uncle Peter filly has won 4 of 6 this year, has hit the board in 5 of 6, and has won 4 of the last 5, including a victory here at Scioto Downs back on June 26. Also a winner twice in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Number 6, Aunt Laura, Brett Miller for Virgil Morgan Jr. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Uncle Peter, $315,000 lifetime, a mark of 153 right here at Scioto Downs. Frank, she was a defending 2-year-old filly. She was a champion last year in the final.
The number 7 is Brink Street. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This filly by long time is owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stable, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. 1 win in 5 starts this year. That win came in the Buckeye Stallion Series here at Scioto Downs on June 19th. Last time out in the Courier and Ives over at the Meadows, finished in 4th. So that's your field for the first race of the night. And you take a look at this. Aunt Laura has won both the first 2 legs of the Sire Stakes for the 3-year-old filly trot. So she's the one to beat right now at the 3-2 favorite.
There are also the fans, betting fans here, like the 2, 5-2 on the 2 Mega Money.
Well, you take a look at the 2 and the 4. They were both in the Hackett at Miami Valley. Mega Money won the Hackett, was second in the Courier and Ives, and the number 4, Triumphant Over You, finished second in the Hackett finals. So this is just the first of our night, kicking this thing off. As we told you in our opener, we've got 2 Sire Stakes races in each of the 4 divisions for the 3-year-olds. We also have the 3 next generation races. And I'll tell you, when you sit down, Doug, when I was looking at this card, you're not going to find a better card except for Sire Stakes night when you look at what we've got.
As we mentioned, a little
tonight.
over $1 million tonight. And all the champions from last year, the 2-year-olds, they're the 3-year-olds this year. 2-year-old Colt Pace champion sipping on Sea Rock. We're going to see him tonight. 2-year-old Philly Pace, odds on Hialeah is here. The 2-year-old Colt Trot, LT Loverboy, along with, we just mentioned, Aunt Laura.
Well, you also take a look, we've got one of the next generation winners from last year is also back, Swingtown.
Swingtown,
one of
yes.
last year's back, and that's what we've talked about. You take a look at some of the horses that have, won this race, the next generation, and what they have done moving on. Horses like Charlie May. You had Act Fast. You've got Sea Silk. Some of these really big horses that have won this next generation race and have gone on to really nice careers.
Charlie May, the track record holder here for 2-year-olds at 150 and a fifth, I believe.
150 and fifth for a 2-year-old.
For a 2-year-old, and that could be in jeopardy tonight. We don't know.
Yeah, these horses have been flying this year. You look at some of these times, not only here at Scioto Downs, but also across the country, and they really are getting ready to go. The Catch the Fire clock winding down to the start of our first race tonight. Glad to have everybody along. They will be picking up some of these races later this evening, beginning at 8 o'clock, between 8 and 11 on Fox. We hope you'll stay here with us, though. We're hoping to have a few interviews up here. Some of our guests coming in. Wes Mayberry out. He's going to try to round up some interviews. I know they're going to try to do some interviews from the paddock as well. Barry Vickroy is going to handle paddock interviews. So as we see those popping up, we'll be able to get those for you as well. So the starting car moving into motion in the front stretch. I was down outside a little earlier today. Good crowd already starting to form. So, and a beautiful night here in Columbus. So we're expecting a huge crowd tonight for our races. And the first one we're going to kick it off with tonight is going to be the 3-year-old Filly Trot, $65,000. The card is rolling. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Filly Trotters for the first race from Scioto down. Started the early double and early pick 5. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. They're off and to running. Now for the lead, and Laura, just to her inside, Triumph Over You. Mega Money in between horses. Jailhouse Pearl will give way fourth. It's a 3.5, 4 lengths back to Say We, who's fifth. Hot tempo early, and Aunt Laura has jumped it off. Next is Pelican Hanover, and at the back, Brink Street is the trailer for 3 or 4 more strides as they make their way over to the quarter. Triumph Over You has got the lead. Mega Money second, 26-3. Opening panel, Jailhouse Pearl third. Say We has closed the gap. Closer in fifth, Pelican Hanover, followed by Brink Street, and back down trotting, but far back, and Laura. As they pass the stands and head off into the clubhouse turn, Dan Noble and Triumph Over You leads the way. Mega Money is second. Jailhouse Pearl sits in. Pelican Hanover round and on the move. Say We stays at the rail. Brink Street out to follow cover, and Aunt Laura trails. They pass the half. Over You has them there. 55-4. 29-1. Second panel. Mega Money getting the trip. Pelican Hanover now third on the outside. Locked in Jailhouse Pearl. Brink Street is latched onto the cover. Say We got a bit steppy, is gapped off the lead pack, and far back the trailer is Aunt Laura. As they drive for 3/4 with the lead, it's Triumph Over You. On the outside, Pelican Hanover continues to cut into the lead, is now there at the wheel. Mega Money fired up from the pocket, 3 wide. Here comes Brink Street. Inside Jailhouse Pearl, 124. 28-1 backside, Triumph Over You with the lead. Pelican Hanover will have to find more. Brink Street is rolling 3 wide and has the momentum as they come to the top of the stretch. Mega Money getting anxious, is out of the pocket. Passing lane, Jailhouse Pearl through the stretch. Mega Money splitting rivals inside. Jailhouse Pearl is closing. Mega Money, Jailhouse Pearl to the wire together. Photo for win, 153-3.
First one in the books, and just like that, it looks like we had Aaron Merriman cutting right down the middle of the lane, able to get up and nip Jailhouse Pearl at the wire for the win. It's going to be close, but it looks like it was going to be.
It's going to be
really close.
I mean, they were showing Aaron, and a lot of times when the camera's on that horse afterwards, but my eye right here caught the one, but it is going to be close. Either Jailhouse Pearl or Aaron Merriman with Mega Money. 26-3, 55-4, 124 home, and 53-3. Track record for 3-year-old Filly Trotters, Herculesa, and 152.
Well, Aunt Laura went to the lead from that 6th post position, and in that first turn made a break, and the favorite was out of it very quickly. So we're going to have another winner of a Sire Stakes leg right here as soon as we get a look at that photo. 153-3, the winning time for
Mega Money. They hang first, it looks like.
And Mega Money, the number 2, the unofficial winner.
9-2 over 15-1, over 35-1, over 8-1.
Mega Money, the winner of the Hackett this year, now has 4 wins in 7 starts. 5th win lifetime. That'll make 6 of 7 hitting the board this year, owned by Chris Beaver, LA Express, and P. Sojblom. And here comes Mega Money back to the winner's circle.
Mega Money, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Triumphant Caviar. Chris Beaver really likes the Triumphant Caviars. You see a lot of the Triumphant Caviars in the Beaver stable.
2174 is how it'll be.
Aaron Merriman, I think, won 4 Buckeye Stallion Series yesterday on July 4th here at Scioto Downs. Starts it off on a winning track tonight behind Mega Money.
Heck, Aaron's got to do all the work tonight, you know. He gets off the bike. Now he's going to escort Mega Money into the winner's circle. There, caretaker gets there, gets a big hug. Chris Beaver there to congratulate. Let's go to Barry Vickroy.
Chris Beaver, Patricia Stable, LA Express Stable, Schlobom Racing. Chris Beaver picks up his 18th training win of the Scioto meet. Aaron Merriman is a winning driver. Aaron with his 22nd of the season. 4th win in 7 tries this season. 5th career win overall for Mega Money. A new lifetime mark tonight, 153-3.
It's official now. Your winner of the 3-year-old filly trot, the first division of 2 here in the Ohio Sire Stakes, Mega Money. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver.
Mega Money
Triumphant Caviar out of the credit winner mare, Lotto winner, 4th win in 6 starts for Mega Money. Second goes to Jailhouse Pearl, and third to Brink Street.
Jailhouse Pearl would have been a big upset. He 15 on the board, returns 980 and 540. The winner, Mega Money, 1180, 580, and 380. Nice exacta, Frank, $1 exacta. 2-1 combination returns $54.
So the first of our evening races is in the books. Next up, we will have another Ohio Sire Stakes race. It'll be the 3-year-old Philly Pacers. They will be going for a purse of $65,000 as well. Let's take a look at the replay, though, for that first one. You can see Aunt Laura there on the outsides gets the lead and all of a sudden makes the break. And once that happens, Doug, you know, she was basically out of contention at that point. You know, Brett Miller tried gamely to get her back in, but was not going to be, and that gave the lead went to Dan Noble with triumph over you, and Aaron Merriman chose to take the pocket ride at that point.
So up next, Frank, second race, 3-year-old Philly Pacers for $65,000. Field of 6.
So, you know, we've had these short fields in the Ohio Sire Stakes right now. You know, they're hitting that 12-13 mark for total number in the boxes, yes, which means they split. And, you know, so you're ending up with, you know, a nice purse for a short field. And if you're an owner, you got to like that a little bit, so you're able to pick up a little extra coin.
Split on... Well, they would go 10 here. They
the most they'll do is one trailer.
At Northfield, would they go with?
They would go 9. One trailer at Northfield. Yep, at 9. So if you had 10 at Northfield, you're splitting into 2 5s. If you have 12 here or 11 here, you're going to 6 and a 5 on that. So here's the stretch run. Dan Noble's still sitting in first. Aaron Merriman's sitting there in that pocket ride, just looking for some racing room, and then was able to get out a little bit. But here came Chris Page. On the outside, coming in with the number 7 Brink Street, but Merriman able to cut through 2 horses and get up, just nipping Jailhouse Pearl for the victory. So, first race in the books. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you more about these 6 horses for the Ohio Sire Stakes, the 3-year-old Philly Pace, right after this.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead's Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Scioto Downs, Frank Froz along with Doug Ballinger. Matt Clark also here tonight working. We got Wes Mayberry trying to round up some interviews for us. Plus, we're also the feed, the telecast, the simulcast that Scioto Down does. They're trying to pick up interviews tonight down from the paddock. Jenna Otten's going to be down there doing some interviews, so we're going to keep an eye on that and try to pick up those interviews as they pop on. Was told that it looks like they're going to try to get Aaron Merriman in there to do a quick interview with Jenna, so we'll keep an eye on that. This next race also is going to feature the winner of the Hackett, one of the early races that we have. Here they go. Let's pick up Aaron and Jenna.
Change there when the second choice made a break going into the first turn.
It didn't really change much for me. I was going to race my filly out of a hole today. Last year, she really liked racing out of a hole. She didn't really want to race in the lead. I felt like I was the best a bunch of times this year, and she was a lot more mature. So I raced her on the front. But I think she kind of got away from me. We made a brow change. Chris did a great job with her. She was very, very sharp today.
You were loaded in the pocket there, almost running over your stablemate, turning for home. You had a challenge up the passing lane. Did you have a little confidence in her turning for home, though?
Yeah, but she's a horse that doesn't really want to get away from. Like she did at the Hackett there, but I think some horses made a break and stuff like that. She doesn't really want to trot away from him, but she does enough to do her job, to win the race. So, like I said, she had one miscue in her whole life really at Northfield there. The track was extra hard, and I don't think she really enjoyed it. But like I said, Chris made a couple changes. I'm really happy with her today.
We'll talk about a few of the upcoming drives that you have on tonight's program. First in race 5, it's another division of the Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old colt trotters. You'll sit behind Dublin's Angel again. Was 4th last time out here. Was 5th last time in the Sire Stakes. So what do you like about him tonight?
What do I like about him? I'm liking that if he stays trotting, we might get a check. You know what I mean? Like he's a horse that's getting better, and the horse really hasn't given me any problems. But I just don't know. He's such a big horse and growthy. I don't know if he's matured with his body. You know what I mean? I think that's a lot of it. That's why I think he makes some occasional breaks. But
do you think the bigger track helps him?
Yeah, of course it does. But he had a race okay at Northfield, but it was a lot more me. It felt like, helping him through it. He was good, very, very good down here. I'm going to need a little luck. Sometimes even the last race I need a little luck. There's like 3 or 4 really good fillies in that race. And Burke's horse, like his filly, seems like she's coming around. And I think, like I said, the filly that I was following, I thought she's really, really sharp. I actually had a tough choice there. But Dublin's able to, he's okay, and he's red. So, us Reds, we're great.
Right. Moving ahead to race 10, the next generation for 2-year-old filly trotters. I touched on it a little bit yesterday with the interview. You'll sit behind Range the Wish for Chris Beaver. Your guys' relationship over the past decade almost has been fantastic.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, as you see who's taking the interview, he didn't even have to say anything. He just grabbed me. Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great trainer. He's very, very easy to communicate with. And like I said, I wasn't there last week. I went to a golf outing, fundraiser, so I didn't go last week. But he never holds it against you. It's he's like, oh yeah, no problem. We'll go have someone go with him. And he's got confidence in me to just jump up and hopefully do good.
And in the 2-year-old colt trot, which you guys teamed up in 2 years ago with Spanzano, who's became a good aged horse as well. You'll sit behind Max the Mighty, a full brother to the Mighty Hill. Is he anything like Big Brother?
He's a lot bigger than Big Brother, so it's like the Baby Huey thing. But this horse is like I said, he's super, super intelligent. This horse is actually, I think, further along a lot sooner than the Mighty Hill was. The Mighty Hill got better, a little bit better as more starts he got. But this horse has done nothing wrong yet. There's a horse they see that qualified in 55. I'm not really much of a program, glancer, but that's a little bit eye popping. Northfield's not the fastest track anymore, as anybody knows. It's got very flat turns, not a great surface. So that mile out of the 8 holes is very, very strong. I'll be honest with you. He was very, very in hand. I expect him to be much better here.
Yeah, you were parked 3 wide past the quarter. Do you think, again, another case where the big track won't hurt him?
Oh, I definitely won't hurt him. He's a bigger horse. I don't think the smaller track bothers him. Like at Delaware, it was just like a training mile for him. And even at Northfield there, he really never had a challenger. And he just did what I wanted. So I was very happy with the horse. And like I said, he's much more mature mentally than his brother. But a great horse.
Well, Aaron, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck here as you guys look to team up again with the 2-year-old Colt Trot. They took it in 2023 with Sponzano.
For the odd year
so,
people.
Best of luck again this year, and best of luck all night.
Thank you.
Aaron Merriman, the winner of our first race tonight with Mega Money. And we get set now. Aaron does not have a drive in the second one, 3-year-old Philly Pacers. This will be the first division of 2 for the Philly Pacers. And we'll tell you a little bit about these horses as they get ready to make their way out on to the track. As you can see there, they're getting ready to send them out for the post parade of the second race. The number 1 is See Her Rule. Trevor Smith will drive for Mark Winters Jr. This is a down by the seaside filly out of the World of Rock and Roll mare Bad Girls Rule, owned by Third Floor Stables of Miamisburg, Ohio. They also bred this filly. Has hit the board in 4 straight, though. Still looking for the first win in 6 starts this year, coming off a 3rd-place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Series here at Scioto Downs back on June 20th.
Number 2, the word is out. Chris Page for Ron Burke. This is the 3-year-old bay filly by Well Said, a $24,000 Ohio Select purchase. 3 back was a winner in the Hackett back in early May at Miami Valley. Her only win of the year. Had 5 wins last year in 9 starts, $320,000, 152-2 right here at Scioto Downs last year.
The number 3 is Odds On Sioux. Jeremy Smith drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. This down by the seaside is owned by Odds On Racing out of Boca Raton, Florida, and UFO 3 also out of Boca Raton. 3 starts this year, a win and a 3rd-place finish. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Did have 3 qualifiers last year as a 2-year-old. Qualified on July 1st and then shut down until this year. 3 more qualifiers. Finally, they felt that she was ready for to hit the track, and first time out was a winner in a non-winners of 1, and also finished 3rd last time out. That here at Scioto Downs was a $70,000 purchase at the Lexington sale.
Austin Handers drives the 4, Prolific Fire for Todd Luther. 3-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire out of the Well Said mare Alexis Jewel, a win this year in 6 starts, $155,000 lifetime, 51-2 right here at Scioto Downs. Winner last time out right here at Scioto in a Buckeye Stallion Series.
The number 5 is Rose Run Annabelle. This is a Jim Arlich trained Fear the Dragon. Brett Miller will have the lines. Jerry Zossel owns. Let's head up to Barry Vickroy for the post parade.
Horses on the track ready to post for the second race. Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old filly pace. A purse of $65,000. There are no changes. Number 1, See Her Rule, owned by Third Floor Stables, trained by Mark Winters Jr. with Trevor Smith. Number 2, the word is out. Is Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, BC LLC, and RES Racing, trained by Ron Burke with Chris Page. 3, Odds On Sioux, by Odds On Racing and UFO 3, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Jeremy Smith. 4, Prolific Fire, owned by Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther trains. Austin Handers has the lines. 5 is Rose Run Annabelle, by Jerry Zousel, trained by Jim Arlich Jr. with Brett Miller. And number 6, Odds On Chesapeake, owned by Odds On Racing and Operation Horsepower, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Dan Noble is in the sulky. When plays show exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering race 2.
There's the field. Let's pick it up where we left off with the number 5, Rose Run Annabelle. Brett Miller driving for Jim Arlich Junior, 4 starts this year, has a third-place finish, was an $18,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. That win came back in the first race of the year, and that was at, or has not won this year. Last time it was a winner was at Lancaster last year on the fair circuit. This year, though, has a 5th-place finish in the Ohio Sire Stakes earlier this year.
6 is odds on Chesapeake. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Dan Noble will get the drive. 3-year-old Bay Filly, but down by the seaside. This is a homebred owned by Odds on Racing, Boca Raton, Florida, and Operation Horsepower of Kentucky. 4 for 4 this year, Frank. Second in the final last year to Odds on Hialeah. And right now she is a post-time favorite at 1-5. The track record for 3-year-old fillies. Held by 3 fillies, 149-4. It could be in jeopardy tonight.
Well, I'll tell you, the stablemate Odds on Hialeah, we're going to see her a little later. She's having an unbelievable year, and Virgil Morgan's really has some good stock this year, and he's having a very good year as well. Right now, the 1-5 favorite is Odds on Chesapeake. We talked a little bit about, she has won both legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes so far. You had Rose Run Annabelle last year. She won the Buckeye Consolation. Prolific Fire was the Ohio Breeders' Champion last year in Ohio, and the word is out that won the Hackett. So another one of those races that, everybody looking at it right now, the bettors really like the number 6. But as we saw with the last race, anything can happen.
Well, you get a short field like this with only 6 horses, not going to be a whole lot of movement. Dan Noble, noted for the front end, he can keep a horse alive probably better than anybody in the sport of harness racing. Most likely he's going to go right to the front with Odds on Chesapeake. And if you have somebody getting that 2-hole trip and just hit the passing lane, the lightning lane coming home, and the fraction's set up right, they can outbrush Odds on Chesapeake. You just don't know in this short field what's going to happen.
Well, Odds on Chesapeake, lifetime, 14 starts, 8 wins, 2 seconds, earned $249,700, so closing in on that $250,000 mark. Almost certainly will hit that tonight, but a winner at the Kentucky Sire Stakes back on June 24th at Oak Grove, won the Ohio Sire Stakes at Northfield on June 7th. Had a qualifying race between the 2 Sire Stakes races, finished second, was a winner here on the 16th of May in that Ohio Sire Stakes, and the other win came in its opener of the year, which was a non-winners of 4 race for fillies and mares. So she is doing everything that they're asking of her so far this year.
Odds on Chesapeake, 1-9 now. You have 2 horses, the 2 and the 3 at 8-1. The 2, the word is out. The 3, Odds on Sue at 8-1. We have 25-1, and the 5-horse Rose Run Annabelle is 20-1. So all the money is going on the 6, Odds on Chesapeake.
Well, she's going to be very tough to beat. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The way she has been racing right now. Tough to beat. Dan Noble, hot hand, as you said. He has been been hot. It started at Miami Valley and continued here at Scioto Downs.
He's a leading driver here. Chris Page right behind him. So we mentioned the 6 Odds on Chesapeake. No doubt will get the first call out of the gate, and the battle will be see who can get that 2-hole trip behind Odds on Chesapeake. That's what we're going to have to be watching for.
Prolific Fire, last year's Ohio Breeders' Championship winner. I saw Todd Luther down in the paddock before the race tonight. I wished him luck. He said they were going to need it. So, but Prolific Fire is coming off a win in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Raced the first time this year in the Ohio Sire Stakes. In that race, finished a disappointing 6th, but comes back in the Sire Stakes and finishes wins that race. Coming on strong with a 27-4 final quarter and 151-2.
She's looking for her second win of the year. She has over 155,000 lifetime. This is a catch the fire, and Todd Luther, that he loves his catch the fires.
The other one to keep an eye into is, you have to, anytime Chris Page is on a Burke horse, you've got to take a look. The word is out, won the Hackett, a well-said filly, owned by Burke Racing Stables, Knox Service, Beastie out of Las Vegas, and RAS Racing out of Powell, Ohio. 4 starts this year, a win and a third. That win came in the Hackett final, winning in 152 and 4. So, Chris Page right now sitting there at 7-1. And Chris has driven. The word is out all this year, so we'll keep an eye on the word is out with Chris Page as the Catch the Fire clock is ticking down, and we'll be set to start here in just a second. There's a shot of Dan Noble and your favorite, number 6, Odds on Chesapeake. Down by the seaside out of the Sweet Lou Mare Macaroon, owned by Odds on Racing of Boca Raton and Operation Horsepower out of Edmonton, Kentucky. Winner of the first 2 legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes. As the starting gate rolls into position, the field will start to form up behind the gate, and we will be getting ready to go with our second race of the evening. Glad to have everybody along for tonight's big card from Eldorado Scioto Downs. As we get set to go, here is the 3-year-old filly Pace, the first division, for a purse of $65,000. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Ohio Sire Stake 3-year-old filly Pacers. Second race from Scioto Downs are at the post of the year. They go. They're off. See her roll. Fires out for the lead. The word is out. Went off stride. Odds on Sue is away second. Then Prolific Fire. Odds on Chesapeake will make her move to the top. Rosarena Annabelle is next, and the word out, still off stride. Circle the turn, head to the quarter, 1-9 favorite. Odds on Chesapeake will march up and grab the lead. See her rule came away, and she'll have the pocket ride behind the heavy favorite. Odds on Sue third. Then Prolific Fire. Rosarena Annabelle far back and just now down pacing. The word is out, 27-2 opening quarter. It's odds on Chesapeake leading the way. See her rule second. Odds on Sue is a couple 3 lengths back third, followed by Prolific Fire, Rosarena Annabelle, and the word is out. They'll make their way on over to the half. No one very eager to get up and after the 1-9 favorite. Odds on Chesapeake, just having her way on the lead. The half 55-3, 28-1. See her rule is there second. Odds on Sue is gapped away third, moving up and around the gapper. Prolific Fire, then Rosarena Annabelle, and the word is out of it. Less than 3 to go. Odds on Chesapeake opens up a couple from See Her Rule. Now third is Prolific Fire. Odds on Sue just needed someone to race. She's starting to tighten back in. Then Rosarena Annabelle. And the word is out. 3/4, 122-3, 27 flat. Backside for Odds on Chesapeake, and she's just about gone. She's opened up 5 from See Her Rule. Prolific Fire's picked up the chase. Third, now second on the outside. She'll try to track down the leader, Rosarena Annabelle. And Odds on Sue next, far back. The word is out. It's Odds on Chesapeake with the lead. Prolific Fire trying to get to her, but it is a very confident hand drive as Odds on Chesapeake is wrapped up home a winner from Prolific Fire. Odds on Sue and See Her Rule, 150-4.
$150-4. Odds on Chesapeake made it look very easy for Dan Noble.
He was on cruise control. 27-2 opener, 55-3 half, 122-3 home, and 50 4/5. The race changed. They were spread out, even going to the quarter with a break of the 2. The word is out, and Chris Page making that break early.
Prolific Fire got up for second, and then we will have a photo for show. But Odds on Chesapeake wins for the 5th time this year, now 5 for 5. And with that, becomes a 3-time winner this year in the Ohio Sire Stakes for Odds On Racing and Operation Horsepower.
Earnings now will go to right at $280,000 for Odds On Chesapeake. As we said, a homebred by Odds On Racing in Boca Raton, Florida. Operation Horsepower of Edmond, Kentucky, own the 3-year-old Bay filly, but down by the seaside out of the Sweet Lou mare, Macaroon. 5 for 5, as you said, Frank. She was very strong all the way through that mile.
Odds On Sue finishes third, with See Her Rule finishing in fourth. So Dan Noble will take Odds On Chesapeake and head back to the winner's circle. He will pick it up from Barry Vickroy here in just a second as the horse makes its way back to the winner's circle. You can see the golf cart with the caretakers there to help out. Let's go to Barry.
Inquiry sign has been removed. Making her way into the Sugar Valley Farms Winner's Circle. Winner of the second race, Ohio Sire Stake. 3-year-old filly Pace. 6 Odds On Chesapeake. 3-year-old Donner down by the seaside out of the Sweet Lou mare Macaroon. Owned by Odds On Racing and Operation Horsepower. Virgil Morgan Jr. gets his 55th training win of the season. Dan Noble his 119th driving win this year at Cider Downs. 9th career win, 15 career tries for Odds On Chesapeake. She's 5 for 5 and undefeated this season. The mile tonight, 150-4.
So there's your winner. Odds On Chesapeake pays 210, 210, 210. Prolific Fire 480 and 280. Odds On Sioux pays 620. The $1 exacta, a whopping $3.20. That's what happens when you get a 1-9 favorite. Yes. Trifecta 1060. The daily double pays $8.90, and with that, Odds On Chesapeake becomes our first 3-time winner in the Ohio Sire Stakes this year. Stablemate Odds On Hialeah will try to equal that in the 3-year-old filly pacing division later on this evening. But right off the bat, there you see it, the number 2 makes a break, and then that just really opened it up for Dan Noble and Odds On Chesapeake. Racing, trying to get to the top around the first turn as they headed to the quarter. Was able to get there easily, and then Dan Noble just controlled everything the rest of the way. With the win now, 5 straight for Odds On Chesapeake this year. As Doug told you earlier, finished second to Odds On Hialeah last year in the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championship, and it'll be interesting to see these two hook up again whenever that may come, because they're the cream of the crop. There's no doubt about it in the filly division, the 3-year-old filly division right now, as they set their sights on that Ohio Sire Stakes Championship and the 2-year-old or 3-year-old filly pacer of the year in the Buckeye State. So 2 are in the books. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, hopefully they're able to get another interview from down in the paddock when we return to Scioto Downs right after this.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650 Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
Welcome back to Scioto Downs, joined now by Trey Morgan, who joins us up here in our broadcast location, and the right-hand man of your dad in the stable. But you got two powerhouses, and you just saw one right there in Odds On Chesapeake. Talk about that filly.
She's just been an absolute pleasure since day one. She came in the barn, nothing but professionalism from her. She's just been disposition of a racehorse from day one. She does nothing wrong. She's just been an absolute pleasure to be around.
Now, Odds On Hialeah last year, the 2-year-old filly pacer of the year in Ohio. A little bit of competition this year. What do you think?
Yeah. You know, we always knew she was that caliber, you know, on the same level as Hialeah. So she's getting to prove herself a little more this year. Luckily, they don't have to go up against each other as of yet. And I think they're both anticipating that day.
Do the two of them have any similar traits?
Like I said, just a great disposition, just that of a racehorse, just loves their work, no quirks, nothing to overcome. You know, they're just all about their business, great work ethic.
This has been a really good year for your dad and the stable, and, you know, everything you've got in there. What's the key to his success, do you think?
Hard work, just dedication, just obsessive over it, you know. Everything matters. We do. By the time they come here to go behind the gate, we've done everything in our power, you know. Just becoming obsessive over it at the end of the day.
Do you and your sister both have that obsessive trait as
Absolutely.
well?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I think you have to excel truly in this business.
Well, Trey, thanks for stopping up. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you, Frank.
Talk to you later.
Trey Morgan, assistant trainer to his father, Virgil. Frank, up next, it's a 3-year-old Colt Trot. $65,000, a field of 6 that features LT Loverboy trying to defend his title. He was the 2-year-old Colt champion last year. They're coming out. Let's get to post parade from Barry Bickroy.
Horses parading to post for the third race. Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Colt Gelding Trot, purse $65,000. No changes. Race 3 starts the early pick 4. Races 3, 4, 5, and 6. Low 14% take on the pick 4. 1 is Stud Muffin T on Batiti Trot LLC, trained by Jeff Smith with Trevor Smith. Number 2, Vecna, owned by Natalie Kaufman, trained and driven by Kane Kaufman. 3 is Battle Hill, owned by William Hart, trained by Matt Burkholder with Chris Lims. Number 4, Hilltop Sonar, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Racimi, Beastie LLC, Rich Lombardo Racing, Ronberg Trains, Chris Page drives. 5 is Scrappy's Love, owned by Gil Short and Jeffrey Banky, trained by Chris Beaver with Dan Noble. And number 6, LT Loverboy, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing, Darren Harvey trains. Brett Miller is in the sulky. When play show exacta trifecta, superfecta. Third race kicks off the early.
There's the field for the 3-year-old Colt Trot, the first of two divisions, going for $65,000. Let's take a look at the horses in this race. The number 1 is Stud Muffin T. Trevor Smith drives for Jeff Smith. This is a long time out of Ooh La La La. TD Trot out of Hallandale Beach, Florida, is the owner. They are also the breeder of Stud Muffin T. 8 starts on the year, a win, a second, and 2/3, earnings of $26,000. Lifetime $65,850. Picked up that maiden-breaking win last time out here at Scioto Downs, winning by 3/4 of a length in 155-4.
Frank, the 2 is Vecna King Kaufman. Drives, trains, and owns in partnership with his wife, Natalie. 3-year-old bay gilded son of Enterprise is the fastest son of Enterprise. Vecna sold as a 2-year-old for $11,000 at the Blooded Horse sale under the name of Rare Prize. Vecna got the name from the Kaufmans as Kane likes the Cleveland Browns, and Myles Garrett of the Browns always dresses up, I guess, for Halloween, and it was some kind of movie where Vecna starred in. And Vecna then is spelled V-E-C, but now with the Kaufmans, with a K, they put the K in there. So Vecna, $107,000 lifetime, $154 right here at Scioto Downs. Kane said he knew he had a good one last year at the Wilmington Fair just a year ago. Made a break leaving the gate, ended up winning the race, was spotted in 14 lengths.
We'll be at Wilmington come Monday when they have 16 races on the card on Monday. So the number 3 is Battle Hill. Chris Lambs drives for Matt Burkholder. This is a Marseille that is owned by William Hart of Carmel, Maine. 5 starts this year, has hit the board in all 5 with 4 wins and a second. Lifetime, 14 starts, 8 wins, $268,000. In fact, this horse has hit the board in all 14 of its lifetime starts, winning 8, 2 seconds, 4/3, has won the first 2 legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes, and is coming off a qualifying win at the Meadows, but prior to that, the 2 wins in the Ohio Sire Stakes.
4 Hilltop Sonar, Chris Page for Ron Burke. 3-year-old Bay Gilda, son of Watt the Hill. Now here's a bargain, $6,000 purchase last year at the Buckeye sale in the fall, has won $111,000, $155 at Scioto Downs last year as a 2-year-old. Has not had a win yet, but has a 3rd and 5 starts this year, had 3 wins last year.
The number 5 is Scrappy's Love. Dan Noble drives. He'll look to go back-to-back. He'll drive for Chris Beaver. This is a long tom. Gil Short of Williamsburg, Virginia, and Jeffrey Banke of Fremont, Indiana are the owners. Has hit the board in 4 out of 5 with 2 wins. Those 2 wins are the last 2 starts for Scrappy's Love. Right now, was also finished first in the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championship last year, but was placed second after making a break at the line. So Scrappy's Love looking to maybe redeem itself this year.
And the horse that got placed ahead of Scrappy's Love is the 6, LT Loverboy, trying to defend his title as a 3-year-old trotter this year. Owned by Wayne Mast of Dundee and Racing LLC. Darren Harvey trains. Brett Miller drives. 3-year-old Bagel, the son of a Long Tom, was a $60,000 purchase. $388,000 lifetime. A winner twice this year in 4 starts. A winner 6 times last year in 10 starts. If he wins tonight, it'll send him over $400,000.
Doug, 3 winners in the 3-year-old Colt Trot Ohio Sire Stakes so far this year in the legs, in the first 2 legs. They're all in this race. So this is the race. When I was doing some work this morning, this was the race I really wanted to see. Another neat little thing here is Battle Hill, lifetime, 14 starts, 8 wins, 2 seconds, 4/3. LT Loverboy, lifetime, 8 wins, 4 seconds, 2/3, identical records. Something snaps here tonight with one of them, because you got to figure one of them's going to hit the board in this race somewhere. But this is going to be one of those races that, LT Loverboy was last year's 2-year-old Colt of the Year in the state of Ohio. A chance here to battle with the best. I mean, this is the best we have right here in the Colt Trot.
A short, compact field of 6, as we mentioned, Frank. That's what we're seeing right now in these sire stakes. Not full fields, it's just the way they split. But the 5 Scrappy's Love, who crossed the wire first last year in the sire stake, got placed second, has Dan Noble for Chris Beaver. This 3-year-old bay colt by Long Tom. If he can get to the front and control the fractions, which Danny is noted to go to the front, he could be very tough.
Right now, the 3 and the 6 both sitting there at 3-2. LT Loverboy with a slight advantage, a few more dollars in the about $60 more in the win pool from what I can see out on the tote board as the catch the fire clock starts to tick down as the starting gate slowly makes its way into position. On May 17th at Northfield Park, the first leg of the 3-year-old Colt Trotters. Vecna was a winner in the first division. Battle Hill won the second division. And then at Northfield Park on June 7th, it was LT Loverboy winning the first division. Battle Hill coming back to win the second division. So those two squaring off here in our third race of the night. The 3-year-old Colt Trot going for $65,000. You know, we talk about those two, but you can't rule out Vecna. I mean, sitting there has won a leg in this, and Kane Kaufman talked about what he thought he had a while ago. So this is a great opportunity right here for Kane Kaufman.
Field has completed her score. Starter Jay Houck has called him in. Let's go upstairs to Barry Bickroy to give us the call.
Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Colt Trotters. Third race from Scioto down. Start of the early pick 4. They're moving up and moving in, and here they go. Here off and trotting. Scrappy's Love goes for the lead. To his inside is a Battle Hill. Vecna at the rail protecting position. LT Loverboy floats away 4th. Into the turn 5th, Hilltop Sonar. And Stud Muffin T is the early trailer. A race for the quarter. Scrappy's Love with the lead. Battle Hill continuing to march. Vecna to the inside is their third. LT Loverboy a length back 4th. Another length and a half back to Hilltop Sonar. Trailer Stud Muffin T, quarter hot, 26-2. And Battle Hill having to work to clear to the top. He'll take over from Scrappy's Love, who yields second. Vecna's third. LT Loverboy pops out to go first up from 4th. Now third and on the move. Hilltop Sonar out to follow cover. And the Stud Muffin T bank into the clubhouse turn. Battle Hill paid the price to have the lead. Shows the way. Limbs trying to catch a second quarter breather. Scrappy's Love in the pocket. LT Loverboy first up. Hilltop Sonar gaps cover. Vecna to the inside. Stud Muffin T the trailer. 55 seconds for the half. 28-3. Second quarter as they race down the back stretch. It's Battle Hill leading the way now just by ahead as they trot towards 3/4. On the outside, LT Loverboy pouring on the pressure. Scrappy's Love pops the pocket. Inside, Vecna immediately closes the gap, and he'll slide out as Scrappy's Love comes 3 wide. 122-4. 27-4 backside. LT Loverboy with the lead as they come to the top of the stretch. Outside, Scrappy's Love trying to re-rally. Vecna digging in. Battle Hill giving way through the stretch. LT Loverboy, Scrappy's Love. Vecna is still digging as they come to the wire. LT Loverboy to win it from Scrappy's Love. Vecna and Stud Muffin T, 152-1.
LT Loverboy, Brett Miller, parked for the second half of the race. Finally was able to shake free and able to hold off a hard-charging Scrappy's Love down the lane. It looked like Vecna finished third. Stud Muffin T was 4th. Battle Hill went out to the lead, but just faded after the challenge from LT Loverboy.
Frank, LT Loverboy and Brett Miller just 1/5 of a second off of the track record for 3-year-old trotters. track record of 52. Mission accepted.
So LT Loverboy picks up his second stakes win of the season, tying Battle Hill for 2 stakes wins each. Wayne Mass Jr., Callum Racing, the owners. Darren Harvey trains LT Loverboy, who was last year's 2-year-old Colt of the Year. Able to hold off Scrappy's Love for the win.
I'm sure the Kaufmans, Kane, and Natalie have to be very happy with the way their 2-horse Vecna raced. Closing late, come up for third place finish. LT Loverboy, 3-year-old bay-gilded son of Long Tom out of the Cantab Hall mare. Love that. Lindy, a $60,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago, picks up her 9th of the season. Lifetime earnings now with a victory tonight. Go over $400,000 for LT Loverboy.
So Brett Miller heading back to the winner's circle with LT Loverboy. Met by the caretaker. Let's go down to Barry.
The third race, Ohio Sire Stake. 3-year-old Colt Trot 6, LT Loverboy. 3-year-old Gilded Son of Long Tom. Out of the Cantab Hall mare For the Love of Lindy. Owned by Wayne Mass Jr., Callum Racing. Trained by Darren Harvey. Brett Miller gets his 64th this season here at Cider Downs. 9th career win, 15 career tries, 3 of 5 this season. New lifetime mark tonight, 152-1.
Breeders' Midland Acres. Jake Mossbarger was there in the picture along with Jay Mossbarger. LT Loverboy pays $5.20, $2.80, $2.20. Scrappy's Love $4, $3.60. Vecna $3.60. The $1 Exacta $7.40. The 652 Trifecta $12.75 for the winner. LT Loverboy.
Frank, you mentioned Bred by Midland Acres. We know the owners, they get half the purse money, but there is something in it at the end of the year. Breeders Award.
Breeders Awards.
The
Breeders Awards, if your mare is registered and you bred the horse and the horse continues to win, as it wins, you get an award as from the Standard Bred Development Fund. So the breeders are very happy whenever their horse wins, and to win a big race like this, Sire Stakes leg just a feather in the cap. In fact, race replay sponsored by Midland Acres is there. You see Chris Lems and Battle Hill went to the lead, but first up was Brett Miller and LT Loverboy, and the two of them hooked up, battled all the way down the back stretch until finally Brett Miller was able to take over and take control of the race and bring home LT Loverboy for the win. I have to see if they're able to get an interview down in the paddock. But so 3 now in the books. Our first 3 had been Ohio Sire Stakes. This next one is for Ohio Sired 2-year-old filly pacers. 9 will go behind the gate, and those owners that ponied up for the next generation got preference to get into this race, and so we will tell you all about them. 4 of them will be making their very first career start, and we'll tell you about that when we return to Scioto Downs right after this.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Welcome back to Eldorado's Scioto Downs on Next Generation Night. Frank Froz along with Doug Ballinger as we get set for race number 4 on our card. This is the 2-year-old filly pace. Next Gen slot owners got preference, and we're going to have another interview coming in here. So we're going to welcome the gentleman from... You're right in our camera shot now. You got to move. You're right in our camera shot. Who's going to talk? Which one? Come on, Walt. All right. Joined now by Walt Callum of Callum Racing. Talk about LT Loverboy.
Oh, gosh, I don't even know where to start. He just an amazing horse. He's since day one when he was a 2-year-old. He's, for his first race, I would say every race he exceeds our expectations.
Last year, you won the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. Kind of waited around to find out if you won that race and picked up right where you left off.
Yeah, that was the longest hour of my life. It seemed like an hour, but came back great as a 3-year-old. Funny thing about the horse, he doesn't always train well, so you always get a little nervous going in every race. But Darren Harvey's done an unbelievable job, and Brett just gives them great steers every week, so it's just a great team.
Talk about Darren and the job he has done with that horse, because Darren has not had many big horses.
No, he hasn't had many big horses, but Darren deserves what he's getting now. He's just a great trainer, honest, hardworking. Him and his wife Jamie, our conditioner Jamie, the groom. They do an awesome job. Just down to earth people, and Loverboy's like the personality of the barn, So they love him, and he's just been unbelievable.
Do you and your partner get nervous in big races like this?
I don't. I mean, he I don't know. I can't answer for him, but no, I'm kidding. Yeah, we certainly do. It's but it's fun. You get a horse like this, you almost expect him to. Well, he's going to perform well, so I'm not going to say expect anything, but it's just a fun ride.
What are the plans from this year? Is it all Ohio, or are you going to venture out?
Well, we did stake him a little bit, and I think maybe we might head to the Meadowlands for the Tompkin Gears in 2 weeks, and he's got a couple other out-of-state engagements, but we're just going to take it week by week and just pray that he comes back healthy.
Well, good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. Thank you.
For LT Loverboy, Wayne Maston. Well, Callum, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. One of these times we're going to get Wayne to be on the air, but he defers all the time over to that. Let's go to the post parade.
Ron Burke, Chris Page. Number 4, Diosa della Danza, owned by the Stable and P23 Bloodstock, trained by Jason McGinnis with Anthony McDonald. Number 5 is Harry Horowitz, as She's a Fire Woman, trained by Mark Winters. Luke Hanners drives. Number 6, Vanna by the River, it's owned by our 3 Sons Stable. Myron Kester and Kathy Gorby. Jeff Nysonger trains. Brett Miller. 7 is Fire Country, owned by Matt Rowe, trained by Logan Rowe with Jeremy Smith. Number 8, Rose Run Bella, owned by Hagerman Racing and Martin Yoder, trained by Herman Hagerman, Tyler Smith. Completing the field will be number 9, Fool Me Twice, owned by Gowyers Racing trainer-driver Brady Gowyers, is in the sulky. Win place shall exacta trifecta.
Well, Frank, we're on to the 4th. It's a 2-year-old filly pace, Ohio sired next generation slot preferred, what it is, I'm sure 6 of these were the ones that were in. There was only 6 eligible, I guess you should say, to the next generation 2-year-old filly pace. That's why we're not seeing the next generation tonight. Beginning with the 1 is Eyes Up. Austin Hanners for Deborah Swartz. Harry and Darlene Alltop of Urbana owned the 2-year-old bay filly by Lather Up was an $8,500 blooded horse sale purchase last fall. Coming off a qualifier where he finished second, just beat a quarter of a length in 154-4. The 1 is Eyes Up.
The number 2 is Zoom Call. Dan Noble drives for Steve Carter. This is a summa cum laude out of the Fear the Dragon mare. Remember the Dragon, 1 start this year. That was a 3rd place finish. That came last time out. Does have a couple of 3rd place finishes in qualifiers.
3 is Shakari. Chris Page and Ron Burke team up here again. This is a homebred, a 2-year-old bay filly by Zuma Kalade out of the Rockin' Image mare. Rockin' Racer, Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Picolera, and Ziplet Racing of New York own. Had a 2nd place finish at the Meadows in a qualifier, 157-4. Start before that at the Meadows again in 201-4. The 3, Shakari.
The number 4 is Diosa de la Danza. Anthony McDonald drives for Jason McGinnis. The stable owns this along with P23 Bloodstock. This is a Dancing Yankee making its 3rd career start. Finished 2nd in one of those previous starts. Had a first place finish in a qualifier at the Meadows, coming off that 2nd place finish at the Meadows. This was a $33,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale. Set a qualifying mark of 158. Did go 154-2 last time out.
5 is She's a Firewoman, Jeff Nysonger for Mark Winters. 2-year-old roan filly by Catch the Fire. This is a homebred, Harry Horowitz of Brooklyn, New York. Won its qualifier by 15 3/4 lengths back on the 30th of June in 155-1. The 5, She's a Firewoman and Jeff Nysonger.
The number 6 is Vanna by the River. Brett Miller drives for Jeff Nysonger. This is a Down by the Seaside. Sweet Ace is the mare. Our 3 Sons Stables, along with Myron Kester and Kathy Gorby, are the owners. 1 start this year, finished 4th last time out here at Scioto Downs.
Number 7 is Fire Country. Logan Rowe trains. Jeremy Smith drives. 2-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire, a $13,000 yearling purchase, coming off a qualifying win of 154-3. Excuse me, that's a non-winners of One Prairie Mutual back on the 27th of June.
The number 8 is Rose Run Bella. Tyler Smith drives for Herman Hagerman. This is a Down by the Seaside owned by Hagerman Racing and Martin Yoder, making its first career start, coming off a really big win in a qualifier, won by 16.5 lengths in 154-4.
And rounding out the field, number 9 is Fool Me Twice. Brady Galyers Racing of Defiance, Ohio owns. Brady Galyers trains. First career start on the 9th of June. It was a qualifying mile. Finished 4th, beaten 15 lengths, timed in 201-3. That's the 9, Fool Me Twice. That's the field for the 4th. For $40,000, Ohio sired 2-year-old filly pacers.
You know, it's interesting to look at the program list whenever a driver is named on more than one horse, what horses that he chose to drive. Dan Noble was named to drive the number 2 Zoom Call and the number 1 Eyes Up. He drove Eyes Up in both qualifiers for Deborah Schwartz, but decided to go with the Steve Carter trainee, which he drove to that 3rd place finish. And then you look at Tyler Smith, who congratulations to Tyler, just won his 5,000th career victory. He was named on the 8 Rose Run Bella and Fire Country. He had driven both of those horses in all their qualifiers, and he chose to go with the Herman Hagerman entry Rose Run Bella instead of the Fire Country.
Yeah, you just wonder why. If sometimes it's connections you drive for a lot, but both of these horses here, Fire Country and Rose Run Bella, just a 1/5 of a second off. 54-3 for Fire Country to 54-4 for Rose Run Bella. So
right now the Catch the Fire clock starting to wind down as we get closer to our 4th race of the night, the $40,000 two-year-old filly pace for Ohio sired fillies as they get set to go. The starting gate moving into position from the top rail out. The number 1, Eyes Up. Number 2, Zoom Call. Number 3, Shikari. Number 4, Diosa de la Danza. The number 5, She's a Firewoman. Number 6 is Vanna by the River. Fire Country is number 7. Rose Run Bella is number 8. And number 9 is Fool Me Twice. So that is the field. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call of the 4th.
Ohio Sire 2-year-old filly Pacers, 4th race from Scioto Downs, field of 9 for the first super high 5 of the night. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here off, Zoom Call, good alert start to the inside. Shikari and Diosa de la Danza also for the lead. Up on the outside, Fire Country, She's a Firewoman is airway 5th. Into the turn 6, Eyes Up. Next is Vanna by the River. Then Rose Run Bella and Fool Me Twice. The lineup head to the quarter. It's Diosa de la Danza and Anthony McDonald leading the way. Zoom Call, 4-5 favorite, will pop out to retake as they pass the quarter 27-1. Shikari is their 3rd. Fire Country is next in 4th. She's a Firewoman 5th. 6 is Eyes Up. Racing in 7th. Vanna by the River. Then Rose Run Bella and Fool Me Twice. They're gapped out front to back as they make their way into the clubhouse turn, and Zoom Call leads the way at 4-5. Diosa de la Danza racing there in 2nd. Shikari is 3rd, but gaps slightly. It's another 2-3 lengths back to Fire Country. She's a Firewoman is 5th. She's peeking to the outside as they pass the half, 56 seconds, 28-4. Inside, Eyes Up will continue to ride the rail, starting to move. Vanna by the River and Rose Run Bella. The trailer still Fool Me Twice. Midway down the back stretch, Zoom Call is the one to catch Diosa de la Danza, racing in 2nd. Shikari has closed the gap, comes first up. She's a Firewoman, picks up cover. 3rd over, Vanna by the River, aggressive 3-wide move for Rose Run Bella. Inside, Fire Country, then Eyes Up and Fool Me Twice, 124. 28 flat backside. Shikari on the outside takes the lead away from Zoom Call. Outside, She's a Firewoman. At the rail, giving way, Diosa de la Danza trying to close into it. Vanna by the River through the stretch. It's Shikari with the lead. Shikari will win it from She's a Firewoman. Zoom Call. Battle for 4th and 5th. Look like Fire Country over Vanna by the River, 151-1, and that equals the track record for a 2-year-old filly.
151-1. Chris Page gets the 3-hole trip. Pulls right before the 3/4 with Shikari, the 2-year-old bay filly by Zuma Cum Laude. This is a homebred by Burke Racing and Weaver Buscemi of Pennsylvania.
151-1 would have set the next generation record if it was the next generation, but Chris Page looked like they were fired out of a cannon as they came around that final turn and able to turn it on to pick up the victory. 2nd, She's a Firewoman and Jeff Nysonger for Mark Winters, and then Dan Noble and Zoom Call finishing 3rd.
Fractions of 27-1. Half and 56, 3/4, 124, home in 151-1.
27-1 final quarter. As Chris Page brings home his first winner of the night with Shikari, and kind of a precursor to what we can expect later on in the Sire Stakes for the 2-year-olds. You know, a lot of these horses will be making their mark in the Sire Stakes as we move forward with the Sire Stakes for the 2-year-olds.
Shikari coming off of 2 qualifiers, both at the Meadows, back on the 3rd of June, 201-4, finished 3rd, finished 2nd on the 17th at the Meadows, paced in 57-4, drops about 6 seconds tonight in 51-1.
We'll be kicking off those 2-year-old Sire Stakes races on July 12th here at Scioto Downs. The 2-year-old Colt Trotters and the 2-year-old Filly Trotters will be in action on Saturday night. In fact, that's next Saturday night. They will be in action here. And let's go down to Barry Vickroy as Shikari makes its way to the winner's circle.
Judges posted 35276. Super high five numbers unofficial 35276. Into the Sugar Valley Farms winner's circle. Winner of the fourth race, number 3, Shikari. The 2-year-old daughter of Sumika Melody out of the Rocket Image mare, Rocket Racer. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bersemi, Philip Calor, and Zip It Racing Stable. Ron Burke with his 45th training win here at Scioto this year. Chris Page is leading 128th winning drive. First career start. First career win for Shikari equals the track record for a 2-year-old filly pacer, 151-1.
So there's your winner, Shikari. Chris Page in the bike for Ron Burke. Pays $8.80 to win, $5.80 to place, $3 to show. She's a firewoman, $9, $3.80. Zoom call, $2.10, $41.30 exacta, and the trifecta paid $71.20.
Another winner by Midland Acres, Zuma Kalade.
Here's a rundown from Barry.
$71.20. 20-cent super high five, 35276, $764.54.
Take a quick look at the replay as well. Zoom call, and Dan Noble went right for the lead and did a little give and go with Anthony McDonald, who was driving Diosa de la Danza. But then Zoom call took over, but it was coming down the stretch run. It was all Shikari and Chris Page coming home a winner.
So up next is our fifth race, another sire stake for $65,000. 3-year-old Colt Trotters, a field of 7.
And we'll be back to Scioto Downs right after this.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned. Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit ohiohorsejobs.com. That's ohiohorsejobs.com.
Welcome back to Eldorado Scioto Downs. We got Jay Mossberger who's going to be making his way up here after a couple of winners. We'll get a chance to talk to Jay here in just a second from Midland Acres. But we're going to get ready for that 3-year-old Colt Trot. And as they make their way in right now. So, Jay, why don't you head on over right here? So joined now by Jay Mossberger of Midland Acres. Back to back.
Yeah.
You had there. It's got to be nice.
Yeah, we were very, very pleased. The long time in this horse, and Suma has just really stepped up and done his job. They're good-looking horses. He breeds a lot of mares, and he's going to be a factor to deal with, I think.
Now, owners get excited when their horses win. Do breeders get excited when you see one of your horses win?
Love it. Love it. that's what we make our living on, basically, is what our mares produce or our sires produce in this business. And it's a very competitive business, very competitive. And to see Suma come out here and break a track record in the first start for a 2-year-old here at this track, that's pretty amazing.
Talk a little bit about how strong the breeding is in Ohio, because, like you said, there's a lot of competition there.
Well, the amount of mares being bred has just jumped through the roof. So you're getting a lot of numbers, and the sire power here has just changed completely. And some of the old sires are doing their job. You're down by Seaside's here. I mean, you're not going to knock him completely out of the ball game by no means. But if we can race with him and win some here and there, we're thrilled to death. He's a very good horse. But this horse, I started talking to Ron when he was a 2-year-old. And he was a very good 2-year-old. As a 3-year-old, he kind of had some problems, but I knew he was a great horse. And being he was one of the last sons of some beach somewhere, so I was very interested from that.
It's a long process, too, for you to see one of yours that you breed to get all the way to the racetrack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 3-year program, basically. And there's a lot of talk before, oh, man, they're training great, oh, this one, but to see him come out and break a track record in the first one, that's pretty amazing. That's really amazing. His first year, step out and do that, I couldn't ask for much more.
Well, congratulations on the 2, and maybe a couple more tonight before it's all
over.
over.
We were third in there also, so I mean, we weren't too far away.
Well, congratulations. Thanks,
Frank. I appreciate it very much.
That equaled the track record of 151-1 Majestic Seas as a 2-year-old, but they've been great if that next gen for the Philly Pacers would have filled.
Yep, so summa cum laude is making his mark here in the Buckeye State. So let's take a look at the horses for the Ohio Sire Stakes, the 3-year-old Colt Trot.
Beginning with one, Frank. One is Country of Mars. Austin Hanners drives the 3-year-old bay-gilded son of Marseille. This is a $6,500 Buckeye Classic purchase, lifetime $27,000. A winner once this year, 156-4. The 1, Country of Mars, Austin Hanners.
The number 2 is Long Highway. Sandy Beatty trains for Frank Catella and John Sugar. 7 starts this year, 3 wins, a second and a third. Did not race as a 2-year-old, was a $65,000 purchase. And we've got an interview with
We talk about Surreal Ideal that's going to compete in the open pace once again this week. Talk about the word consistent. Just 1 of 10 so far this season, but man, he has been right there putting in battles each and every week.
Yeah, he's very consistent, but unfortunately he doesn't have quite the gate speed that you would like to have down here. So he puts himself in a bad spot all the time, but he's been very consistent. I'm very happy with him.
Yeah, 27 last quarters just about each and every week. Seems like if he's in the hunt turning for home, you always got to keep your eye out on him.
We need speed in the race, and if we can get that, he's usually pretty good.
Yeah, he was a winner a few weeks back of 148. Is that something you were expecting out of this guy?
Coming into this year, I thought it would be possible, but not last year, probably not.
Any future plans for this guy, or just open ranked horse?
Open ranked horse, yeah.
And then we'll talk about the 2-year-old filly trotter that you send out, Rose Run Brook. You actually acquired this spot from somebody else. How did that process go?
Yeah, I was down here qualifying, and we've liked this filly all winter, and I ran into Jeff Nysonger, and I asked him if he had a spot, and I had a couple fillies that I thought were on the verge of being good enough for it. And he said, actually, I do. I need to get it sold. So we ended up making a deal with Jeff and buying it from him, and so.
Was there any changes from Rose Run Brook's first qualifier to the second one? She put in a little mistake, but then was really good that second one.
Brett blamed all himself. So yeah, I think it was just a little bit of learning. She was trying to leave a little too quick, and then we didn't make very many changes, and she was really good her last qualifier.
You've sent out a next generation starter before. Did you learn anything about that process? Some people say you got to go a little quick, a little fast. Is that the case, or did you train this one down or a few other ones down and have a decision to make, or was she just ready to roll?
This is I feel like I have a much better horse going into this year than I did previously. No, but next week we're going to have to go to the same speeds anyways, face the same horses. We just have to put up 10,000 or whatever it was to get it in it. So that's the only bit there difference. Just more of a starting fee.
Brian, thanks so much for taking a couple minutes out of a busy night to join us. And best of luck here with Surreal Ideal in Rose Run Brook. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Vernon Beachy, trainer of one of the horses coming up in the next generation a little later tonight. Race number 10. He will have lost my pages here as they get ready to start coming out. Vernon Beachy trains Rose Run Brooks. Brett Miller will be in the bike. Let's get back to the Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts, the second division. The number 2, as I was saying, was Long Highway. Sandy Beatty drives and trains. 7 starts this year, 3 wins, a second and third. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Last time out was a winner here at Scioto Downs and a non-winners of 2. Finished 4th in the Sire Stakes a couple weeks back at the beginning of June. Also has a 3rd place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Rank the 3 is Jet Wings, Brett Miller for Virgil Morgan Jr. 3-year-old Bay Goat, the son of Watt the Hill. Joyce McClellan, Zanesville, Ohio stable owns. Lifetime, 22 starts, has 7 wins, 7 seconds, 5 thirds, $111,000. This was an $85,000 Ohio Select purchase. 3 starts back, tried the Sire Stake, finished second, beaten 2 lengths, trotted a mile in 55 and 1. Back in early May, tried the Buckeye Stallion Series, was a winner in 155. The 3, Jet Wings and Brett Miller.
The number 4 is Vandy Lane. Jeremy Smith drives for Scott Cox. This is a What the Hill gelding. David Vanderhyde and Corey Vanderhyde own. They also bred this horse. 5 starts this year, a couple of wins. One coming in the Buckeye Stallion Series back on May 23rd here at Scioto Downs. Lifetime 4 wins and 13 starts. Let's head up for the post parade with Barry Vickroy.
Horses on the track, paraded post for the 5th race. Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old colt trot, $65,000 a purse, no changes. Race 5 starts a $1 pick 3, races 5, 6, and 7. Number 1 is Country of Mars, owned by James and Patty Borowski. Jason Borowski trains, Austin Hinders drives. Number 2, Long Highway, owned by Frank Catula and John Sugar. Trained and driven by Sandy Beatty. 3 is Jet Wings, owned by Joyce McClellan Stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Brett Miller. Number 4 is Vandy Lane, owned by David and Cody Vanderhyde, trained by Scott Cox with Jeremy Smith. 5, What a Buckeye, owned by Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing. Herman Hagerman trains. Tyler Smith drives. Number 6, Dublin's Angel, zoned by trainer Karen Fred, James Mims Jr. and Jan Fred with Aaron Merriman. Completing the field, 7, Rose Run Alex, Overberg Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Persimmon, and Knox Services. Ronberg trains. Chris Page is in the sulky. When play show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Race 5 starts a $1 pick 3.
The 5, Wada Buckeye, Tyler Smith for Herman Hagerman. This is a $32,000 Ohio Select purchase. 3-year-old brown gelded son of Watt the Hill, out of the Broadway Hall mare, Broadway Fantasy. 8 starts on the year, 4 seconds and a third, $32,000 this year. A winner once last year in 8 starts, $87,000 lifetime. Mark is a 2-year-old of 157 and 2 here at Scioto Downs.
The number 6 is Dublin's Angel. Aaron Merriman drives for Karen Freed, who also owns this Enterprise colt, along with James Mims and Jan Freed. 5 starts this year, a second and a third. Still looking for that first lifetime win, 0 for 10, so hoping to break the maiden tonight. Last time out, finished second here at Scioto Downs, trotting in 155. So Dublin's Angel was a $9,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
Number 7, Rose Run Alex, Chris Page for Ron Burke, 3-year-old bay gelded son of Watt the Hill out of the Cadabra mare, Debrina, Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stable, Weaver Bersemi and Knox Services own, bred by Rose Run Farm, a $60,000 purchase. 17 starts lifetime, has 2 wins, a winner once this year, 59-4 at Northfield Park. Last year's a 2-year-old, 56-3 here at Scioto Downs. Frank, that's the field for the 5th. 3-year-old Colt Trot, Ohio Sire Stake, a field of 7 to go to the post. The track record is 152 by Mission Accepted. LT Loverboy, a few races back here this evening, was just a 1/5 of a second off the mark of 152-1.
Well, and that was the race that had 3 Sire Stakes winners. This race doesn't, so this is a big race for these horses to collect some points and not have to worry about your 3 past winners. So one of these horses is going to really take a big jump in the standings tonight when they come home a winner in this race. So, and you take a look also, you got one maiden in here, so it'll be interesting to see how that settles in, the maiden looking for that first win.
Right now, our post-time favorite is the 3 Jet Wings at even money, 9-5, the 2 Long Highway. Looking through at some of our watchers tonight, they're watching from Michigan, Florida, Lexington, Kentucky. Jimmy Byers from Urbana, Ohio is watching.
Best blanket thrower in the country.
He got Jay Wolf lined him up to put blankets on last year at Delaware. It was on his bucket list to always rake the track, and he got to rake the track. I believe it was on Jugette Day.
And then got to throw blankets too there. So yep.
Hello to Jimmy. And they're also watching from Palm Coast, Florida, Michael Massey. Palm Coast, Florida. We stop there when we go through to Florida, to our home there in Florida, at the Chick-fil-A in Palm Coast, Florida. So,
it's funny how when you do make those trips, you know exactly where you have to stop, how quickly you're getting to those places, and how your timing is going. Very familiar when you make those trips down. Okay, I got to stop here by this point to make sure we're on time for all of that.
Leave at this time so you get here at a certain time.
There you go. So this is the second division of our 3-year-old Colt Trotters. First division was won by LT Loverboy. So Brett Miller will try to sweep the Colt Trot division with Jet Wings, the favorite right now at 4-5. There's a look at the second choice, the number 2, and that is Long Highway. Sandy Beatty drives and trains. This horse has hit the board in 5 of 7 so far this year, and 3 of those were wins. Did not race as a 2-year-old. So one of those horses that needed to take a little extra time to mature, but now starting to really find its way.
Frank, 3 back Long Highway and Sandy Beatty. The Greenfield final for 30,000 was a winner in 54-2. Final quarter 29-1. He did try some Buckeye Stallion action back on the 23rd of May. He was 3rd, only beaten the length. So Long Highway, currently the second choice at 2-1, as we said, our post-time favorite to 3. Jet Wings, Brett Miller looking for his second driving win of the evening.
Virgil Morgan trains Jet Wings, owned by the Joyce McClellan Stables. Joyce passed away earlier this year. Send the condolences out to the family. Dick McClellan here tonight, hosting a big party over in the Three Diamonds room. So hoping to make his way downstairs to get to the winner's circle and hopefully do it with Jet Wings here in the 5th race on the night. $65,000 the purse. If there's only one division, it goes for a $100,000. If there are 2 divisions, they go for $65,000. 3 or more divisions, and they go for $50,000 each division. So there is a look at your favorite, the 4-5 favorite, the number 3 Jet Wings, a gelding by What the Hill out of the Lear Jetta mare Schlim Schlamma. As the Catch the Fire clock to the start continues to tick down, starting gate making its way in front of the grandstand. Good crowd on hand tonight here for a beautiful night of racing. And The full summer of racing will race here until the mid-September before heading up to Delaware for the Little Brown Jug and then pick it up down at Hollywood Dayton. But the starting car is rolling. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call of the 3-year-old Colt Trot second division of the Ohio Sire Stakes for $65,000.
Ohio Sire Stake 3-year Colt Trotter's fifth race from Scioto down. Start of a pick 3. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. They're off. Going for the lead, Vandy Lane. What a Buckeye, and long highway to the inside. Country of Mars is there along the inside. Tucking in fifth. Jet Wings into the turn 6. Dublin's Angel. Rose Run Alex, the early trailer. As they make their way around the turn on over to the quarter, What a Buckeye has got the lead. Long Highway is there second. Country of Mars is next. Then Vandy Lane, Jet Wings fifth. Dublin's Angel and Rose Run Alex at the back. Past the quarter, 27-2. What a Buckeye with the lead. Long Highway pops the pocket. Sandy very aggressive tonight. Will move him right to the top. Country of Mars is now third. Whip up on Vandy Lane fourth, followed by Jet Wings fifth. And he's about 7 or 8 off of the pace setter as they make their way on over to. Next is Dublin's Angel and Rose Run Alex. They're into the clubhouse turn, and Long Highway leads the way. What a Buckeye inside. Vandy Lane out first up. He's now third. At the rail, Country of Mars, Jet Wings, second over, third over, Dublin's Angel. The trailer still Rose Run Alex, the half 56-2, just 29 flat in the second split. And it's Long Highway, the lead along neck. Vandy Lane on the outside. What a Buckeye getting the trip. Jet Wings are just about ready to come 3 wide, and there he goes to the inside. Country of Mars. Out to follow that 3 wide cover is Dublin's Angel and the trailer Rose Run Alex. 3/4 trotted, 125-1, 28-4 backside. Long Highway with the lead. Jet Wings taking dead aim on the outside is coming to him as they come to the top of the stretch. What a Buckeye has had the trip. Country of Mars is there fourth into the stretch. Long Highway, Jet Wings on the outside takes a short lead. Passing lane, What a Buckeye trying to battle back. Jet Wings with the lead. Jet Wings to win it from What a Buckeye, Long Highway, and Country of Mars, 154.
A big roar went up in the room next to us. We could hear them through the walls. The party going on there as Jet Wings turns it on and comes home a winner in the second division of the 3-year-old Colt Trot. Went 3 wide up the back stretch, able to turn it on and come home a winner and hold off. It looks like it's going to be What a Buckeye finishing second with Long Highway finishing third. 27-2 for the opening quarter, the half in 56, 125-1 for 3/4, and the final time 154 for your winner, Jet Wings, who wins for the 4th time this year, the Virgil Morgan trainee by What the Hill. Now 4 for 8 this year, 8 for 23 in its career. Has hit the board now in 20 of 23 races. One of those 3-year-old
2000.
One of those 3-year-old trotters we don't talk a lot about. When you've got those other horses like LT Loverboy that we're talking about, Vecna and Battle Hill. This one's Jet Wings has been kind of flying, no pun intended, under the radar.
$85,000 Ohio Select purchase. Another Virgil Morgan Jr. Training win tonight here at Scioto Downs.
So first Jet Wings, What a Buckeye was second, Long Highway third, and Country of Mars finishes fourth. There's Brett Miller, picks up his second win, both of them coming in the Colt division. The Colt Trotter division. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy as heading to the winner's circle is Jet Wings.
Headed back to the Sugar Valley Farms Winner's Circle, winner of the 5th race, Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Colt Trot. Number 3 is Jet Wings. He's a 3-year-old gelded son of What the Hill. Out of the Lear Jetta mare, Slim Schlamma, owned by Joyce McClellan Stable. By Virgil Morgan Jr. Virgil gets his second training win on the program. Brett Miller, his second driving win. Training double for Virgil, driving double for Brett. 4th in 8 tries this season for Jet Wings, his 8th career win, the mile in 1:54.
Well, Doug, if you're hungry, I think we could
Yeah,
sneak
could.
over there because nobody's over there right now. Everybody's
They're all
down in the
winner's
winner's circle. Jet Wings pays $340, $260, $210. Water Buckeyes $680 and $320. Long Highway $210, $930 for the exacta. The trifecta paid $11.40. Your winner once again was Brett Miller driving Jet Wings.
Shout out to the breeder of Jet Wings, March Creek Farm of Indiana.
So the What the Hill gelding, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. And for Virgil, I think that's his second Sire Stakes win tonight. Had one with odds on Chesapeake and also with Jet Wings. So Virgil Morgan picks up his second win. And there's the move that Long Highway made, but it was Jet Wings who came from sitting 5th at this point as they came around in front of the stands for the first time, and once got to the back stretch, went 3 wide following the cover that Jeremy Smith set, and shoots around that final turn to come home a winner in 150-4.
Looking at some of our listeners and watchers tonight on Facebook page, Roy James. He's watching tonight from Tiffin. Tiffin Fair coming up here in a couple of weeks. We know we'll see Roy either Bell Fountain or Wilmington tomorrow night or Monday night, I'm sure.
Yep.
He gets around.
So Dick McClellan making his way up here. So we will have Dick joining us shortly. So we'll keep it here as they make their way upstairs. But the winner, Jet Wings, now 4 for 8 this year, has hit the board in 7 of the 8 starts. The only race that did not was one of the legs of the Greenfield. Made a break at the start and never got into the race, but other than that, has been picture perfect, first and second the entire time.
There you can see the photo. Pretty much a length win for the winner. Half a length separates second and third place. Second to 5, Wada Buckeye, and third to 2, Long Highway and Sandy Beatty.
So your winner again, Jet Wings, finishes second. Long Highway is third. Country of Mars was 4th. Rose Run Alex finishes 5th, finishing 6th. Dublin's Angel and Vandy Lane finishes in 7th.
Looking ahead, waiting for Dick McClellan to come up here. 6th race up next, 3-year-old Filly Trot, Ohio Sire Stake. This one for $65,000. Features a field of 7. The 6th, Mocha Hill, who finished 2nd last year in the final for 2-year-old Filly Trotter.
But Mocha Hill was the 2-year-old Filly Trotter of the year in Ohio. So
she got beat by Aunt Laura by 3 3/4 lengths at Northfield Park in the final for $300,000. But yes, was the 2-year-old Filly Trotter of the year.
We can hear everybody making their way back up to the party room up here, getting off the elevator. So hopefully Dick McClellan will catch one of those elevator rides up as we get set. Why don't we take a quick break, and then we'll be back. Hopefully Dick McClellan will make it this point. We'll be back to Scioto Downs right after this.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold a Legion for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to Scioto Downs, joined now by Dick McClellan. Dick, congratulations. You guys were making a little bit of noise. We could hear you through the
we have a
walls.
good group. We have a good group. Well, you know, a lot of people came from Zanesville. My other one daughter lives in Pickerington, so it's not far over here, and they love to come to the races.
Very nice to get a winner, especially after the disappointment after the first race.
Well, I told Virgil I cut my throat after that first one, but it healed up, and we went to the next time. I really hate to be that heavy a favorite. That just disappoints you. I'd rather be 10-1 and then win, but maybe we'll get him next time.
No pun intended, but Jet Wings is kind of flying under the radar with the other big Battle Hills and LT Loverboy in that division.
Well, you know, he has a good brother that raced as a 2- and 3-year-old, and when we bought him, paid some money for him. And we raced him at the fairs, and he was the fair champion. But I talked to one of the grooms or one of the guys that warms him up, and he said he's starting to figure it out. And it looks like he's got it figured out. He raced really good at the Meadows the other day, and he raced good tonight.
Now, you've got one coming up in the next generation, Zane Trace. What goes into making that decision to pony up that money to put one in as a 2-year-old in that race?
His mother. You know, they've been good for me, and hopefully we'll keep on the same path, you know. But I would say, you know, you talk to the trainer and say he's doing okay, and I'm close to his mother, and, you know, maybe she'll have another one.
Well, good luck with Zane Trace later this afternoon, or this evening.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dick.
Yep.
Dick McClellan with a winner, Jet Wings, coming away with the victory, as the horses are getting ready to come out onto the track for our 6th race, which will be the 2nd division of the 3-year-old filly trot. As they make their way out, 7 to go behind the gate. Right now the favorite is the number 4, our Maggie. Right there on the screen as Chris Lems is in the bike. And we'll tell you about these horses after they post-parade with Barry Vickroy as they make their way out. Coming out of that brand new $16 million paddock here at Scioto Downs, the talk of the industry, a beautiful paddock, 16 races, so they can put everybody in there, and they have them going out right now as they're making their way out onto the track. They've been spacing them out for Barry to announce them. They're doing a very good job of spacing them out as they head out to the track. So let's head up to Barry Vickroy for today's post parade for the 6th.
Horses on the track for the 6th race, Ohio Sires Day, 3-year-old filly trot per $65,000. There are no changes. Here's the field. 1 will parade last. 2 is Rose Ron Allison, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Beastie LLC. Trained by Ron Burke with Chris Page. Number 3, Dream Something, owned by Julianne Sweet and Miles Woolham. Miles Woolham trains Tyler Smith, the driver. 4 are Maggie, owned by M&L of Delaware, trained by Sam Scalacci with Chris Lems. 5 is Volster Rita, owned by M3 Racing Stable, Cassandra LaCour, the trainer with Trevor Smith. Number 6, Mocha Hill, is owned by Ron Burke Stable. Or rather, Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Bersemi, Knox Services, Ron Burke Trains, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives. 7, Wild As You, owned by trainer Chris Beaver, Leo Fleming, and Steve Z. Handler with Aaron Merriman. Completing the field, number 1, In the End. Owned and trained by Annette Lorenzen, Dan Noble is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering on race 6.
Sixth race, 3-year-old filly trotters, Ohio Sire Stake, the 1 In the End. Dan Noble for Annette Lorenzen. This is a homebred 3-year-old bay filly by Lion Hunter out of the Enjoy Levesque mare, Guilt Free. 14 starts lifetime, 5 wins, 4 wins this year in 6 starts, $61,950, 54-1 at Scioto Downs, the 1 In the End, and driver Dan Noble.
The number 2 is Rose Run Allison. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This long-time filly is owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, Beastie of Las Vegas. 5 starts this year. Still looking for that first win this year. Couple of second-place finishes, lifetime 3 wins and 14 starts. Was a $105,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
3, Dream Something, Tyler Smith for Miles Woolham. Miles owns a partnership with Julie Ann Sweet of Arcanum. This is a 3-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter out of the Glide Master mare Travelin' Dream. This a $30,000 purchase. 2 wins and 4 starts this year. $48,000 this year, 53-1 at Scioto Downs. Lifetime, $200,000. A winner last year of $152,000.
The number 4 is Our Maggie. Chris Lems drives for Sam Scalacci. This long time is out of the Ken Workington mare Working Girl. M&L of Delaware owns Our Maggie. 3 wins in 6 starts this year, earnings of $42,750. Raced only 2 times as a 2-year-old last year, coming off a win at Northfield and a non-winners of 2. Finished second in the Ohio Sire Stakes at Northfield on June 7th.
Number 5 is a 3-year-old filly by Volstead. Trevor Smith drives Valsterita for Cassandra LaCourte, M3 Racing of Berlin, Ohio own. 3 starts this year, yet to hit the board. Last year, 11 starts, 3 wins, right at $40,000. Last year, a mark as a 2-year-old of 57-4 here at Scioto Downs.
The number 6 is the reigning 2-year-old filly trotter of the year, Mocha Hill. Ronnie Wren Jr. in for his first drive of the night. Ron Burke trains this. Also owns with Hatfield Stables, Weaver Bersemi, and Knox Services. This is a What the Hill filly. Finished second last year in the Ohio Sire Stakes Finals. $47,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. 4 starts this year. Has not hit the board yet.
You see on the screen, there's the 7, Wild As You, Aaron Merriman, looking for his second driving win of the evening. Chris Beaver trains and owns in partnership Leo Fleming and Stephen Z. Handler of Ohio. 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Up. 3 wins in 8 starts, 3 seconds and a third, $44,000 this year. 6 wins lifetime, right at $63,000. 55-4 at Scioto Downs, 3 starts back.
Right now, the favorite is the number 1 In the End. Dan Noble driving for Annette Lorenzen. Dan looking for his second win of the evening in the Sire Stakes. He was a winner in the Philly Pace, the first division, with odds on Chesapeake.
Chris Page drives a 2. He's also looking for his second win of the evening, driving another Ron Burke horse, Rose Run Allison. Currently at 7-2 on the board. Our post-time favorite, the 1, 9-5 In the End.
Mocha Hill coming off of the big year last year. 9 starts, won 6, had 2 seconds, earned $259,000. Was the 2-year-old filly trotter of the year in Ohio. Still trying to get things righted here in 2025. 4 starts, has not hit the board, finished 4th in the Ohio Sire Stakes 2 races ago and was 7th the race before that. So we'll have to see if tonight is the night that Mocha Hill can change things up and get back to her winning ways from last year.
Track record for 3-year-old filly trotters, Herculesa in 152. I believe earlier we was just a fifth of a second off of that track record, 52-1, and LT Loverboy.
First division went to Mega Money, our first race of the night. Aaron Merriman driving the Catch the Fire countdown clock beginning to tick away. The 3-2 favorite right now is the number 1 In the End with Dan Noble. The second choice is the number 4 Our Maggie. Chris Lems driving for Sam Scalacci has hit the board 3 straight. A winner of 2 of those, finished second in the Sire Stakes back on June 7th at Northfield, and the other appearance in the Sire Stakes finished 5th. Was in the finals of the Hackett, but made a break early on and never was a factor. So we are just about set to go with our 6th race on the night. This, the second division of the Ohio Sire Stakes Filly Trotters, going for $65,000. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call.
Ohio Sire State 3-year-old filly trotters for the 6th race from Scioto Downs. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here off and trotting in the end from the rail. Wild as Use and away from the far outside. Dream Something involved early. Along the inside, Rose Run Allison. Our Maggie is away 5th. Into the turn 6. Volster Rita and Mocha Hill is the early trailer. They make their way to the quarter. Wild as took over. Dream Something marches up on the outside as she'll look to take over in the end. Still waiting for the dust to settle 3rd. Gap of 2 back to Rose Run Allison, followed by Our Maggie, Volstar Rita, and Mocha Hill. 27-1 opening quarter. Dream Something leads the way. Wild as You is there second. In the end, very patient, even money favorite is 3rd, 4th, Rose Run Allison. Then Our Maggie, Volstar Rita, and Mocha Hill is the trailer. They'll make their way over to the half. Dream Something leads the way. Inside, Wild as You getting the trip. Here comes in the end moving. Rose Run Allison follows her move. Inside is Volstar Rita. Then Mocha Hill. Our Maggie lost power steering momentarily and trails 56-1 for the half. Just 29 flat second panel. And they'll step and battle for the lead to 3/4. Dream Something got the breather. Faces the challenge of In the End. Wild as You getting the trip at 23-1. Rose Run Allison outside 4th, inside 5th. Volster Rita. Our Maggie trying to battle back. Mocha Hill, the trailer, 124-3, 28-2 backside. Dream Something still a short lead. In the end, trying to grind her down, ready to come 3 wide. Rose Run Allison. Wild as You is now 4th. They're off the turn on their way home. In the end, on the outside, takes a short lead from Dream Something. Rose Run Allison is their 3rd as they drive for the wire. In the end, to win it from Dream Something. Rose Run Allison and Wild as You, 153-4.
153-4. Dan Noble, the favorite, brings home In the End to the victory. And for trainer Annette Lawrenson, 5th win in 7 starts this year for the filly by Lion Hunter out of the mare Guilt Free. Lawrenson also owns In the End.
In the end, got away 3rd, came first up off a half and 56-1. 27-1 opening quarter, a soft second quarter, half and 56-1, 24-1 for 3/4. As you said, Frank, 53-4, the winning time for In the End as Dan Noble picks up his 2nd winning drive of the evening.
So Dan Noble with a pair of wins, picked up 1 in the Philly Pace, first division of the Philly Pacers, and now picks up 1 in the 2nd division of the Philly Trotters, second to Dream Something. Rose Run Allison finishes third, and finishing fourth was Wild as You. So the big win for In the End has now won 5 of the last 6 starts. The only race did not win in that stretch was a second place finish here in the finals of the Victory back on the 26th of June.
Was a winner, 2-back Buckeye Stallion Series, a winner by 7 lengths, 1:55. Tonight, 53-4. That'd be a new lifetime mark for the winner in the red.
We'll take this filly's earnings up to almost $75,000. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy as heading to the winner's circle is In the End.
As a 3 daughter of Lion Hunter out of the Enjoy Levesque mare, guilt-free, a homebred for Annette Lorenzen. She gets her 15th training win of the Scioto season. Dan Noble with her driving double on tonight's program. 6th career win for In the End. 5th and 7 tries this season. A new lifetime mark tonight, 153-4.
Back to Eldorado Saturday Downs up in our broadcast location, joined now by the president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association, Scott Mogan. And Scott, big night here at Scioto Downs. Ohio sired horses going for over $1 million. You got to like it when you see that.
Yeah, it's a great night, great weather, great crowd. It's unbelievable, where this program has come to. And like I said, just a bunch of nice races tonight, a bunch of good horses, and it is exciting times. Yep.
Now, you don't have anything in tonight. You've got a number of 2-year-olds that are getting ready to come on the track. Why not put any in the next generation? I asked Dick McClellan what went into that decision. How about on the other side when you decide you're ready to have one then?
Well, for me, even if I had one I thought was good enough to go there, I'm not crazy about putting them in this early because you're going for $150,000, they're going to race them. And for me, I always try to know the money's at the end of the year, and it's just not a race I would be interested in if I had one good enough to go, which this time I don't.
So we got $1 million in Ohio sired horses racing for tonight. The second biggest night that we have in Ohio compared to our sire stakes, which goes for $2.4 million. That has Ohio near the top when you're talking harness racing in the country.
And I think our program's second to none, and I'll put it up against anybody. I know Kentucky has a great program now, but I still think our program exceeds, especially with the other stake races, the Buckeye, the Fairs. We got another big night coming up here at the end of the year with the Jim Ewart, the Charlie Hill, and we're bringing back the Jug Preview. Looking forward to that. And for me, I'm like I said, I don't like to wish time away, but I'm really excited about 2026. The finals will be here in September, the Sire Stakes finals, and then we bring the Breeders' Crowns here for the first time ever in October.
I was going to ask you about that, the process of getting the Breeders' Crown here. It's been a long time, and a lot of work has gone into trying to get that here, and finally got the word last year down at the Dan Patch. You were up on stage when they announced that it was coming here, and everybody's really excited. It's still a year and a half off.
Right, yeah, it's a ways to go, but for me to be up on that stage with Joe Morris when he made the announcement that we're bringing them here in 2026, I mean, this is my home away from home. I've been here for 50 years at Scioto Downs on the backstretch, for starting with the grooming till I started my own stable 40 years ago, and it's an exciting time for me. And I tip my hat to John Campbell. He came to Joe Morris and Jason Roth with the idea of, heard you might be building a new paddock, which we didn't think was going to come as quick as it did. Luckily, we was able to get that done, and he said, if that happens, what do you think about hosting the Breeders' Crown? So tip my hat to him. Also to Caesars and the Eldorado family for stepping up and wanting to bring it here. And like I said, Joe Morris, Jason Roth, and the whole crew.
Talk about the partnership with Caesars, especially new grandstand, new paddock, and their commitment to racing.
Yeah, Joe Morris, he's the executive vice president of racing for Caesars Properties, and he's a big advocate of horse racing, and he's got a great relationship with the Carano family and Eldorado and Caesars, and he seems to be able to get anything done. But like I said, for them to step up and put almost $50 million into this facility in the last 3 years, you just don't see that happening anywhere else. So it's unbelievable for me, anyways. Like I said, they've brought back what we used to be a high show place of racing. I think we are there again.
Well, Scott, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of tonight.
Yeah, I will. I'm looking forward to the rest of the races and the next generation races, and you guys have a good time up here. At least you're out in air conditioning, but it's not bad out. And they got, like I said, nice crowd everywhere here. Grandstand, patio, and grandstand, and clubhouse.
A little cooler up here, so we'll be back with the next one after this short break. Thank you.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
See on the screen, they're leaving the paddock, coming to the track for the 7th race. This is an open 2 pace for horses and geldings for $20,000. Dave Pallone in town to drive the 9 Bolton. I see Dave there running to his mount. He was at the Meadows this afternoon, probably at 5 o'clock yet, or maybe 4:30. Mike Wilder's coming over from the Meadows.
Ronnie Wren got here for his drive last time, so they had some stakes action happening over in Pennsylvania, so the drivers were over there for that. And now making their way, picking up here the second half of the race card. So they are making their way out. There's the number 1, Aaron Merriman, and Creekside Johnny. This will be the Open 2 for horses and geldings, purse of $20,000. We'll tell you about the horses after the post parade, but one thing, these horses, these 10, so we'll have our trailer, our first trailer of the evening, have earned over $3.5 million combined. We got some really class horses coming up in this race.
This is the Open
the Open 2, exactly.
We have the Open 1 coming up.
Exactly. I mean, Fulton has earned $614,000. Captain Cowboy, $527,000. Carbine, $652,000. So there's the post parade. Let's head it up to Barry Vickroy.
Horses leaving the paddock, headed to the track for the 7th race. Open 2 pace, first $20,000. Note there is no claiming tag on the 6 down by the Dance Club. Race 7 starts the mid-card pick 4. Races 7, 8, 9, and 10. All the pick 4s here at Sounder Downs have a low 14% takeout. Number 1 is Creekside Johnny. Omicaldo Maybe Racing. Steve Carter trains. Aaron Merriman gets a call. Number 2, Big Scooey. Owned by William Hart at H&H Stable. Trained by Mike Hitchcock with Tyler Smith. 3, Carbine, Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Austin Henners. Number 4 is Paris's Dragon, owned by Dennis Owens and Norman Ray Racing. Christy Noble trains, Dan Noble drives. 5, Quick Trick, owned by Knox Services, and trainer Jeff Conger with Chris Lems. 6, Down by the Dance Club, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Beastie LLC, J&T Silver, Purnell and Libby, and Weaver Persimmon, trained by Ron Burke with Ronnie Wren Jr. Here's the 8, Captain Cowboy, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Brusimi, Knox Services, and Beastie LLC. Ron Burke trains, Chris Page has the lines. Here's 10, Martin's Millions. He'll start from the second tier, owned by Caldwell Mamie Racing, trained by Steve Carter, with Brett Miller. 9 is Fulton, owned by Let It Rise Stables and Odds On Racing. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains, Dave Pallone. Completing the field will be 7, Arbin, owned by Richard Owens, trained by Earl Owens. Luke Hanners will be in the sulky. Win play show exam.
Field of 10 for the 7th race, open 2 for $20,000. Number 1, Creekside Johnny, Aaron Merriman for Steve Carter. This is a 6-year-old down by, do me that again, winner of $204,000, a mark of 150 and a fifth at Scioto Downs 1, Creekside Johnny.
The number 2 is Big Skewy N. Tyler Smith drives for Michael Hitchcock. This is an 8-year-old gelding by Sports Raider. Out of the Mach 3 mare, Serena's Whisper, William Hart of Carmel, Maine, and H&H Stables are the owners. 17 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3, lifetime earnings of $277,000.
Number 3 is Carbine, Austin Hanners for Roger Morgan Jr. A winner last time out, 150, 148, and 4 here at Scioto Downs. Lifetime $652,000 for the 3. Carbine, he currently is our post-time favorite at 3-2.
The number 4 is Paris's Dragon. Dan Noble drives for his wife, Christy Noble. This 4-year-old gelding by Fear the Dragon is owned by Dennis Owens and Norma Ray Racing. 5 starts this year, 1 win, lifetime 35 starts, 12 wins, 7 seconds, and 3/4 earnings of over $430,000.
Chris Lems drives a 5, Quick Trick for Knox Services, and Jeffrey Conger and Conger trains. 5-year-old Bago, the son of Racing Hill, has $256,000 lifetime. 149 here at Scioto Downs is a 4-year-old. Quick Trick finished second last week to Carbine in 148 and 4.
The number 6 is Down by the Dance Club. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke. This Down by the Seaside out of Dancing Shadows K has 3 wins in 12 starts this year, earnings of $43,920, owned by Burke Racing Stables, Beastie of Las Vegas, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, and Weaver Brusemi. Last time out was a winner here at Scioto Downs in a non-winners of 10 condition claiming race. Chris Page drove then, but it's Ronnie Wren Jr. in the bike this time.
Number 7, Arbin. Luke Hanners for Earl Owens, who also owns this 6-year-old Bago, the son of Mick Gardle. $301,000 lifetime for Arbin, 3 back. He was winner right here at Scioto Downs in 149 and 2.
The number 8 is Captain Cowboy. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This is a 6-year-old horse by Captain Treacherous, Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Beastie own it. 16 starts, 5 wins, 2 seconds, 4/3, lifetime 17 wins and 87 starts, $527,000, has hit the board in 9 straight.
Number 9, Fulton, Dave Pallone in town from the Meadows, where he raced this afternoon. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Odds On Racing and Let It Ride Stable own this 5-year-old by Heston Blue Chip. Back on the 14th of June, finished second to Racing Rebel, who is in the Open 1 pace in 49 and 3, $614,000 in earnings for the 9 Fulton, driven by Dave Pallone.
The number 10 is Martin's Million. Brett Miller in the bike for Steve Carter. This 5-year-old by Racing Hill has 4 wins and 21 starts this year. Lifetime 16 victories and 83 starts, $243,000 in earnings. Was a $27,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale, was a winner 5 back here at Scioto Downs. So that's the field. You know, we talked about this earnings of over $3.5 million that these 10 horses have put together. Down by the Dance Club has only earned $121,000. I mean, not too shabby, but you take a look. This is a great field.
And talking about the earnings, just glancing through, 8 of the 10 have a mark of under 150.
Be interesting to see how fast they're going to go this time.
Oh, they'll beat 150.
Oh no, without a doubt. Is the track record in jeopardy here?
No, I don't think so. Track record is 47-1, I believe, or down by the missile one, right, last week in 47-1. But the track record, I believe, is 147.
Yeah. Yep. Always be Mickey 147. Yep. So right now the favor, Carbine, at 6-5. Second choice at 6-1 is the number 4, Paris's Dragon. The starting cart moving into position as the Catch the Fire clock winds down. They will gather up behind the gate as we get set for the Open 2 here from Scioto Downs. Purse of $20,000 as we get set to roll. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Open 2 Pacers, 7th race from Scioto Downs. Field of 10 to kick off the mid-card pick 4, and here they go. Here, off end, pacing Carbine going for the lead. Paris's Dragon sent away to his outside. Creekside Johnny at the rail. Captain Cowboy moving up on the outside for Page into the turn 5th. Big Scooey. The second tier, Martin's Millions, is away 6th. So they head to the quarter. Quick Trick 7th, racing in 8th, down by the Dance Club. Then Arbin and Fulton, the trailer, make their way to the quarter. Carbine has the lead. Paris's Dragon landed the pocket. They roll by the quarter, 26-1. Captain Cowboy is there, 3rd. Creekside Johnny 4th. Big Scooey next in 5th. Looking on from 6th is Martin's Millions, racing in 7th as they pass the stands. Quick Trick, then down by the Dance Club, Arbin and Fulton at the back. No movement yet as they make their way over to the half. Carbine leading the way, 6-5 favorite, setting the tempo, followed by Paris's Dragon and Captain Cowboy. Creekside Johnny is there 4th. Up on the outside, in gear, comes Quick Trick. To the inside next, Big Scooey. Down by the Dance Club, 2nd over. Shuffled back, Martin's Millions. Then it is Arbin and Fulton. That was 55 seconds. 28-4, second quarter. Big breather for Carbine, but Paris's Dragon is lurking in the deuce, and he'll come to the outside for Noble. Saving ground, Captain Cowboy. 3 quarters, 122-2, 27-2 backside. It's Carbine inside. Paris's Dragon is right there alongside. Captain Cowboy comes to the outside. He'll have to come 3 wide as they come to the top of the stretch. Paris's Dragon has taken over the lead from Carbine. Captain Cowboy outside is coming on and coming at him. Paris's Dragon. Captain Cowboy on the outside getting up. Captain Cowboy from Paris's Dragon. Quick Trick and Carbine, 149-2.
Carbine, the big favorite, gets beat as Captain Cowboy and Chris Page come roaring down the middle of the stretch to win for trainer Ron Burke. 10th time in a row that Captain Cowboy has hit the board. 17 starts now, 6 wins for Captain Cowboy.
Chris Page gets his 2nd driving win of the evening. Captain Cowboy home a winner in 49-2, fractions of 26-1. Halfway home in 55, 3 quarters, 122-2. Second was the 4, Paris's Dragon and Dan Noble. Third, the 5, Quick Trick, driven by Chris Lems. And 4th, the 3, Carbine and Austin Hanners, who was a winner last week in 148-4. Tonight, Open 2 pace goes to Captain Cowboy, Chris Page, Ron Burke, 6-year-old bay horse by Captain Treacherous, Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Beastie own 49-2 for Captain Cowboy.
So there is your winner, Chris Page and Captain Cowboy, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Beastie of Las Vegas. Page heading to the winner's circle. Let's send it to Barry Vickroy.
Into the Sugar Valley Farms Winner's Circle winner of the 7th race, open 2 pace 8, Captain Cowboy. 6-year-old son of Captain Treacherous out of the Western Hanover Mare. Odds on Lass of My Heart. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Persimmon, Knox Services and Beastie LLC. Ron Burke, a training double on the program. Chris Page, a driving double. 6th win of the year, 18th career win for Captain Cowboy, just to tick off of his best, 149-2. It's a season's best for Captain Cowboy. Captain Cowboy, $14.40 to win. Dollar exact to $46.90. 50-cent try, $141.25. A 20-cent superfecta, 845 with 3, $173.72. The $1 pick 3, 3 of 3, $53.60.
Anytime you can get Chris Page and a Ron Burke horse at 6-1, you better jump on it.
$14. That was a good race. 49-2. We said it would beat 150. Just a very good horse race all the way around. This 8th race, right now we have an entry 1, 1A, and 1B coming up. 3-year-old colt pace. Fear the Hate, Harrisburg Heist, and Swingtown. I'm sure they're all betting on the one Swingtown, the 1B, I should say, as he was a winner 4 back at the Meadows in 49-3. Swingtown, next generation winner last year is a 2-year-old, Frank.
So, he is able to carry it on here, and has been having another very good year. 4 starts, a win, and a 3rd-place finish. So, Swingtown getting things in gear for Burke Racing Stable as we get set. So, the 7th is in the books, the first of the Open, and now the Colt Pacers will take the stage here, the first division of the 3-year-old Colt Pace. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you about the 9 horses in the field. 3 of them, though, are under 1 entry when we return to Scioto Downs.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead, sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Wallner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Welcome back as we get set for the 3-year-old Colt Pace, the first division, purse of $65,000.
The 1 is Fear the Hate, Dan Noble from Post 2 for Ron Burke, 3-year-old Bay Colt by Fear the Dragon, bred by Emerald Highland Farm. 6 for 6 so far this year for Fear the Hate, $106,000 this year, $19,000 last year. Winner this year at Scioto Downs, 150 3/5. That was his last start last Saturday night.
The 1A coming out of the 7th post position will be Harrisburg Heist. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive for Ron Burke, also Burke Racing Stable owns, along with Knox Services, P. Kalura, and Weaver Buscemi. 7 starts this year, 5 wins, a 2nd place finish as well. Lifetime 16 starts, 5 wins, earnings over $114,000. coming off a win in the Kentucky Sire Stakes at Oak Grove, pacing in 149-1.
1B, Frank, is Swingtown. Winner last year's Next Generation for 2-year-old colt pacers here at Scioto Downs. $502,000 lifetime for the 3-year-old bay colt down by the seaside, who was a $160,000 yearling purchase. He has 7 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3 in 15 lifetime starts. He was winner back 3 starts here at Woodbine, I should say, in 150 and 3/5. Paced a mile in 147 and 3 in the final of the Pepsi North American Cup. He finished 6th, pacing his mile in 147 and 3. The mile went in 147 and 1.
The number 2 out of the number 1 post position is I'm on fire. Austin Hanner drives for Todd Luther. This is a colt by Catch the Fire out of the Dragon Again mare Perfect Artist, owned by Greg Luther Racing. 9 starts this year, 4 wins, 3 seconds, has won 4 of its last 5, was a winner last time out in the Knappenberg final, finished 5th in the Ohio Sire Stakes on June 7th, but also has a win in the Buckeye Stallion Series this year. The number 2 is I'm on fire.
3, Unique Catch. Darren Harvey trains. Darren Harvey, the trainer of LT Loverboy, has a training win on the night here at Scioto Downs. Sam Widger will drive this 3-year-old bay colt, the son of Catch the Fire. 10 wins in 19 starts, $83,000 lifetime. 2 starts back in the Ohio Sire Stake, finished 2nd to Fear the Hate.
The number 4 is Copper Penny. Cam McGowan drives for trainer Brian Brown. This is a 3-year-old by Fool Me Once out of the Western Ideal mare Free and Easy. Lawrence Litwin owns. Also, the Litwin Racing Team bred this horse. 9 starts this year. Looking for its first win this year. Does have a couple of second-place finishes. Lifetime 7 wins, or 7 starts, a win, and 1 second-place finish. Last time made a break late and finished 8th well back.
5, Lather Up Athens, 3-year-old bay colt, the son of Lather Up. King Kaufman drives for Matt Waltz. 4 starts this year, has 2 seconds, $7,000 in earnings, $43,000 lifetime. Took his mark as a 2-year-old here at Scioto Downs of 154 and 1. The 5, Lather Up Athens.
The number 6 coming out of the 6-post position is Down by the Water. Chris Lems drives for Sam Scalacci. This is a Down by the Seaside out of Pirouette, Hanover, owned by Down by the Water out of Macedonia, Ohio. 6 starts, has hit the board in 5 of those with 2 wins and 3 seconds. Earnings this year of $39,275. Lifetime earnings over $100,000, $105 coming off a win at Northfield on June 23rd.
Brett Miller drives his 7, Odds on Valhalla. Brett looking for his 3rd driving win. This is a homebred. Odds on Racing, Boca Raton, Florida. Own and Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. $64,000. 2 wins last year as a 2-year-old. Took the mark as a 2-year-old here at Scioto of 154 and 1. 7, Odds on Valhalla and Brett Miller. They're leaving the paddock and coming to the track for the post parade of the 8th 3-year-old Colt Pace, Ohio Sire Stake for $65,000.
Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Horses on the track ready to post for the 8th race. Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Colt Pace for $65,000. No changes. Race 8 starts at $1. Pick 3. Here's the field. From post position 2, number 1, Fear the Hate. Overberg Racing Stable, Weaver Bersimmie, Knox Services and Beastie LOC. Trained by Ron Berg. Dan Noble has the lines. From post 7 is the 1A. Harrisburg Heist. Overberg Racing Stable, Knox Services, Philip Calor, Weaver Bersimmie, Ron Berg Trains, Ronnie Wren Jr. 1B will parade last. Post position 1 for number 2. Oh, I'm on fire. Owned by Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther Trains. Austin Hinders. 3 is Unique Catch. Owned by Waymash Jr. Eden Acres Farmstead. Steve Miller and trainer Darren Harvey with Sam Widger. 4, Copper Penny. Owned by Lawrence Lidwin. Brian Brown Trains. Cam McCown. 5 is Lather Up Athens. Owned and trained by Matt Waltz with Kane Kaufman. Post position 9 for 1B, Swingtown, Overberg Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, RES Racing, Brownberg Trains, Chris Page drives. Number 6, Down by the Water. Down by the Water, Sam Scalacci, the trainer. Chris Lems drives. From post position 8 is number 7, Odds on Valhalla by Odds on Racing and UFO 4. Trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller is in the sulky.
So there's the field for this, the 8th race on the card, the 3-year-old Colt Pacers. The $65,000 Ohio Sawyer Stakes. 3 of the entries, the 1, the 1A, and the 1B. Ron Burke trains all of them. Chris Page, it's kind of funny, the program says he picked 1B over the 1 and the 1A. Chris has wins with all 3 of these, and I have a feeling that the boss decided who was driving which of these horses in this race.
It very well could be.
I don't think Chris made the decision. Chris has said in the past he drives what Mr. Burke tells him to drive, so tonight he will be driving Swingtown. Fear the Hate will be Dan Noble. Fear the Hate has won 2 legs of the Sawyer Stakes, and it was Page who was driving in both of those races when Fear the Hate won the legs in the Sawyer Stakes. The other winner in the Sawyer Stakes for the Colt Pacers is another Burke entry, Rick Wink, who also has won 2 legs as well.
The track record for 3-year-old Colt Pacers is 148-4 here at Scioto Downs, Heart of Chewbacca, a few years ago. Danny Noble looking for his 3rd driving win of the evening. We have several with 3 drivers with 2 wins. Chris Page with 2 wins. He's on Swingtown, and Odds on Valhalla, Brett Miller. Brett has 2 wins on the card. And we mentioned Virgil Morgan Jr. already has 2 training wins in the Sire Stakes action tonight here at Scioto.
You know, we've talked about Fear the Hate, Swingtown. The one that's kind of nobody's really talking about is that Harrisburg Heist. Harrisburg Heist finished 2nd in the Hackett elimination, has hit the board in 6 of 7. The only time it didn't hit the board was when it had broken equipment and did not finish the race. That was 2 back over at Hoosier Park. So that's one to keep an eye on. Another one to keep an eye on, and we had Walt Callum up here talking about the job that Darren Harvey has been doing, and Darren Harvey training the number 3 Unique Catch, sitting there at 6-1. Wayne Mast has a piece of this horse, but Darren Harvey, one that we had talked about to them, hasn't really had the big horses in his stable, but has done a great job with LT Loverboy, and here he does. He's got another one sitting in the Ohio Sire Stakes trying to make some noise.
Yeah, Unique Catch, 3-year-old Bay Gold, the son of Catch the Fire, a $15,000 Buckeye Classic purchase, has $83,000 on his card. A winner in a qualifying time of 54-3. Did finish 2nd in Ohio State Sire Stakes action 2 starts back at Northfield on June 7th. As I mentioned earlier, he did finish 2nd to Fear the Hate. As you mentioned, Chris Page had his choice between the 1, 1A, and 1B. He supposedly chose Swingtown. Swingtown, if you look at the card of the 3 Burke horses, this year's the way they've been racing, Swingtown would be the one you wouldn't think that Chris would pick. But Swingtown has been racing on the Grand Circuit. So we'll see what Swingtown has tonight in him against these Ohio breds.
Raced in the North American Cup up in Canada, finished 6th in that race, and the elimination finished 3rd. does have a win in the Buckeye Stallion Series as well.
There you see a picture of Ronnie Wren Jr. on Harrisburg Heist. Ronnie Wren also drives the Burke horse Lou Print, probably our top 3-year-old pacer right now in the country, I would say.
Lou Print, winner at the Breeders' Crown last year, won the North American Cup. Ronnie Wren doing a great job driving that horse. One I think we'll see in Delaware come September time. I do not believe he's nominated into it, but that's one of those that if he's having a great year, it would not surprise me for the Burks to supplement him into the Little Brown Jug.
And I believe the Meadowlands Pace goes next Saturday. I believe they already had the entries because there was no
eliminations were needed. So just 10 were entered in that. You touched on Unique Catch being only a $15,000 purchase in the auction. How about Down by the Water, $110,000, Swingtown, $160,000 paid at the Ohio Select Sale for Swingtown, Down by the Seaside out of the Art Major mare Swinging Beauty.
Bred by Steiner Stock Farm of Lima, Ohio, Swingtown. We got a lot of action coming up, fair action, Frank, starting Monday at Wilmington. I believe there's 17 races. I'll be at Bell Fountain. I think we have 10 on
10
Monday.
At Bell Fountain, 16 at Wilmington on Monday. On Tuesday at Wilmington, I think there's 15
and
races.
We have 13, I believe, at Bell Fountain.
13 at Bell Fountain, and we've got Cortland. So
also.
we've got, guess what, folks? It's fair time.
Fair time's fun time.
Fair time's fun time, but it's also the fastest ride at the fair. Thank you, Matt Clark, for that slogan. So the Catch the Fire clock starting to wind down as we get set. There's a look at Chris Page and Swingtown. And now comes the fun stuff, making sure you know where you're getting behind the gate because the post positions are off. From the rail out, the number 1 will be I'm on fire, or the number 2 will be in the first post position. In the second post position is Fear the Hate. In the third post position, Unique Catch. Fourth, it's Copper Penny. Lather Up in the fifth. Down by the Water in the sixth. Harrisburg Heights in the seventh. Odds on Valhalla in the eighth. And Swingtown will be starting from the far outside the ninth. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call of the first division of the 3-year-old Colt Pace Ohio Sire Stakes.
Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Colt Pacers. 8th race from Saturday down. Start of a pick 3. They're at the post of the year. They go. Here, Avi end up pacing. Fear the Hate going for the lead. I'm on fire to the inside. Harrisburg Heist blasts away, center of the track, away 4th. Unique Catch. Outside 5th, Swingtown into the turn 6 is Copper Penny. Followed by Lather Up Athens, then Down by the Water and Odds on Valhalla. Early trailer to the top. Harrisburg Heist takes over. From Fear the Hate, Swingtown continuing to march up on the outside. I'm on fire is now 4th. Unique Catch 5th, 27 flat, opening quarter. Copper Penny is there 6th along the inside. Next is Lather Up Athens, Down by the Water and Odds on Valhalla. Swingtown is taken over. Harrisburg Heist is there 2nd. Fear the Hate 3rd. I'm on fire stays in. Unique Catch out first up. Following cover, Lather Up Athens and Down by the Water. The trailer is Odds on Valhalla. They pass the half. 55-3. 28-3. Second panel. It's Swingtown in control. First up, Unique Catch at his wheel. Closing in now just a neck back. Pocket sitter Harrisburg Heist. 4th on the outside, slightly gapping covers. Lather Up Athens inside. Fear the Hate. Then it is Down by the Water. I'm on fire. Copper Penny and Odds on Valhalla. 3/4 up next for Swingtown. He's there. In 122-3. 27 flat backside. Unique Catch will not go away. Harrisburg Heist from the pocket. Looking to shake free. Fear the Hate. He'll come 3 wide. Down by the Water trying to rally. I'm on fire on the inside. Into the stretch. Swingtown with the lead. Harrisburg Heiss in the passing lane outside. Here comes Fear the Hate. He's closing sharply. It's Swingtown to win at Swingtown from Harrisburg Heiss. Fear the Hate. Oh, I'm on fire. Copper Penny and Down by the Water. 149-4.
Chris Page, 149-4. The Burke entry finished 1, 2, and 3, Frank.
Burke sweep, Swingtown, Harrisburg Heiss, and Fear the Hate, I think is the way they end it. Not sure if Fear the Hate got up to catch Harrisburg Heiss. Nope, did not. So it's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Finishing fourth was the number 200. I'm on fire. So Swingtown collects its first Sire Stakes win of the year, second win on the year, and 5 starts for the Down by the Seaside, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RAS Racing of Powell.
Chris Page gets his third winning drive of the evening. Swingtown, Frank, as we mentioned earlier, next generation winner last year for 2-year-old Colt Pacers.
And we'll be getting ready to fire up the next generation in 2 races. Our next race will be the Open. And then after that, we will kick off the $150,000 next generation after that. But there goes Chris Page back to the winner's circle with Swingtown, not Captain Cowboy. Good crowd you can see there as Page heads back. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Numbers not posted yet. Unofficially, I had 1A, 1, 2, 4, and 6. So your exacta would be 1, 2. Your trifecta 1, 2, 4. Your super 1, 2, 4, 6. That, of course, is all unofficial. Back it into the Sugar Valley Farms winner's circle. Winner of the 8th race, Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old Colt Pace. 1B, Swingtown. 3-year-old Son of Down by the Seaside. Art Major, Mare Swinging Beauty. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RES Racing. Ron Burke's third training win on the program. Chris Page's third driving win. Pair of hat tricks. Second of the season for Swingtown. 8th career win. The mile 149-4.
So still waiting for it to go official. A Burke sweep here in the 8th for the 3-year-old Colt Pace, joined now by the director of racing here at Eldorado Scioto Downs, Jason Roth. And Jason, great night tonight. Big purses, Ohio breds going for over $1 million, and a big crowd.
Yeah, it's what we make these nights for. You know, this was on the plan. Have the next generation, have the 3-year-old Sire Stakes, and then we got lucky and had some great opens to go with the card.
You've got 3 of the 4 next generations filled. The one did not. How disappointing was that?
Yeah, I don't like that very much. We'll have to go back to the drawing board. You know, this started in 2020. We've tweaked it every single year. We'll go back to the drawing board and make sure this doesn't happen again.
But everybody likes the concept of this next generation and what it has done for Ohio racing.
You know, it's the unique race, right? There's a bunch of babies. Nobody knows who the best is. That's why I love it. So, yeah, it's we'll go back to the drawing board and make sure that 2-year-old filly Pace fills for next year.
In the past, there's been a lot of bartering going around. Was there that this year as much?
Yeah, up until 10 a.m. the day we drew at noon, or the box closed at noon. At 10 a.m. the slots were still changing hands. So it makes it fun, right? Probably not for the guy trying to get rid of the slot, but for us in the race office and trying to make sure that race goes. And we'll help the trainers try and get rid of the slots. So we're here to be that, that middle guy to try and get those slots going, make sure everybody that's in the race wants to be in the race.
When you have big nights like this, it really showcases how great racing is in Ohio and the commitment that Caesars has made to the racing program here.
Yeah, we're trying. And, the staff, I can't say enough good things about the staff. They work their butts off from first thing this morning to midnight tonight. You know, everybody's going to work hard. We're going to try to put on a great show, great product on the racetrack, and bring recognition to Ohio racing.
Well, thanks for joining us. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thanks.
So we got the rundown. It was Swingtown first, Harrisburg Heights second, Fear the Hate third, and I'm on Fire finished third in this race. So we will take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by Chris Breckler of Knox Services, who got his picture taken in the winner's circle. We'll be back right after this.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
Welcome back to Eldorado Scioto Drowns, joined now by Chris Breckler of Knox Services. And Chris, you've had a bunch in tonight. Finally, nice to get that winner and get in the winner circle.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's when you have this many races tonight, you always want to get a couple wins. And we got off the slide in race 8 with Captain Cowboy, and then come back with Swingtown, and actually first 1, 2, 3 there. So that's kind of nice.
Now, Swingtown has, it's not been the greatest, 1 for 4, now 2 for 5, but has been racing on the Grand Circuit, and, the competition has just been so much tougher for that horse.
Well, absolutely. This is his actually second start back in Ohio, or third start back, I guess. He was in the Hatchet final, but, I think he was just maybe a tiny bit short there. But as you notice, he came back the next time in the Stallion Series and won that, and then obviously tonight he showed that he's the old Swingtown.
And the old Swingtown started off the career about a year ago in the next generation, winning it. Talk about putting the horses into the next generation, how that sets them up.
I think it's huge. I mean, I think it's a great race that Scioto Downs does for us. I know it costs us money to put in, but, it's a way to get your year started. You've been waiting all this year, basically almost 8 months, 9 months to get these 2-year-olds racing. It's a good way to make maybe some money back real quick, and it can set up your whole year.
Talk about that process of you buy a lot of horses at the sales, and you got to wait. You don't get a chance to see them race for a while. How much is the anticipation of that?
It's exciting, and you just keep waiting, you keep waiting, and then once the first qualifiers come, that's the exciting time. That's when it's like, okay, it's race season. I mean, yeah, the 3-year-olds are racing, but you spend all this time on the 2-year-olds, and you want to see some promise, and this is the nice part about it.
How does the crop of 2-year-olds look for you guys?
I'm very happy with them. I mean, I think we'll see some really nice horses tonight race, and I think there's some other ones on the outside looking in too. So I think it's a good crop.
Can you get too excited?
No, anything can happen. So
well, hopefully tonight good things happen the rest of the way.
Correct. Let's hope. But anything can happen in horse racing.
Thanks, Chris, for joining us. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
So as we get set now for the Open, Doug, if you want to take a look at who we've got coming in the Open.
Well, Frank, it's a field of 9, beginning with one Racing Rebel, who was a winner last week here in the Open of 148-4. Chris Page for the Ron Burke stable. Chris looking for his 4th winning drive of the evening. 4-year-old bay horse by Racing Hill. $290,000 lifetime, the one Racing Rebel.
The number 2 is Lou Hill. Dave Pallone will drive for Virgil Morgan Jr. This is a Sweet Lou gelding owned by Tom Hill of England. He is also the breeder. Lou Hill making his Ohio debut, coming in from Kentucky, where he's been racing at Oak Grove. 8 starts, 4 seconds, 2/3, earnings of $104,000 this year.
Dan Noble gets the call on the 3 Celtic Spirit. Christy Noble trains. 7-year-old bay-gilded son of a Sweet Lou. Has $105,000 in earnings, 49-4 here at Scioto Downs. Last week finished second to Racing Rebel.
We're going to scratch the 4 and we're going to scratch the 5. So the number 6, PJ Lou, will move down a couple of spots closer to the rail. PJ Lou, Kane Kaufman will drive for Steve Carter. This is a 6-year-old Sweet Lou out of Silk Pajamas. Caldwell Mamie Racing out of Bel Air, Ohio owns. 13 starts, 5 wins, 3 seconds. Earnings of $95,000. Lifetime earnings of $367,000. Last time out was a qualifier. Came home a winner in 154-1. This is a $37,000 purchase at auction.
Number 7, Surreal Ideal. Luke Anders for Vernon Beachy. Surreal Ideal was third last week to Racing Rebel. Left from post 5, was parked pretty much 3/4 of the mile, paced his mile in 49-2, still came home in 27 seconds. The 7, Surreal Ideal, and driver Luke Hanners.
The number 8 is Wicked Character. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive for Ron Burke. This is a Yankee cruiser out of the Shady Character mare Riley Character. Winterwood Farms, T. Sullivan, R. Jackson, and T. Wilson are the owners. 20 starts this year, 5 wins, 2 seconds, 3/3. Lifetime earnings, $461,000.
Number 9 is Art Attack. Tyler Smith for Christy Noble. This 8-year-old is by Art Major out of the McCardle mare Tactful Lady, owned in partnership by James Morris and Norman Ray Racing. 5 wins on the season in 17 starts, $87,000 this year. Lifetime $415,000, a mark last year at Miami Valley of 148-4. That's the 9, Art Attack, driven by Tyler Smith. And that's the field for the 9th race. They're coming to the track now. Let's go to Barry Bickroy for the post parade.
Simi, Chris Page, and Marjorie Paul Hamus. Ron Berg trains. Chris Page drives. Number 2 is Lou Hill, owned by Tom Hill, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Dave Pallone. 3, Celtic Spirit, owned by James Morris, Dennis Owens, Carl Howard, and Norman Ray Racing, trained by Christy Noble with Dan Noble. Scratch the 4, scratch the 5, 6, PJ Lou, owned by Caldwell Mamie Racing, trained by Steve Carter with Kane Kaufman. 7, Surreal Ideal, owned by 518 Group LLC, and Get Up Racing, Vernon Beachy, the trainer with Luke Hanners. 8, Wicked Character, owned by Winterwood Farm, Tim Sullivan, Robert Jackson, and Tom Wilson. Ron Berg trains Ronnie Wren Jr. Completing the field, 9, Art Attack, owned by James Morris and Norman Ray Racing, trained by Christy Noble. Tyler Smith is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, high 5.
So there is the field for the Open tonight, $30,000.
Frank, we talk so much about the horses, the money they've won, how many wins they have. These drivers, Dave Pallone, the winningest driver in the sport of harness racing, I don't know if he's at 18,000 now. He broke Hervé Villion's record. Chris Page has over 6,000 wins, I believe, or did he just get 8,000 2 weeks ago or so?
I don't even know off the top of my head.
Something.
Lately, we've had so many milestones.
And you have Dan Noble.
Dan Noble. I mean, you know, you got Tyler Smith who has
5,000.
And you got a guy sitting in the paddock who doesn't have a drive in this race, Aaron Merriman, who's chasing Dave Pallone. So, you know, we've got some great drivers that have been hitting milestones.
It's just, I would say.
Oh, we're in
35,000
I was going to say
victories?
30 or 35,000, somewhere in there, no problem. Yep. Yeah, that's when you get that many wins. I mean, you've got some great drivers out there, and it's great to see a Dave Pallone come in from the Meadows to race over here on a big night. You know, we know Aaron Merriman does the Meadows in Northfield. We know Ronnie Wren Jr. does that as well, and racing in these different spots. Ronnie Wren, up to Canada for the North American Cup. So, the great ones they move around. They go to these big races. And we see that a lot, especially in the finals at the Scarlet and Gray Championships. You get some of the really big names to come in, which, especially when you've got the Dayton Derbies too. You're bringing those horses are coming in for those big races when we get towards the end of the year.
Right now, our post-time favorite is the 3 Celtic Spirit, Dan Noble. Celtic Spirit, 105,000 lifetime. Just 3 starts on the year, Frank. Has a win and a second. Winner earlier this year on a sloppy track and 49 and a piece right here at Scioto Downs.
Also was part of a dead heat earlier this year with Captain Cowboy.
Yes, I
3
remember
back.
that night.
Yep. 3 back had the dead heat between he and Captain Cowboy. That race went in 149 and 4. You take a look,
There on our screen is Racing Rebel, number 1, and Chris Page on our screen at this time, who won this race last week by a length in 48 and 4. And Celtic Spirit, right now the post-time favorite, finished second to Racing Rebel. And Celtic Spirit did all the dirty work, cut the mile last week. It's set up for Racing Rebel. See how it sets up tonight.
We talked about the Open 2 with $3.5 million in earnings among the horses. Before Better Be Bold and Twin Bee Monster, were scratched $2.8 million in earnings for this field, the 9 that will go to the gate. Right now, the number 3 still the number 1 choice. The second choice is Racing Rebel with Chris Page.
There you see Dave Pallone, the winningest driver in the sport of harness racing. 63-year-old Dave Pallone doing double duty today as he raced at his home track at the Meadows and made the 2-hour drive over here to Columbus, Ohio to Scioto Downs to pick up a couple drives this evening.
We'll see him in the next generation, I believe. I think he's got 2 drives in there, I think. We'll have to take a look at that. And
on our screen now, the 8 Wicked Character, Ronnie Wren Jr. Ronnie right now drives the top 3-year-old pacer in the country, Lou Print. He'll be driving him in the Meadowlands Pace next Saturday night at the Meadowlands. Tyler Smith, the 9 Art Attack. Tyler just picked up his 5,000th driving victory. I can remember as a 10-year-old back in 2003, 10-year-old Tyler Smith wanted to become a race announcer. I know he announced at my home fair of Salina. He announced a couple races, and I can remember that same year he called some races at the Champaign County Fair at Urbana.
It was funny when he set the milestone. A lot of pictures made its way to social media and showed a lot of very young shots of Tyler Smith.
I think it showed something maybe at the one picture I noticed was at the Delaware Matinee when they had a matinee at Delaware County Fairgrounds. I don't know if Tyler became the youngest driver as a 12-year-old to win a race under 2 minutes. I believe that's right.
I just looked up Dave Pallone, 21,260 victories.
How many?
21,000.
21,000. We was just off about
by 3,000. 82,000 starts, 21,260 victories. He's finished second 13,572 times. 10,009 times he's been third. He has earned $164 million in purses.
How many starts has he had? How many races?
82,428.
82,000.
Closing in on, he's got 819 starts this year, 214 wins. So there's Dan Noble to catch the fire clock, winding itself down as we get set to go here with the Open. From the rail out, it's Chris Page and Racing Rebel, Lou Hill and Dave Pallone, the number 2, Dan Noble, Celtic Spirit N, the 3. The number 4 is Better Be Bold and Austin Hanners, or Scratch number 4 and Scratch number 5. The number 6 is PJ Lou with Kane Kaufman. Luke Hanners drives the number 7, Surreal Ideal. The number 8, Wicked Character, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives. And Art Attack A, Tyler Smith in the bike. The number 9, as the starting gate moves into position in front of the Eldorado Scioto Downs grandstand as we get set to go with our 9th race on the card tonight. Next up, it will be the Next Generation, but first, it's the Horse and Geldings Open from Eldorado Scioto Downs going for $30,000. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Open Pacers 9th race from Scioto Downs, Rail Out Racing Rebel, Lou Hill, Celtic Spirit, PJ Lou, Surreal Ideal, Wicked Character, and on the outside, Art Attack, Field of 7 at the post of the year. They go. They're off and pacing. Celtic Spirit gets the first call. Art Attack fires away from the outside at the rail as Racing Rebel. Lou Hill away 4th, into the turn 5th. Surreal Ideal. Next is PJ Lou and Wicked Character, the early trailer. Make their way around the turn, drive to the quarter. Art Attack made the front. Will release Celtic Spirit to the top as they make their way on over to the quarter. Racing Rebel 3rd. Lou Hill is 4th, followed by Surreal Ideal. PJ Lou and Wicked Character, 25-4, opening quarter, and Celtic Spirit leads the way. Art Attack is there 2nd, Racing Rebel 3rd. Tight lines on Hill 4th. He's followed by Surreal Ideal. Then PJ Lou and Wicked Character. Everyone content with the tempo thus far, and Celtic Spirit will lead them in and around the clubhouse turn. Driving for the half. Art Attack is 2nd. Racing Rebel is there 3rd. Lou Hill is 4th. Surreal Ideal to the outside. He'll pick up plenty of cover up the rail. PJ Lou, the trailer. Wicked Character, 55-2 for the half. Danny was stealing, 29-3, second quarter. It's Celtic Spirit with the lead. Racing Rebel is attacking first up there, wheel to wheel, stride for stride, driving for 3 quarters. Art Attack has the pocket. Lou Hill, 2nd over 4th. He's ready to come 3 wide. Then it is Surreal Ideal. Hill fan even wider up the inside. PJ Lou and traffic issues for Wicked Character, 122-1, 26-4 backside. It's Celtic Spirit with the lead. Art Attack has had the trip. Racing Rebel is there. Surreal Ideal starting to kick in gear. Lou Hill having to navigate traffic. It's Celtic Spirit. Art Attack inside, outside. Racing Rebel is digging in as they come to the wire. Art Attack over Celtic Spirit. Racing Rebel, Surreal Ideal, and I believe Lou Hill 149-1.
$80-1 upset.
Wow.
Tripped out.
What an upset in the Open as Art Attack A and Tyler Smith for Christy Noble comes home a winner in 149-1. Tyler Smith able to bring Art Attack A home, his 6th win of the year.
Things set up a little different for Racing Rebel, the winner of the pace last week of 48-4. He pretty much got to trip last week, set the 2-hole. He got away 3rd. When you get away 3rd, you got to come first up, and that's a no-no. It is what it is, but he still hung on through fractions of 25-4, 55-2, 22-1, 149-1. We just talked about Tyler Smith. At one time in his young career, wanted to become an announcer. He just picked up his 5,000th career driving win earlier this week. 149-1 behind Art Attack. Christy Noble trained, owned by James Morris and Norman Ray Racing. 415,000 coming into tonight. 430 now. Lifetime for Art Attack.
Celtic Spirits finishes 2nd. Racing Rebel was 3rd. And Surreal Ideal finishes in 4th. So here is your winner Tyler Smith as he heads back to the winner's circle with Art Attack. The 8-year-old gelding by Art Major out of Tactful Lady. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the winner's circle.
Making his way back into the Sugar Valley Farms winner's circle. Winner of the 9th race, Open Pace, 9 Art Attack, an Australian bred, 8-year-old gelded son of Art Major out of the McCardo mare, Tactful Lady. But James Morris and Norman Ray Racing, Christy Noble is the winning trainer. Christy picks up her 13th training win of the meet. Tyler Smith is the winning driver. Tyler with his 42nd of the season. It's 2 in a row for Art Attack, his 35th career win, 6th of the season. It's the season's best for him, 149-1.
Big win there for Tyler Smith and Art Attack. That payment is going to be $160 some dollars. Yep, 100
probably.
official. Yep.
163.60, $50 to place, $420 to show, 9.3 exacta, $125.80. Christy Noble trainee exacta.
Trifecta, $326. It's not too often you see one that high hit. $163.60 for your winner, Art Attack. So that's been the undercard, or most of the undercard for the next generation. And we will kick it off with 3 of them coming up. We'll start with the Filly Trotters. Then it will be the Colt Trotters. And we'll wrap it up with our 3 next generation races with the Colt Pacers. But we'll have the Colt second division of the Colt Pace Sawyer Stakes between those races. So we'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll set the next generation for you, the $150,000 next generation for 2-year-old Filly Trotters when we return to Scioto Downs.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold Allegiant for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit OhioHorseJobs.com. That's OhioHorseJobs.com.
Welcome back to Scioto Downs as we get set for the first of our 3 next generation races. This will be the 2-year-old Filly Trot that we will have coming up here shortly. We just got word that they're working on getting an interview with the driver of the number 2 Set Your Sights High, Mike Wilder, down out of the paddock. So we're going to see if they end up picking up this interview or not. But this is the first of the 3 next generations for the Filly Trotters. You take a look at the Filly Trotters in the past, and largest win margin was 4.5 lengths by Aunt Lily, last year's winner, as she came home to win that race. The winning favorites are 1 for 4 in races in the next generation. In fact, here's the interview with Mike Wilder. Let's pick that up.
We're happy to welcome in a good friend of mine, Mike Wilder. This is not how we usually talk, but Jason told me that Jenna had to do some Fox Sports and that I have to do some interviews, so they've thrown a softball at me, so beware.
All right, man.
It's good to have you back here at Scioto Downs. won a lot of races here, and man, your career's really progressed, and it's just so proud that you're a friend of mine. Did you ever think that when we were driving up the road 3.5 hours from Lebanon to Raceway Park to drive one horse that we would ever be in this spot?
No. I mean, it's always something you have in your mind you would love to do, but I've got the opportunity to drive some really good horses and be around a lot of good people to make it happen. But I feel very, very blessed to been able to get it done.
One of the most important parts of this business is you kind of have to learn from everybody. And we had a great group of trainers and horsemen to learn, around that southwestern Ohio thing with around Lebanon, and then you being from Sydney, Ohio. So many different people that we've learned so many things. But how much did you progress as a horseman after you moved over to the Meadows and you got a new perspective on everything, and you're driving with Dave Pallone and Dan Altmeyer? How much has that helped you?
Well, I've been in a lot of different steps, totally different driving styles. And like you just said, the names you put out there, like I was with Randy Owens, Virgil Morgan Jr., now Dan Altmeyer. You race with Pallone, you race with these guys here. It's just everything's a stepping stone. And I've learned a ton from my father-in-law, and it just fit right in at the Meadows, and it's been a great 25 years there.
Well, we're always happy when you come back here to Scioto Downs. You get a couple of mounts in the next generations tonight. Let's talk about the first one. I know that this is going to be the first time driving both of them in the upcoming second race. You've got to set your sights high for Marcus Melander, an in-range filly. It looks like the first start at Oak Grove really took a step forward off of the qualifiers. Marcus told you a whole lot about her.
I did actually get to talk to him the other day. He was at the Meadows racing some sire stakes. He said he liked her, and seems like she's a nice filly. Not a whole lot to tell. The lines look great, and he was pretty confident in her. I'm just glad to get the opportunity to take a shot with her.
Yeah, it's always that's the fun thing about the next generation is you put these 2-year-olds in these positions and then see how they react. And if I had the chance to do one, I think Mike Wilder would be on the top of my list to call in to drive.
I appreciate it.
Then you get another call from a guy you used to drive against a bunch. Jeff Nysonger has a 2-year-old Colt Pacer in the 13th race.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot with help with the post-parade outside post. Swelch has the 7-hole, but you really have to be impressed with that first start here, or second start here at Scioto Downs.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what these young horses are doing, so early. The breed's gotten so much better, and these trainers have really prepared them well for this. And he looks like a really nice colt. Like you said, the post hurts, but hey, it's just where we start. It's a starting point, and anything can happen.
And I'm just going to guess that Marcus has a lot of stakes horses and does a lot of different work with so many different drivers to drive somebody. And then the same thing that Jeff's finding out is he's got a lot of these stakes horses. Not as much among as far as driving instructions. It's more of, here you go, Mike, do some work and get us some money.
Yeah, you definitely want the insight on the colt, but it's great that they give you that opportunity, and they have enough, faith in you to get the job done. That's why they put us up, and just like I said, just happy to get the opportunity, and hope we do some good here.
Yeah, get excited on nights like this with the next generation and the sire stakes and all that stuff, but I get a little extra excited when I see my old friend Mike Wilder back in town. Mike, thanks for doing this, and good luck tonight.
Hey, I appreciate everything, Barry. It's great being here.
Now, Mike Weidler driving the number 2, Set Your Sights on High, trained by Marcus Melander. This is the 2-year-old filly trot. The first time they raced this was in 2021, the second year of the next generation. The first one was won by Be My Baby Now. Chris Page drove for Ron Burke. Then Anthony McDonald in the stable got the first of their 2 winners in this division with Swinging Senorita in 2022. Jurassic Hattie outdueled Sugar Instead in 2023 to win the next generation. And then last year it was Aunt Lily, Anthony McDonald, and Jason McGinnis for the stable. Best time, 156-1 by Swinging Senorita. But how have those horses done afterwards? Let's take a look at how those horses have done since the next generation.
2025 marks the 6th year for the next generation at Eldorado Scioto Downs. It has become one of Ohio's premier events for 2-year-olds and has served as a springboard for future success. Let's take a closer look at what past next generation filly trot winners have gone on to achieve. 2023 winner Jurassic Hattie has hit the board in 23 of 28 lifetime starts. She has 12 career wins and over $492,000 in earnings. Her next generation victory came in 156 and 2 with Brett Miller in the sulky for trainer Eric Nesselrode. The daughter of Volstead posted 4 wins and never finished worse than second as a freshman. She earned over $127,000 that year. As a sophomore, she won the James K. Hackett Final and a $100,000 leg of the Ohio Sires Stakes. She finished that season having hit the board in 10 of 13 starts with 5 wins and over $314,000 in earnings. As a 4-year-old this season, she has hit the board in 6 of 8 starts with 3 victories. She posted her lifetime best of 150 and 4 at Miami Valley in April. Swinging Senorita owns the fastest next generation time in the filly trotter class. She won the 2022 race in 156 and 1 with Anthony McDonald driving for trainer Jason McGinnis. Over 2 seasons, Swinging Senorita earned over $334,000 and hit the board in 26 of 34 starts with 8 victories. The daughter of What the Hill hit the board in all 10 starts as a freshman and earned over $200,000. She went on to post 5 wins and over $132,000 in earnings as a sophomore. Her lifetime best of 154 and 1 came at MGM Northfield Park during her sophomore campaign. 2021 winner Be My Baby Now is another daughter of What the Hill. Her next generation victory came in 157 and 4 with Chris Page in the sulky for trainer Ron Burke. Be My Baby Now hit the board in 6 of 8 starts with 2 wins and over $191,000 in earnings as a freshman. She also posted her lifetime best of 157 and 4 as a 2-year-old. In 2 seasons, she totaled 3 wins and nearly $200,000 in earnings in 18 starts. Aunt Lily won last year's Next Generation for filly trotters in 157 and 2 with Anthony McDonald driving for trainer Jason McGinnis. As a freshman, the Uncle Peter filly hit the board in 8 of 10 starts with 3 wins and over $154,000 in earnings. Aunt Lily is off to a promising start this year. She posted a lifetime best, 154 and 1 in June, and has hit the board in 4 of 7 starts with 2 wins. She boasts over $181,000 in lifetime earnings.
So there's a look at some of the graduates from the 2-year-old filly trot that have performed. Aunt Lily, the winner last year, the only winner sired by Uncle Peter, and that came last year with Aunt Lily.
Well, we're going to take a look at the field. They're getting ready to come out, Frank. Number 1, Range the Wish, Aaron Merriman for Chris Beaver, 2-year-old bay filly by In Range. In Range, a big name we're hearing a lot about, stands at, is it
Hickory Lane.
Hickory Lane at,
up in Findlay.
His crops his first year have averaged $39,000 in the sale ring. This being the first start for Range the Wish, out of Cadabra Mare, owned by Beaver, Yoder, VAP Internet, and Buckney. Aaron Merriman, the 1, Range the Wish.
The number 2 is Set Your Sights High. Mike Wilder drives for Marcus Melander. This also is an in-range filly out of the Cantab Hall Mare Special Interest, owned by Heights Stable, Manthrop, AMG Stable out of Delray Beach. 1 start, finished in 2nd place. This was a $50,000 purchase at the Lexington sale. That second came at Oak Grove, finished 2nd, a length and 3/4 back, trotting in 157.
Number 3, Demonic Nico at Lee Bender for Irv Miller, 2-year-old bay filly by In Range. This a $95,000 yearling purchase. Has 1 start and a win. That win at Oak Grove in 158.
The number 4 is Godusa. Dave Pallone drives for Nancy Tatker. This is a ready for money out of the Trixton mare Behold the Dream. E5 Racing and John Fielding are the co-owners, making its first career start, coming off a 3-length victory in a qualifier over at the Meadowlands, pardon me. So right now, Dave Pallone will drive Godusa.
5, Speed Be With You, Austin Hanners drives for Todd Luther, 2-year-old bay filly by Mission Accepted. Making its first career start, was a winner by 17 3/4 lengths in a qualifier of 157 and 2 at Delaware.
The number 6 is Rose Run Burke. Brett Miller drives for Vernon Beachy, the 3rd in-range entry, a sired entry, First Up Racing out of Beach City, Ohio, is the ownership group. First career start coming off a 4-length victory in a qualifier over at the Meadows.
Chris Page drives a 7, Mooter Tutor for Ron Burke. 2-year-old Bay filly by Long Tom. This is a $28,000 purchase. Has 2 qualifiers at the Meadows. Last start out, a qualifier on the 17th of June, a winner by a length and a half in 2 minutes 4/5. The 7, Mooter Tutor.
The number 8 is Tomboy Strong. Anthony McDonald drives for Jason McGinnis. The stable owns this Long Tom. Was a winner in its first start, a maiden race over at the Meadows, trotting in 158 and 1. Tomboy Strong will try to give the stable their 3rd victory in this. Chris Beaver has a couple of training wins in this. Jason McGinnis has Chris Beaver has 1. Jason McGinnis 2. Ron Burke, though, 8 training wins in the 2-year-old in the next generation.
Take a look at the Scioto Downs paddock. The field coming to the track. We're getting set for post parade. I'd like to give a shout out to Mike Wilder's mom, Rhonda Ritter. She's probably watching her son Mike drive tonight. She watches the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast throughout the summer.
So they're making their way out right now, and we will have Barry Vickroy pick up the post parade as they make their way out on to the track. Here comes the number 2 and Set Your Sights High with Mike Wilder in the bike. They've been spacing them out as they're coming out of the paddock for their introductions in the post parade. This is Demonic Nico. The number 3, Atlee Bender, is in the bike for Irv Miller. Here comes the number 4, Dave Pallone driving Godusa. Nancy Tatger is the trainer. Let's go to Barry Vickroy for the post parade.
Horses coming onto the track for the 10th race, the $150,000 next generation 2-year-old filly Trot. There are no changes. Here's the field number 1, Range the Wish. Daughter of In Range was bred by Ed Miller of Ohio, owned by trainer Chris Beaver, Martin Yoder, VIP Internet Stable, and Cousin Bucky's stable. An $18,000 Buckeye Club purchase. Range the Wish, Aaron Merriman drives. Number 2, Set Your Sights High. Daughter of In Range, bred by Kentucky Anna Farms. $50,000 Lexington Select sale purchase. Owned by Highland Heights, Mantrop LOC, AMG stable. Kay Shelgren lives up. Marcus Melander, the trainer. Mike Wilder drives the 2, Set Your Sights High. 2 is Demonic Nico. Daughter of In Range was bred by Lavelle Farms of Ohio. It's owned by Irv Miller stable. Anthony Lombardi, Douglas Overheiser of Miller Trains. Atlee Bender on the 3, Demonic Nico. 4 is Godusa. Daughter of Ready for Money was bred by Carter Door, Kentucky. It's owned by E5 Racing and John Fielding. Nancy Tactor Trains. Dave Pallone, the 4, Godusa. 5 is Speed Be With You. Daughter of Mission Accepted was bred by co-owner David Wills. Majority purchased by Greg Luther Racing recently. Todd Luther now trains. Austin Henners drives the 5, Speed Be With You. 6 is Rose Ron Brook. It's a $57,000 Ohio Select purchase. 2-year-old Daughter of In Range, bred by Rose Run Farm, owned by First Up Racing Stable. Vernon Beachy trains. Brett Miller the 6, Rose Run Brook. 7 is Mooter Tutor. Daughter of Long Tom, a $28,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Wayne Weaver, owned by Burke Racing, Knox Services, Beastie LLC, RAS Racing, Ronberg Trains, Chris Page, the 7, Mooter Tutor. Completing the field, 8, Tomboy Strong, Daughter of Long Tom, bred by the stable, a homebred here. Jason McGinnis trains. Anthony McDonald drives the 8, Tomboy Strong. Those are the 2-year-old filly trotters, the $150,000 next generation. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering.
So there's the field for the 2-year-old filly trot, the Next Generation, purse of $150,000. 5 of these 8 will be making their first lifetime start. Range the Wish, Gadusa, Speed Be With You, Rose Run Brook, and Mooter Tooter are making their first starts, career starts today.
Frank, we see the 4 Godusa with Dave Pallone, our post-time favorite at 2-1. It's pretty much wide open after there. We got 9-2, 6-1, 6-1, 5-1. The longest shot on the board, the 6 Rose Run Brook at 15-1.
And this is one of the horses making its first career start, so you really don't know what it's got. It did finish first in a qualifier, but then you look at the other qualifier it had, it made a break and finished well back.
The 7 Mooter Tooter, a $28,000 Ohio Select purchase by Long Tom. The second dam of Mooter Tooter, Clara Marie, was a winner of $201,000. She's the dam of a winner of $897,000. That was Corky, had a mark of 52-4. So that's what a lot of your owners, trainers look at, that second and third dam, what they produced.
One of the part owners of Range the Wish, the number one is VIP Internet Stables, which is one of those fractional ownership groups that, and shares of this horse are still available. So if you want to jump in and pick up a Next Generation horse, here you go. There would be your opportunity right there to do that. There's a look at the number 3, Demonic Nico. This is an in-range out of the Cantab Hall mare, Can't Stop Marie. You had the story on the Vecna of Kane Kaufman, how that horse was named. You wonder when you see something like Demonic Nico, you're wondering where that name came from, because if you look, it's got nothing to do with the sire or the dam of the horse.
The track record for 2-year-old filly trotters, Sugar Instead, 155.
The Next Generation record for the 2-year-old filly trotters, 156-1, set by Swinging Senorita back in 2022. Anthony McDonald, one of 4 drivers. You see right there on the screen, one of 4 drivers to have multiple wins in the Next Generation. Chris Page leads with 8 wins in 17 starts that he has made. The other 2, Dan Noble, who does not have a drive in this race, Ronnie Wren Jr., who does not have a drive in this race. So a win tonight by Tomboy Strong and Anthony McDonald, and he would move into sole possession of second place for wins by a driver in the Next Generation. Horses are getting ready to go behind the starting gate.
Yeah, a lot of these 2-year-olds, as you said, especially fillies, making their first start. They've been behind the gate, schooling, I'm sure, a lot and in qualifiers, but is there going to be an early battle for the lead? Somebody's going to have to go to the front. Will they nurse them out of there?
Well, you talk about, the training getting behind the gate, and one of the things you run into with young trotters is they make a lot of breaks. Yeah. But if you look at the ones here at the qualifiers and the ones that have started, only 2 of them have shown a break at all. And, one of them is Godusa, and the other one is the 6, Rose Run Brook. Brett Miller drives for Vernon Beachy. The very first qualifier here at Scioto Downs, made a break at the start, comes back the next qualifier and wins.
I was just glancing down the program, just with a quick glance. 5 of the 8 are pretty free-legged. 3 of them have trotting hobbles on, what I can see. There's a picture of the 8, Anthony McDonald and Tomboy Strong. Bay filly by Long Tom out of the Muscle Mass mare, Muscle Chrome. 1 for 1 in her young career. Winner in a maiden trot at the Meadows on June 25th. Winner by 2 lengths of 158-1.
Next Generation started back in 2020 with just the colt pace and the filly pace. Charlie May won the colt pace. Winella Hanover won the filly pace. The next year they added the trotters, with Chulo winning the 2-year-old colt trot, and then Be My Baby Now, the inaugural filly trot race, winning that one. There's a look at the number 4. That is Godusa, as Dave Pallone gets the ready for money, ready to go, as the Catch the Fire clock has ticked down to under 40 seconds now. Starting cart making its way around the track as we get set for the first of our 3 Next Generation. $150,000. Winner to take home $75,000. Not a bad way to start your career.
Highest priced yearling in here is the 3 Dominic Nico, I believe, $95,000. 7 of 5 on the 4 Godusa and driver Dave Pallone. Jay Houck has moved the starting gate into position. The wings open, and 2-year-old filly trotters, field of 8, Next Generation for $150,000 are headed to the gate.
Gate is rolling. Hero Philly Trotters for the $150,000 Next Generation from the rail out. Range the Wish, set your sights high. Demonic Nico, Gadusa. Speed Be With You, Roseron Brook. Mooter Tutorin on the outside. Tomboy Strong. Field of 8 are at the gate for the 10th from Scioto Downs. The $150,000 Next Generation Hero Philly Trot. There they go. Here, off the end at Running Speed Be With You. We'll get the first call just to her inside. Gadusa, good start. Off stride went Rose Run Brook in at the rail. Range of the Wish away in 4th. Set your sights high. Backing off 5th into the turn. Demonic Nico will be followed by Tomboy Strong. Then Mooter Tutor and down trotting but trailing the field. Rose Run Brook. As they make their way around the turn and on over to the Dave Pallone and Gadusa show the way. Racing in 2nd, Speed Be With You. Range of their Wishes their 3rd. Quarter 28 and 3. 4th is Set Your Sights High for Wilder. Then Demonic Nico, followed by Tomboy Strong. Mooter Tutor in the trailer. Rose Run Brook at the tail end as they pass the stands. 8-5 favorite. Gadusa leads the way. Speed Be With You tripping out. Range of the Wishes their 3rd. Set Your Sights High is next. She'll be flushed to the outside and on the move by Demonic Nico. Tomboy Strong is out and 3rd over up the inside saving ground. Motor Tutor and the trailer Rose Run Brook, the half 59 and 1. Pallone stole the second quarter, 30 and 3. In that second split, they start down the backstretch. It's Gadusa now by 2. Speed Be With You tightening back in is still 2nd. Range the Wish 3rd. Set Your Sights High on the outside is 4th. She'll pick up cover as they head towards 3rd. And be 2nd over to the inside. Mooter Tutor continuing to save ground in advance, and off stride went Gadusa while on the lead. Gadusa went off stride, so benefiting and taking over. Range the Wish outside. Set Your Sights High. Speed Be With You still has the pocket now for it. Demonic Nico. Then it is Mooter Tutor. Tomboy Strong. Rose Run Brook 3/4 was 128 and 1. 29 flat backside. Range the Wish on the outside. Set Your Sights High is digging in. They drive for the wire. Demonic Nico outside, inside. Speed Be With You is trying to close. Set Your Sights High, and Mike Wilder win the Next Generation Hero Philly Trot in 1:56 and 3.
A lot of chaos there, and that opens the door for Set Your Sights High and Mike Wilder and Marcus Melander, the trainer, to come away with their first wins here at the Next Generation. It looked like it was all Dave Pallone and Gadusa, and all of a sudden made the break, and that opened the door, and it was Set Your Sights High cruising to victory. Up for second was Demonic Nico, and Speed We With You, Austin Hanners finishes third.
We mentioned earlier, Frank, in range, all his foals, yearlings, averaged right at $39,000, and that's who Set Your Sights High is by In Range out of the Cantab Hall mare Spatial Interest, bred by Kentucky Anna Farm of Lexington, owned by the Heights Stable, Greenwich Farm. Had one start coming in, had a second place finish. That was at Oak Grove, trotting the mile in 1:57, beaten by a length and 3/4.
First time we've seen the inquiry sign go up. That'll have to do with the breaking horses. But Set Your Sights on High, a Lexington select sale purchase of $50,000. Guess what? You just paid for it. And we'll have to wait and see.
It was worth Mike Wilder's trip to drive over this way.
That it was.
From the Meadows.
That it was. Get on the air with Barry Vickroy, do an interview, and find yourself a winner. It was in 156 and 3, 2 ticks off the record for the Philly Trotters.
As we talked about, In Range, the sire of the winner, Set Your Sights High, stands at Hickory Lane Farm in Findlay. Sire of In Range is Bar Hopping. In Range was a winner of $793,000 in his lightly raced career. Took a mark as a 2-year-old of 54-1, as a 3-year-old of 151-4. If you look on the replay now, they passed the half. They're heading into the far turn. Well, we missed the replay as we're going to the winner's circle with Mike Wilder and Marcus Melander.
Judges have removed the inquiry sign. No change in the order of finish. Make their way back in front of the grandstand to the Sugar Valley Farms Winner's Circle. Winner of the 10th race, $150,000. Next Generation 2-year-old filly trot. Number 2, Set Your Sights High. It's a 2-year-old daughter of In Range out of the Cantab Hall mare, Special Interest. Owned by Heights Stable. Mantorp LLC, AMG Stable. K. Shelgren lives Marcus Melander, the winning trainer. Mike Wilder, the winning driver. Set Your Sights High, your 2025 Next Generation 2-year-old filly trot champion.
There's your winner, Set Your Sights High. And Mike Wilder driving, $11 to win, $380 to place, $280 to show. Demonic Nico, $520, $440. Speed Be With You, $440. Exacta paid $25.90. And the trifecta, $69.40. So coming home a winner in the first of our 3 Next Generation races is the number 1, Set Your Sights High. Now, it's always interesting, when they come in here to see. Now, this is one that, is not stabled in Ohio, is not being trained in Ohio. You wonder how much they will come back into Ohio to race in the Sire Stakes, having come in here and, win the first one for the 2-year-old trotting fillies.
Yes, had a qualifier at the Meadowlands, I should say, on the 7th of June. Finished 4th, trotted a mile in 2 minutes and a fifth. At Oak Grove was a winner in 157. Or I should say, I'm sorry, second at Oak Grove. Mike Wilder picking up the win. Dexter Dunn drove Set Your Sights High on the 23rd of June at Oak Grove.
And that was in the Kentucky Sire Stakes, so this is a dual eligible,
yes,
horse. So we'll have to see, where Set Your Sights High goes from here out. So,
see on the replay there, Wilder and Set Your Sights High will come first up as they head down the backside right past the half, and shortly here's where all the commotion's going to start. And there's the break by Gaduda and Dave Pallone. And Mike is setting second over now with the winner, Set Your Sights High. And at the top of the stretch, Collars the one, Range the Wish.
Well, we are joined up here in our broadcast location with Scarlett Wilder, and nice trip over from home for this tonight, wasn't it?
It really was. We're super happy to have been able to come over for this. You know, the Melanders are really great friends, and they always have their horses ready.
Now, your dad was driving today over at the Meadows, makes his way over here, and he's got to be happy that he made the trip.
Oh, he's so happy. I mean, we love getting out to come over here. We're back to his home state and getting the chance to drive super nice horses. We couldn't be happier.
Now, this horse is dual eligible. Any idea what the plan is moving forward?
I really don't. I mean, I know
You're
she was
supposed to know this stuff.
I know.
Come up here.
I know. She was down in Oak Grove to begin with, and then came up here for this. I would have to make the assumption she's going to go back to Oak Grove.
Well, you know, we got some big races up here in Ohio.
Maybe towards the fall. I did talk to Matthias a little bit earlier, and he did say that they would be coming up here a little bit more in the fall, possibly, yeah.
Well, good. Congratulations, and maybe another one later on tonight. I think your dad's got one more drive, doesn't
He has one more. I mean, one down, one to go. You can only hope, but we're just hoping that the other one races well, and we're happy to be here.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Scarlett Wilder, daughter of Mike Wilder, who just came home a winner with Set Your Sights High.
It is official. Didn't affect the top four, I guess.
Yeah.
So
inquiry just on the breaking horse. So that'll do it for the 2-year-old filly trotters. Next up, we will have the 2-year-old colt trotters in the next generation when we return to Eldorado Scioto Downs.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Welcome back to Eldorado Scioto Downs as we get set for our second next generation. This is the 2-year-old colt trot. The first one was held in 2021. Chulo was the winner. John Dutton was the winner in 2022. Spazzano in 2023. And What's Shakin' last year. And let's take a look back at how these graduates of the next generation have fared.
2025 marks the 6th year for the next generation at Eldorado Scioto Downs. It has become one of Ohio's premier events for 2-year-olds and has served as a springboard for future success. Let's take a closer look at what past next generation colt trot winners have gone on to achieve. 2023 winner Sponzano is the top earner among past Next Generation Colt Trotter winners with over $644,000. Aaron Merriman drove him to victory in 156-2 that year for trainer Chris Beaver. That marks the fastest time for this classification. As a freshman, Sponzano hit the board in 6 of 7 starts. That year included 5 wins and earnings of over $272,000. The son of Coraggioso went on to win 3 races as a sophomore, including the $115,200 Ohio Breeders' Championship and the $100,000 Battle of Bunker Hill. He totaled over $333,000 in earnings that year. His lifetime best of 153-2 also came that season. Sponzano has hit the board in 6 of 7 starts as a 4-year-old this season with 2 victories. In 27 career starts, he has hit the board 22 times with 10 wins. 2022 winner John Dutton boasts $455,000 in lifetime earnings. The son of What the Hill posted a winning time of 157-1 with Chris Page driving for trainer Ron Burke. John Dutton went on to have his best season as a sophomore when he hit the board in 15 of 18 starts. He won 10 races that year, including the $100,000 fourth leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes, and earned over $278,000. Still racing as a 5-year-old this season, he has 15 victories and 37 career starts. He has a lifetime best of 152-2. Chulo won the 2021 Next Generation for Colt Trotters. The son of What the Hill crossed the line in 157 with Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for trainer Pierre Ingblum. Chulo earned over $106,000 as a freshman. He has gone on to post 18 wins and 96 career starts with over $324,000 in earnings. He had a career best 9 wins as a 5-year-old last season and has 3 victories and 13 starts this year. His lifetime best is 152-3. What's Shaken is another What the Hill son to win the Next Generation. He won the 2024 race in 155-4 with driver-trainer Ronnie Gillespie. What's Shaken earned over $130,000 and recorded his lifetime best of 155-4 as a freshman last year. He has 2 wins and over $150,000 in 13 lifetime starts.
What's Shaken, last year's winner, was the least expensive winner at sales, $17,000, and Ronnie Gillespie will try to go back-to-back with Next Generation Colt Trot winners as he will send the number 1 Big Ranger out to the track. You just saw him leaving there. The number 1 Big Ranger, Ronnie Gillespie drives and trains. Madison Global of Dundee, Ohio owns, making its first career start. This colt is by In Range out of the tactical landing mare Big Bluebird. Does have 1 qualifier under his belt. That came back on June 16th. Was an easy winner by 7 lengths in 157-2.
Frank the Two's Rose Run banker Chris Page for Ron Burke, the 2-year-old bay colt by In Range, a $70,000 purchase. First career start. 3 qualifiers, last one 55-1, a winner by 3.5 lengths at the Meadows.
Let's pick up the post parade.
$150,000, the Next Generation 2-year-old Colt Trot. No changes. Race 11 will kick off the late pick 5. Here's the field. Number 1, Big Ranger, son of In Range, a $25,000 Ohio Select sale purchase. It's bred by Springhaven Farm, owned by Madison Global, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Big Ranger. 2 is Rose Run Banker, a $70,000 Ohio Select sale purchase. Bred by Rose Run Farm, owned by Burke Racing Field Stables, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page, at 2, Rose Run Banker. 3 is Zane Trace, a homebred for the Joyce McClellan stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller drives the son of Uncle Peter. Zane Trace. 4 is Rose Run Boom, a $47,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Rose Run Farm, owned by Jeff Odd Racing. Brian Carsey, Adam Freeland, Jacob Beard, Steve Carter trains. Austin Henners drives the son of In Range. Number 4, Rose Run Boom. 5 is Uncle Danny, son of Uncle Peter, $25,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Albert Miller, owned by the stable and Hutchison Harness, trained by Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald, the 5, Uncle Danny. Number 6, Max the Mighty, son of What the Hill, a $30,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Nathan Miller, is owned by trainer Chris Beaver, the VIP Internet stable. Donald Robinson, William Rufinake, Aaron Merriman at the lines of the 6, Max the Mighty. 7 is Rude Doodle, $11,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, son of Long Tom, bred by Midland Acres. It's owned by Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Ed Perry, Megan Levan, Hank Levan trains and drives 7, Rude Doodle. Completing the field, 8, What Say You, $14,000 Ohio Select sale purchase. Son of Long Tom was bred by Joe Ocker. Is owned by Joel Shivik and Suzanne Bates. Tyler Bates trains Luke Hanners the 8. What say you? It's a field for the next generation 2-year-old Colt Trot. When Blaze Show.
Pick up the rest of the introductions of these horses. The number 3 is Zane Trace. Brett Miller will drive for Virgil Morgan Jr. This Uncle Peter is out of the Yankee Glide mare She Wore Red. The Joyce McClellan stable of Zanesville, Ohio, the owners, making its first career start, has 2 qualifiers so far. Both of them finished second in those qualifiers.
Frank the Four's Rose Run Boom. Austin Hanners drives for trainer Steve Carter, owned by Jeff Fout, Brian Carsey, and Adam Friedland. This is a 2-year-old brown gilded son of In Range, a $47,000 purchase. 2 qualifiers under his belt. Last time a winner, 156-4 by a length and a half right here at Scioto Downs.
The number 5 is Uncle Danny. Anthony McDonald drives for Jason McGinnis. This is Uncle Danny is owned by the stable and Hutchison Harness. This Uncle Peter is out of Sophia Leah. Has made 2 starts this year, a win and a second. The win coming in a maiden race over at the Meadows. The second place finish on the 26th of June. Also over at the Meadows. Finished second, trotting in 156-3.
There you see the 6, Max the Mighty. Our favorite right now at 3-5. This is a $30,000 yearling purchase. The 2-year-old bay gelding by Watt the Hill from the Chris Beaver barn. Aaron Merriman drives. Aaron looking for his second driving win. Max the Mighty is going to try to go 2 for 2 in the year, coming off of non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel win at Northfield Park. Winner by 3 3/4 in 2 minutes and 4/5. The 6, Max the Mighty.
The number 7 is Rude Dude L. Hank Levan drives and trains this long time, owned by the Levan stables, Dharma Fall Racing, E. Perry, and M. Levan. 3 starts this year, all coming on the fair circuit. A win and 2 seconds. First time out at Paulding, second. Then at Circleville, a second. Then at Ottawa, came home a winner by 3/4 of a length in 2:06. So right now, sitting there, the way long shot at 41-1 on the board. Hank Levan making his 4th career drive in the next generation.
Rounding out the field, number 8, What Say You? Luke Hanners for Ty Bates, 2-year-old bay gelded son of Long Tom, a $14,000 Ohio Select purchase. 3 for 3 for What Say You. All 3 of those wins coming at county fairs at Paulding, 207-4 the following week. At Circleville, 205-1, just getting faster all the time, 204-3. Last week at Ottawa, qualifier here at Scioto Downs, a 159-1. The 8, What Say You?
This is the first starter that Tyler Bates has had in the next generation. Luke Hanner making just his 3rd driving appearance in the next generation. There's a look at Chris Page and the number 2 Rose Run Banker driving for Ron Burke. We just talked about those making their 1st or 3rd starts. How about Chris Page? This is his 19th start as a driver in the next generation. Burke's 19th entry. They have teamed up for the most wins and the most training when it comes to earnings, and they are together. Both of them 17 starts, 8 wins, 2 seconds, 3/3, earnings of $760,500.
The 2, Rose Run Banker, the second dam of this $70,000 yearling purchase is Sandra Victory. She produced Double Day, a winner of over $200,000, a mark of 53-2. And also the dam of Combs Hanover, a great trotter that we see race week in and week out here at Scioto Downs. There on the screen is the 4, Rose Run Boom, Austin Hanners for Steve Carter. 9-1 on the board at this time, coming off a qualifying win of 156-4. By In Range, a $47,000 purchase, Rose Run Boom.
So the field set for the 2-year-old Colt Trot next generation. The favorite The 6, Max the Mighty. Second choice right now is the number 2, Rose Run Banker. The 2 long shots, the 2 coming off the fair circuit, Rude Dude L and What Say You. And Doug, we're around the fairs an awful lot. It's a big jump, asking an awful lot of these 2 here. And then to draw the 7 and the 8 hole. There's no respect at all for these 2 horses.
Yeah,
And
that's,
so
that's too bad. Rude Dudell and What Say You both raced at Paulding and Circle. Well, they followed one another pretty much at all 3 fairs.
Well, What Say You beat Rude Duell in the 2 races where
2 out of the 3.
The 2 out of the 3 where they hooked up. It was What Say You winning the 2 of the 3 of the battle. Maybe that's why a little more respect at 15-1. There's a look at Ronnie Gillespie.
Ronnie Gillespie. I want to talk about Ronnie. He had Sugar Instead. He drove in the Next Generation. Sugar Instead actually made her first start at the Salina Matinee in Mercer County as a 2-year-old. But Ronnie, for the small stable that he has, he's always usually got a good one.
Nice article about Ronnie Gillespie
Yes.
on Press Pros Magazine. One of our OHHA partners. They came over. Hal McCoy, the Hall of Fame writer who followed the Cincinnati Big Red Machine, in fact, coined Big Red Machine. He came over here earlier this week with Sonny Folks, the editor and owner of Press Pros Magazine. Met Ronnie, did a nice story on Ronnie. So if you want to go over there and check that on Press Pros Magazine, find out a little bit more about Ronnie Gillespie, who gets set with the number 1, Big Ranger, trying to go back-to-back as the winner in the 2-year-old Colt Trot. He did it last year with What's Shakin'. The gate is rolling. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call of the 11th, the 2-year-old Colt Trot Next Generation.
Field of 8 for the $150,000. The Next Generation 2-year-old Colt Trot from the Rail Out Big Ranger, Rose Run Banker, Zane Trace, Rose Run Boom, Uncle Danny, Max the Mighty, Rude Dude L, and on the outside, What Say You? A field of 8 moving up and moving into the year they go. Here off the end of trotting, Max the Mighty went to fire, got a bit steppy. Big Ranger to the inside will roll up and take over early command. Driving center of the track, Uncle Danny. Racing away 4th, Rose Run Boom. Rose Run Banker is next, followed by Zane Trace. He came away 6th. As they make their way around the turn, Uncle Danny has gone off stride. At the rail, What Say You? Trailer, Rude Dude L. Ronnie Gillespie and Big Ranger taking past the opening quarter, 27 flat. Max the Mighty is there, 2nd. Rose Run Boom is 3rd. 4th, Rose Run Banker, followed by Zane Trace. Then What Say You? Rude Dudell is next, and Uncle Danny is back down trotting at the back of the pack, single file, as they race into the clubhouse turn. Big Ranger leading the way. Max the Mighty is there, 2nd. Rose Run Boom looking him over from 3rd. Then Rose Run Banker, Zane Trace is waiting on the cover flow to go. What Say You? Wants to save ground at the rail, followed by Rude Dudell and Uncle Danny, 57-1 for the half. 13 and 5th in the second quarter down the backstretch, and the tempo quickens. It's Big Ranger with the lead 2 on the outside. Rose Run Boom. Max the Mighty inside. Rose Run Banker starting to get in gear at the rail, saving ground. What Say You? Zane Trace still looking for his best. Then Rude Dude L and Uncle Danny struggling with his gate trails, 125 and 2, 28 and 1 backside. Big Ranger by 2, 2 1/4 from Max the Mighty. Outside, Rose Run Boom. Rose Run Banker is 4th. He'll have to come 3 wide. Inside, What Say You? They're off the turn and on their way home. Big Ranger with the lead by 2. The Mighty is all out. Ronnie Gillespie will do it 2 years in a row in the Next Generation 2-year-old Colt Trot. Big Ranger from Max the Mighty, Rose Run Banker, and Rose Run Boom. Stakes record, track record, 154.
New track record, 154. Black Magic held it before, 155 and 1. Ronnie Gillespie.
Ronnie Gillespie is the king of the 2-year-old trotters when it comes to the next generation. Great job by Ronnie Gillespie. Happy for Ronnie. Ronnie is such a
and
really
we just
good
talked
guy.
about it. A small stable.
Yep. And
how many 2-year-old does he have to select? I'm just going to throw 6 to 8, maybe.
Well, you take a look at this though, Doug. When you talk about this, the last 3 years, What's Shaken, Sugar Instead, and now he's got Big Ranger, 3 of them. Yep. In 3 years, he's had great 2-year-old colt trotters. Oh, he has a knack of finding these young colt trotters and getting them ready to race.
Getting them ready is key.
Having them ready to go. I mean, you take a look at what, Sugar Instead, Horse of the Year in Ohio. He was the one who started that horse, gotten it going. What's Shaken? I don't know what Shaken has done so far this year. But What's Shaken with that, so.
As we mentioned earlier, In Range, going to be a big name. The 2-year-old filly trot, Set Your Sights High by In Range. Big Ranger by In Range. So they sweep the trotting aside of the next generation.
Well, there you go. The final 1, 6, 2, 4. Big Ranger, the winner. Max the Mighty finishes second, able to just hold off Chris Page and Rose Run Banker, and Rose Run Boom with Austin Hanners finishing 4th.
Fractions of 27, 57, and 1. Got a breather there in that second quarter, 30 and a fifth. 3 quarters, 125 and 2. Home a winner in 154. I don't know if we had our winner come back to the winner's circle yet.
Not yet. We haven't. So right now, this is the. In fact, we're at a little bit of a disadvantage now. Matt Clark headed down to the winner's circle to get his picture.
Oh, that's
taken.
where Matt went. Okay.
So we're still waiting for Ronnie Gillespie
I
and
see
the horse
Matt Clark down there
coming away. The horse isn't back though, is it yet? Here comes Ronnie Gillespie. Be back.
Ronnie Gillespie and Big Ranger.
$150,000. The next generation 2-year-old colt trot. Ronnie does it again. Number 1, Big Ranger. 2-year-old son of In Range out of the tactical landing mare, Big Blue Bird. So by Madison Global, trained and driven to victory by Ronnie Gillespie. 2 years in a row, Ronnie's had the 2-year-old colt next generation champion. First career start. First career win for Big Ranger. New lifetime mark, stakes record, track record. Big Ranger and Ronnie Gillespie, 154.
Big Ranger, $15.20, $7.60, $3.80. Dollar exacta, $40.60.
Annihilated the stakes record of 155 and 4. Takes a full second
off the track record.
Yep.
The track record for 2-year-old trotters by Black Magic, 55 and 1. You can see the replay here. Ronnie just nurses a 2-year-old trotting colt right out of the gate, and he got every call.
And he got a big advantage when the horse in second right here. Uncle Danny, the number 5, breaks, and that really opened it up, for Ronnie. Gave him that lead, gave him an opportunity to get out in front, set the fractions, dictate the pace of what he wanted, and then as we were watching the race, Matt Clark even said as he came around that final turn, he just opened up.
Oh, he opened up.
Nobody was going to catch him at that point,
yes.
And then it was just a race to see who was going to finish in second place behind Ronnie Gillespie, who wins, his third
next generation. Where would that put him in drivers?
His third training, third one he has had to train. Twice he's now been a winner. He's earned $150,000, so that'll move him up into a tie with Brian Brown for earnings. And driving-wise, that's now his second win in 4 starts, so that puts him tied for second among drivers for the next generation. I mean, there's Chris Page with 8, and then there's a bunch at 2. But, Ronnie Gillespie, this is
two years ago, he won the fair driving title, right, with over 100 wins? 3 years ago?
2 or
maybe?
3 years ago it was, yep. So, but Ronnie Gillespie, a big win here. You can see him as he heads to that final turn, starts to open up, and at this point, nobody was going to catch Big Ranger. And Ronnie Gillespie turns it on here, owned by Madison Global. Here comes our picture guy back.
Did you get to talk to Ronnie?
He's pretty pumped.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Oh, big win there for.
How long will they own this one?
Well, that's you have to wonder that, but so second goes to Aaron Merriman and the number 6 Max the Mighty Chris Page with Rose Run Banker finishes in third. But your winner Ronnie Gillespie picks up his second win in the next generation. Pays $15.20 to win, $760, $380. Second to Max the Mighty, $480, $340, and $280 for the number 2 Rose Run Banker, $40.60 on the Exacta. So the Colt Trot is in the books. Ronnie Gillespie, 2 for 2 in back-to-back years with his 2-year-old Colt Trotters. When we return, we'll get set for our final Ohio Sire Stakes race of our penultimate Sire Stakes race, the 3-year-old Colt Pace, when we return to Scioto Downs.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Welcome back to Eldorado Scioto Downs as we get set for our 12th race of the evening. The 3-year-old Colt Pacers will now take to the track. As we get set, this will be the second division for the Colt Pacers. A field of 9 will head behind the gate. And we'll take a look at these 3-year-old Colt Pacers. The number 1 is Down by the Parade. Sam Widger will drive for Betty Clegg. Kimber Clegg owns this Down by the Seaside out of the Royal Majesty mare Gracie's Parade. 10 starts this year, a couple of wins. Last year made 32 starts. Lifetime has won 19 of 42, $131,737. Has been on the fair circuit to start the year. Was in Paulding, finished 4th, was 6th at Circleville, won at Ottawa, but was taken down and placed 4th, and then came back with a victory at Marion.
2, Seaside Deli, Kane Coffin for A.J. Carlo. This is a 3-year-old bay colt by Down by the Seaside. Left the maiden ranks 2 starts back, was a winner here on the 12th of June at 153-2. $13,500 lifetime for the 2, Seaside Deli.
The number 3 is 2-time OSS leg winner this year, Rick Wink. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This is a bit of a legend and colt out of the McArdo mare, McGrin and McBear. Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, JT Silva, Purnell, and Libby are the owners. This year, a perfect 3 for 3. Lifetime, 11 wins in 12 starts, 1 third-place finish. That third-place finish came last year in the Ohio Sire Stakes Finals. Finished third to Sippin' on Sea Rock in Swingtown, 2 stablemates, but was a winner last time out in the Open here at Scioto Downs, winning by 2 lengths in 1:49 when it set a lifetime mark.
Tyler Smith will drive number 4, Z Said, 3-year-old bay-gilded son of Well Said. 13 starts with 5 wins on the year, 71,000 this year, 51-4 at Miami Valley for the 4, Z Said.
The number 5 is Riding the Waves. Chris Lems drives for Matthew Burkholder. This down by the seaside is out of the Jeremy Jetmare. Take All Ride with Me. Dark Horse Farms of Vienna, Ohio is the owner. Looking for the first win of the year, but has hit the board in 3 of 5 with a couple of back-to-back second-place finishes. One of those in the Buckeye Stallion Series lifetime. 1 win, which came at Lexington, earning just under $42,000.
Number 6, John I Love Dat. Dan Noble drives for Ryan Miller. Danny looking for his 3rd winning drive tonight here at Scioto Downs. 5 starts for John I Love Nat. This is a 3-year-old bay colt by Down by the Seaside. 2 wins in 5 starts, 146,000 lifetime, 151 at Hoosier Park. Has raced in the Ohio Sire Stakes twice this year. Had a 3rd-place finish, and 4 starts back, finished 4th to Fear the Heist.
The number 7 is Extra Suds, and we'll tell you about Extra Suds after the post parade as the horses are heading out onto the track. Making its way out there, the number 1. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Horses on the track ready to post for the 12th race. Ohio Sire Stake, 3-year-old colt pays for $65,000. There are no changes. Number 1, Down by the Parade, is owned by Kimber Clegg. Betty Clegg trains. Sam Widger drives. Number 2, Seaside Deli, owned by Carlo Racing. C2G Stable, trained by A.J. Carlo with Kane Kaufman. 3 is Rick Wink, owned by Burke Racing Stable. RES Racing, Knox Services, and J&T Silver, Purnell, and Libby. Ron Burke, the trainer, with Chris Page. 4 is Z Set, owned by Neil Eist and trainer John Raynard with Tyler Smith. 5, Riding the Waves from Dark Horse Farm. Matt Burkholder, the trainer, with Chris Lems. 6, John I Love Dat. It's owned by Robert Lovett, trained by Ryan Miller with Dan Noble. 7, Extra Suds. Leased and trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller has the lines. Number 8 is House of Bricks, owned by James Everhart and Kathy Smith, trained by Jeff Smith with Trevor Smith. Completing the field, 9, Sippin' on Sea Rock, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Persimmon, RES Racing to Knox Services. Ron Berg trains. Ronnie Wren Jr. is in the sulky. When play shall exacta, trifecta, superfecta.
The number 7 pickup where we left off is Extra Suds. Brett Miller drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. This is a lather up out of the Western Terror mare, the Bomb Dottie. 5 starts this year, 3 wins, 2 seconds. Lifetime has hit the board in 13 of 15 with 5 wins, earnings over $163,000. Was a winner last time out at Scioto Downs back on June 19th.
Number 8 is House of Brinks. Trevor Smith drives for his father, Jeff, 3-year-old bay-gilded son of Catch the Fire. This is a homebred owned by James Everhart in partnership with Kathy Smith. 3 starts in the year, has a win in 152 here at Scioto Downs. Lifetime, $61,000.
The number 9 is the 2-year-old Colt Pacer of the Year, Sippin' on Sea Rock. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke. This down by the seaside is out of Queen Anne Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Buscemi, RAS Racing, and Knox Services are the owners. 4 starts this year, a win and a third-place finish. Lifetime, 7 wins and 15 starts, already with earnings over $587,000. So that's the field for the 3-year-old Colt Pace, joined now by Dalton Walls, good friend of Ronnie Gillespie. You guys are kind of like hand in glove working together, and it's always good to see Ronnie successful, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm his second trainer, and he's drove a lot for me. He does a fantastic job.
What is his secret? That's now when you look at what he has done with Colt, 2-year-old Colt Colt trotters the last 3 years. Sugar instead, what's shaking, and now this one.
I tell you what, he thinks he's a pacing guy, but the trotters are proving that he's a trotting guy. He's just so good about naturally balancing a horse, and he makes so much speed and teaches them balance, and he's really deadly with a trotter.
How is he finding these young horses? What does he look for, and what is he seeing?
Ronnie's funny. I sign a lot of his tickets at the sales. He likes a cross for sure. He's big on pedigree, and he finds sneaky crosses. But the biggest thing with him is he can spot an individual. And if it's a horse he likes and the cross kind of fits, he's pretty hungry for it. And he's looked at a lot of horses, and when he sees one he likes, he goes after it.
He did an interview this week with Press Pros Magazine and talked about Sugar Instead, on how he really liked that horse from the beginning, and nobody else did. And so he's finding gems that nobody else is seeing.
Right, for sure. I mean, Sugar, I actually looked at her at the Delaware sale. He wasn't even here, and she was a beautiful individual. The word Volstead scared everybody, and he kind of made Volstead. And even the year before that, Mission Valley was an enterprise. Nobody knew anything about them, and he really had the best, enterprise that year too. So this colt, he loved the colt. He was a little immature looking at the sale, but he loved him. And when he came up, he said, "Make sure we buy this colt," and we got it done. And he's obviously a magician at First Crop Sires because he's had 3 of them. So.
Always good to see a guy like Ronnie do well because he's such a likable person.
Oh, for sure. He's a very likable guy, and he's absolutely come from nothing and just made his own name. He didn't have anybody hand it to him. He just did it. So.
We'll get down there and celebrate with him and tell him congratulations.
Thank you, Frank.
Dalton Walls, second trainer for Ronnie Gillespie, as we get set here for the 3-year-old Colt Pace, getting ready to go here. And this one, you take a look. Rick Wink has won both legs of the OSS so far for the 3-year-olds. The other 2-leg winner, Fear the Hate, could not get it done with that third one, so it'll be up to Rick Wink to maybe come home with that third win in the Ohio Sire Stakes.
There is a favorite, Extra Suds, the white stockings on the 3 legs, pretty much white all the way up to the kneecap. Virgil Morgan Jr. trainee, 3-year-old by Lather Up, Brett Miller. Brett looking for his third on the card. Chris Page leading the way so far of the evening with 4 driving wins.
Right now, the 2 Burke horses, Rick Wink 1-5, Sippin' on Sea Rock sitting there 3. The definitely advantage between the 2 stablemates, I think, has to go to Rick Wink being in the 3 hole where you've got Sippin' on Sea Rock sitting at 9 out. Sippin' on Sea Rock started the year, though, in the Buckeye Stallion Series, came home a winner in the first leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series, did not race in the second leg of either of them, and now will take a shot at it in the Ohio Sire Stakes in the second leg.
Well, he left when
leg.
He started here. He won the Buckeye Stallion Series in 49-4. He went to Canada to North American Cup, didn't make the final, finished 6th, beaten 4 3/4, paced his mile in 49-3. Came back here in the Open 2 at Scioto, out of post 9. And got beat in 150 2/5, finished 6th, beaten 4 3/4. So we'll have to see what Ronnie Wren can do, what kind of trip he can work out of post 9 with Sippin' on Sea Rock. I believe Sippin' on Sea Rock last year, earlier in the year, I don't know if he ended up, he was set a new record, I think, for 2-year-olds early in the year.
I think he set a world record,
A world
if I'm not
record,
mistaken, yes.
And that was in 48-2 at Lexington. I don't know if that would still stand if they got it. That was early in the year in the Grand Circuit meet. It very well could have been beaten.
Starting card now in position as we get set to go with our 12th race on the card tonight. This is the 3-year-old Colt Pacers as they form up from the rail out. The number 1 Down by the Parade and Sam Widger, and the number 2 Seaside Deli, Kane Kaufman, Rick Wink, and Chris Page at number 3. Tyler Smith drives the number 4. Z Said Riding the Wave is number 5 with Chris Lems in the bike. John I Love Dat and Dan Noble number 6. The number 7 is Extra Suds with Brett Miller. The number 8 House of Bricks, Trevor Smith. The number 9 Sippin' on Sea Rock, Ronnie Wren Jr. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call.
Ohio Sire Stake 3-0 Colt Pacers 12th race from Scioto Downs, field of 9. Gate swings into the back stretch. Here they go. Here off. Host of levers leading the charge down by the parade at the rail. Rick Wink sent away. Outside, John I Love That off stride went Extra Suds. Backing off 4th, Seaside Deli outside. Sipping on Sea Rock. Continue to advance for Ronnie Wren Jr. as they make their way around the turn. In 6th, Z Said as they are battling for the lead up top. Next is Riding the Waves, followed by House of Bricks. And Extra Suds still trying to find his gate. They come past the stands. It's Rick Wink with the lead. Sipping on Sea Rock on the outside. He'll work his way to the top now that they have John I Love That seated 3rd. Down by the parade is 4th, followed by Seaside Deli. Then Z Said, followed closely by Riding the Waves and House of Bricks, and Extra Suds as the trailer. Sipping on Sea Rock will take him towards and past the half. Again, 55-1, 28-2. Second panel as Ronnie tapped the brakes. He's got his hands full now. Sipping on Sea Rock is fired up on the lead. Rick Wink is second. John I Love That 3rd. Gap of 2 to Down by the Parade. Another length and a half back to Seaside Deli. On the outside moving, Riding the Waves at the rail. Z Said following cover. House of Bricks is going to have to come 3 wide. Extra Suds the trailer. They pass 3/4. Sipping on Sea Rock has him there at 1:23, 27-4 backside. Rick Wink in the pocket. Outside, John I Love That. The trio have separated themselves by 7 lengths from House of Bricks, who comes on now 4th. Top of the stretch on their way home, Sipping on Sea Rock. Rick Wink out of the pocket is digging in, Sipping on Sea Rock. Rick Wink coming on and coming at him, Sipping on Sea Rock. Rick Wink from Sipping on Sea Rock. John I Love That in House of Bricks, 149-2.
Chris Page picks up his 9th Next Generation victory with Rick Wink as he came charging down the lane, able to get past stablemate Sippin' on Sea Rock to come home a winner for the 4th time in as many starts. Finishing 3rd was the number 6, John I Love Dat. Dan Noble driving, and the win to the 1-9 favorite, Rick Wink. House of Bricks got up 4th for Tyler Smith.
Rick Wink, a 3-year-old bay colt by Bit of a Legend, was a $27,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. Coming into tonight, had $350,000 lifetime. Just 2/5 of a second off of his lifetime mark, which was taken last week here at Scioto Downs. Beat his stablemate, Sippin' on Sea Rock through fractions of 26-4, 55-1, 123. Home a winner, 149-2. Chris Page gets his, is that his 5th of the evening maybe? 4th or 5th?
4th or 5th.
4th or 5th.
149-2 for Rick Wink. Has a mark of 149, which he took last time out here at Scioto Downs. So that is now 4 in a row for Rick Wink this year to start the year. Nice way to get the year off. Sippin' on Sea Rock has now hit the board in 3 of 5, and there is your unofficial winner, Rick Wink, making his way back to the winner's circle. Let's pick it up with Barry Fickroy.
Winning the 12th race, Ohio Sire Stake 3-0 Colt Pace, 3 Rick Wink. 3-year-old son, a bit of a legend, out of the Ricardo mare, McGrin and McBarrett. Zomerberg Racing Stable, Marias Racing, Knox Services, J&T Silver, Purnell and Libby. Ron Berg gets his 4th training win on the program. Chris Page, his 4th winning drive. Pair of grand slams. 12th win in 13 career tries. 4 for 4 this year. Rick Wink with 4 in a row. The mile 149-2.
So there you have it, your winner, the 3-year-old Colt Pace. The second division goes to Rick Wink. Chris Page picks up his second win, so he has won both in the Colt Pace. Brett Miller won both in the Colt Trot. And I believe Dan Noble will have a chance to do it with the Philly Pacers in the final race. He will with Legend at the Sea.
Rick Wink, 240, 210, and 210. Sipping on Sea Rock was second, 3.9 exacta, $2.10. Up next, Frank, 13th race, 2-year-old Colt Pace, next generation for $150,000.
So we'll see how the 2-year-old Pacers do when we return back to Eldorado Scioto Downs right after this.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
Welcome back to Eldorado Scioto Downs, joined now by Carl Howard, one of the co-owners of Rick Wink. And you got to like it when you win like that, don't you?
Yeah, he's something special. I mean, he's 12 for 13 now, almost 400,000 lifetime, and just a great job by the Burke Brigade with this horse. It's been unbelievable all year.
4 for 4 this year, and really seems to be getting better every time you see him out there.
Yeah, he was really impressive in the Open 2 weeks ago, and then, it's just a gritty mile, that race to claw down Sipping on Sea Rock, which is a world champion.
Well, you take a look at what the Burke Brigade's got in that barn right now in that 3-year-old pacing division with Rick Wink, Swingtown, Sipping on Sea Rocks. They're all battling each other out to try to get supremacy in the barn. Heck with the whole division.
For sure, and you're not forgetting their Pennsylvania horse, who just won the North America's Cup. Blueprint. So, I mean, they're stacked, and again, they do such a great job. We're just thrilled to be a part of the team.
Now, being a Central Ohio guy, you got a 3-year-old pacer.
Yeah.
By the name of Rick Wink.
Yeah.
You know the question. What are you thinking in September?
Yes. Well, he's eligible for the Jug Preview. If we win the Little Brown Jug, that would be on the bucket list. So I'll be in tears if that happens, literally in tears.
Well, hopefully we get to see you crying in Delaware in September. But congratulations tonight and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. 13th race coming up. 2-year-old Colt Pace, Next Generation for $150,000. A field of 9. We'll begin with the 1, Crocodile Station. Ronnie Wren Jr. for Micah Hitchcock. This an $80,000 purchase. 2-year-old Bay Gold, son of Down by the Seaside, making his first start. 2 qualifying wins, both here at Scioto Downs. Last one out, 153-1, that being on June the 23rd. Crocodile Station and Ronnie Wren Jr., the 1.
I'm going to jump in here real quick, though, Doug, and so we can show our special on the graduates from the Colt Pace. But back in 2020, it was Charlie May to win the first Colt Pace. Then it was Slingshot. Dan Noble had that one. And then it was Ron Burke and Chris Page going back to back to back with Act First, Midwind Beach Boy, and Swingtown. And let's take a look at what those graduates have done since winning the Next Generation.
2025 marks the 6th year for the Next Generation at Eldorado Scioto Downs. It has become one of Ohio's premier events for 2-year-olds and has served as a springboard for future success. Let's take a closer look at what past Next Generation Colt Pace winners have gone on to achieve. 2021 Horse of the Year Charlie May highlights the winning alumni. He won the inaugural event in 2020, finishing in 154-3 with driver Dan Noble for trainer Steve Carter. In his career, Charlie May has 32 wins and over $2.3 million in career earnings and has hit the board in 73% of his 96 lifetime start. He won the 2020 Ohio Sire Stakes Championship and went on to have his best season in 2021 with 10 victories and nearly $880,000 in earnings. The McCardle Gelding's other notable wins include the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial in 2021, $200,000 Jim Ewart Memorial in 2022, and the $444,000 William R. Houghton Memorial in 2023. Now 7 years old, Charlie May has hit the board in 8 of 12 starts this season with 2 wins. He owns a lifetime best of 147-1. 2022 winner Act Fast has amassed 14 victories and over $596,000 in earnings in his career. He won the Next Generation in 152 with Chris Page in the sulky for trainer Ron Burke. That marks the fastest time to date in this classification. The son of Down by the Seaside went on to win the $155,600 Matron Stakes in 2022, the $100,000 Max C. Hempt Memorial Constellation in 2023, and the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace in 2024. He has 70 career starts, including 11 this year as a 5-year-old. His lifetime best is 147-3. Slingshot, also by Down by the Seaside, won the 2021 Next Generation and 152-4 with Dan Noble driving for trainer Christy Noble. Slingshot earned nearly $240,000 in his freshman season and has over $525,000 in career earnings with 17 wins and 95 starts. He has 2 wins and 17 starts as a 6-year-old this season. His lifetime best is 149-3. Swingtown is yet another Next Generation winner by Down by the Seaside who has surpassed $500,000 in earnings. He won the 2024 event and 154-3 with Chris Page driving for trainer Ron Burke. Swingtown hit the board in 9 of 11 starts as a freshman last year with 6 wins and over $474,000 in earnings. He has 7 career victories with over $502,000 in earnings and 15 lifetime starts. His lifetime best is 149-3. Earlier this season, he qualified for the $1 million final of the Pepsi North America Cup at Woodbine Mohawk Park, finishing 6th in a 10-horse field. Midwind Beach Boy is a 4th son of Down by the Seaside to come out on top in the Next Generation, doing so in 2023. Chris Page drove him to victory in 152-4 for trainer Ron Burke. Midwind Beach Boy earned over $154,000 in his freshman season. He has 8 wins and nearly $230,000 in earnings and 39 lifetime starts. He has 4 wins and 4 seconds and 12 starts as a 4-year-old this season and owns a lifetime best of 151.
So there's a look at our graduates of the Colt Pace Next Generation. Let's pick up the rest of the field as the horses are getting ready to come out. Doug told you about Crocodile Station. The number 2 is I'll Bet Your Boots. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This horse has 2 starts so far, a win coming last week here at Scioto Downs. Also had a qualifying win, but also finished third in a race at Paulding. This horse was just purchased by the Burke Brigade from Judy Rogner, who is the breeder and also the trainer of I'll Bet Your Boots.
Number 3 is Caillou Hanover. 2-year-old bay gelding, but down by the seaside, a $42,000 purchase. Irv Miller trains, Atlee Bender drives, coming off a qualifier where he finished, was a winner by 2 lengths in 158-1, that at Hoosier Park.
The number 4 is Legend at Sea. Dan Noble drives for Eddie Poling. This down by the seaside is out of Ideal Catamon. Eddie Poling is the owner as well. 1 start, finished 4th here at Scioto Downs, and was 6th, pacing in 153-3. Let's go up to Barry Vickroy.
Horses on the track ready to post for the 13th race, the $150,000, the Next Generation 2-year-old colt pace. No changes. Race 13 kicks off the late pick 4. Number 1 is Crocodile Station, son of Down by the Seaside, an $80,000 Lexington select sale purchase. It's owned by William Hart. Mike Hitchcock trains. It was bled by Spring Station Bloodstock of Maryland. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives the 1 Crocodile Station. 2, I'll Bet Your Boots. It's owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bersimmon, Knox Services, Larry Carr. Son of Sumiko Malati was bred by Judy Rogner of Michigan. Ron Berg trains. Chris Page at 2, I'll Bet Your Boots. 3 is Caillou Hanover. $42,000 Harrisburg sale purchase, owned by Irvin Miller Stable, Douglas Overheiser, and Trey Farm and La Java Stable. Spread by Hanover Shoe Farms, trained by Herb Miller. Atlee Bender the 3, Caillou Hanover. 4 is Legend at Sea, $10,000 Buckeye Classic sale purchase. Bred by Spring Run Farm here of Ohio, owned and trained by Eddie Poling. Dan Noble the 4, Legend at Sea. 5 is Odds On Sugar. Bred by Odds On New York, Florida, owned by Odds On Racing, Sugar Valley Farm, Virgil Morgan Jr., Operation Horsepower, Virgil Morgan Jr. trains, Brett Miller the 5, Odds On Sugar. 6 is Sparks and Fire, $32,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, son of Catch a Fire, bred by Black Magic Racing, homebred for Greg Luther Racing, Todd Luther trains, Austin Henners the 6, Sparks and Fire. 7 is Swelch, son of Sumiko Malati, owned by Kathy Gorby, Nice Honger Stable, Mitchell Standard Breds. $26,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Springhaven Farm, trained by Jeff Nicehonger, Mike Wilder, the 7, Swelch. 8 is Highest Honors, son of Sumiko Malati. $25,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Midland Acres, owned by the stable, trained by Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald, the 8, Highest Honors. Completing the field 9, I Am the Sea, a $7,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, bred by Country Club Acres, Joseph Bracco, and others of Ohio. Owned by Kimber Clegg, son of Down by the Seaside, trained by Betty Clegg. Sam Widger, the 9, I Am the Sea. That's the field for the Next Generation 2-year-old colt pace. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 13 starts the late pick.
Brett Miller will drive the 5, Odds On Sugar, the 2-year-old bay colt by Down by the Seaside. This is a homebred owned by Odds On Racing, Sugar Valley Farm, Virgil Morgan Jr., Operation Horsepower of Kentucky. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Coming off a qualifying win, a winner by 5 lengths here at Scioto Downs. Final quarter, 27 seconds to mile, 155-3. The 5, Odds On Sugar, and driver Brett Miller.
The number 6 is Sparks and Fire. Austin Hanner drives for Todd Luther. This is a Catch the Fire out of Spark My Interest. Greg Luther Racing owns, making its first career start. Did have a couple of qualifiers. Last qualifier finished second by a length and a half in 153-2. The first qualifier was a winner in 157-1. Sparks and Fire.
Number 7, Swells. Mike Wilder would drive for Jeff Nicehonger. $28,000 Ohio Select purchase. 2-year-old brown gelding by Zuma Kalade, an up-and-coming sire here in the state of Ohio. 2 starts, has 1 win. That win at the Circleville Fair, 2:02-4. Frank, 10 seconds difference in a week's time from the 2:02-4 mile at Circleville to the mile here at Scioto Downs, where he finished second to I'll Bet Your Boots, a winner in 152-2. I'll Bet Your Boots currently at 4-5. The 7, Swells, and driver Mike Wilder.
The number 8 is Highest Honors. Anthony McDonald drives for trainer Jason McGinnis. This is another summa cum laude, owned by the stable, bred by Midland Acres. 2 starts so far in its career, a second and a third. Last time out at Northfield, finished third, 4.5 back in 157 at the Meadows. In a maiden race, finished second, led for most of that race, but was caught at the wire by a half a length in 154 and 3. The number 8, Highest Honors.
Sam Widger drives a 9, I Am the Sea, for the Clegg stable. Betty Clegg trains, Kimber Clegg owns. 2-year-old Bagel, the son of Down by the Seaside, has 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. County Fair racing mainly for I Am the Sea. Raced at Marion earlier in the week, finished second over a sloppy track, was second, pacing in 2:02 at Ottawa. Did get a win by 12 1/4 lengths in 158 and 2 in a qualifier at Northfield Park. The 9, I Am the Sea.
So there you have the field for the Colt Pace Next Generation. The number 1, Michael Hitchcock training, and Eddie Poling making their first Next Generation starts. And Irv Miller just his second training start in the Next Generation. Atlee Bender, who's drive for Irv Miller, making his first start as a driver in a Next Generation race. Mike Wilder making just his second, but he made the most of his first race as he won.
He would have a very, I'm not ruling him out, but post 7 is going to be kind of tough for Swells. But he shows gate speed, but so does the 2, I'll Bet Your Boots. So I'll Bet Your Boots winner in 52 and 2, the final quarter 26 and 3. That's when Judy Rugner sold his horse to the Ron Burke stable. But as I mentioned earlier, the 7 Swells got the 2-hole trip behind I'll Bet Your Boots and got beat by 2 1/4 lengths. He pacing his final quarter in 26 and 4 and paced his mile in 52 and 4.
In the 5 previous Colt Pace Next Generations, only one favorite has won.
Act Fast has the 2-year-old Colt Pace record here at Scioto Downs of 150 and a fifth. What would the Next Generation record be? Do you have
152.
That? 152.
Act Fast.
Act Fast also
has that. Yep. So
later that year was a winner in 150 and a fifth.
152 here. Act Fast was a winner by just a half a length. Want to thank Jay Wolf, who gave us a lot of these stats. Jay Wolf is the official statistician of harness racing in the Buckeye State. You got a question about something, Jay's got an answer for you. And if he doesn't know it, give him about an hour, because he's going to then find out what you needed to know. And so Jay had sent over a full Next Generation events by the numbers, which listed all the winners, the trainers, the times, the top 20 drivers by earnings, the top 20 trainers by earnings, and then he broke down each of the stats for us as well. So just want to thank Jay Wolf for all he does to help us when we do these broadcasts. Enjoying the 4th of July holiday up on the lake. As we get set to catch the fire clock ticking down, as we get set for our 13th race here tonight. We will have one more race for you before we sign off for the evening. That'll be the second division of the 3-year-old filly pace in the Ohio Sire Stakes action. Starting gate starting to move into position as we get set to go with this, the Colt Pace Next Generation. Favorite right now at 4-5 is I'll Bet Your Boots. Second choice at 5-2 is the number 5, Odds on Sugar. I Bet Your Boots. Couple of starts, a first and a third. Odds on Sugar making its first career starts. From the rail out, number 1, Crocodile Station and Ronnie Wren Jr. Chris Page drives the number 2, I'll Bet Your Boots. The number 3, Caillou Hanover, Atlee Bender. The number 4, Legend at Sea, Dan Noble. Brett Miller drives Odds on Sugar. The number 5, Austin Hanners is in the bike for number 6, Sparks and Fire. Swells, the number 7, with Mike Welder driving. Highest Honors, Anthony McDonald in the sulky. Number 8, number 9, I Am the Sea. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call.
Here, Avi and pacing. Sparks and Fire gets the first call. I'll Bet Your Boots to the inside. Crocodile Station away well third. As they race into the turn there, fourth, Legend at Sea will be followed by Odds on Sugar. Swelch looking to move up a spot. Caillou Hanover to the inside. He's 7th, racing in 8th. Highest Honors, and I Am the Sea is the trailer. A lot of early movement. I'll Bet Your Boots moves to the top. Crocodile Station, same idea. Sparks and Fire, kick back third along the inside. Legend at Sea. Some steering issues is wide on the outside. The quarter 27-3. Danny's a passenger right now. Zach Holt is fired up. Racing 5th is Odds on Sugar, followed by Swelch. Then Caillou Hanover 7th. 8th is Highest Honors, and I Am the Sea. A bit steppy, gaps away and trails on over to the half. Crocodile Station takes over the lead. I'll Bet Your Boots is now there, second on the outside. The Legend at Sea, first up at 33-1. He is still void of power steering, but still trying to advance to the inside. Sparks and Fire locked in. Odds on Sugar, second over, 55-4 for the half, 28-1. Second Panner, Swelch is third over on the outside at the rail. Highest Honors. Trapped in, out fourth over as a driver 3/4 is Caillou Hanover in the trailer I Am the Sea. It's Crocodile Station leading the way. I'll Bet Your Boots from the pocket 3 wide. Here comes Odds on Sugar. Legend at Sea, he'll have to dig in. Swelch is 3 wide, soon to be 4 wide. 124-2, 28-3 backside. And it's Crocodile Station, the lead a length and a half. Odds on Sugar in between horses inside. I'll Bet Your Boots 3 wide off the turn. Here comes Swelch into the stretch. It's Crocodile Station. I'll Bet Your Boots outside. Swelch digging in as they come to the wire. Crocodile Station. I'll Bet Your Boots, and Swelch in a photo. 152.
6 across the line as they hit the line, but it was going to be the number 2, I'll Bet Your Boots, getting up for Chris Page, his third winner between the Next Generation and the Ohio Sire Stakes. His first Sire Stakes win tonight, giving him now 9 as he gets up. And then after that, it looks like it's either going to be the 6 or the 7.
Yeah, that's tight.
It's tight for place, so we'll have to see. So it's going to be I'll Bet Your Boots, and then either Sparks on Fire, Austin Hanners on the inside, or Swells with Mike Welder on the outside. Either way, big night for Mike Welder coming over 2 starts.
Jeff Neisanger, probably the best horse Jeff has ever trained and owned part of. Swells, a $26,000 purchase by Zuma Kamalade. He was stacked up third over through fractions of 27-3, 55-4, 124-2, 152-2. We definitely know the winner. I'll Bet Your Boots, but it's very tight for second, third, and fourth.
Fourth training start for Jeff Neisanger. First time he'll hit the board. Now we just wait to see if it'll be second or third as the photo is up. Yeah, I don't think there's much question on the winner. Two of those horses, Odds on Sugar and Sparks on Fire, along with Caillou Hanover and Crocodile Station, all making their first career starts. Odds on Sugar looked good coming down the back stretch, but just basically as it being 3 wide around that final turn was just a little bit too much.
I'll Bet Your Boots, 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Zuma Kalade. That's a name you're going to hear a lot of as a sire here in Ohio. Both the winner and maybe the second or third place. Swelch in that photo for second and third, also by Zuma Kalade. And Zuma Kalade had a winner earlier in the night. He stands at Midland Acres. Must be very tight for that second, third, and fourth position. But we haven't even put a winner on the board, but I believe there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, there's the number 2 right there. I'll bet your boots. Chris Page picking up another winner for the Burke Brigade, Knox Services, and Larry Carr.
Swells was second. The 6, Sparks and Fire, and fourth, the 1, Crocodile Station.
Head on up to Barry
Back to
Lickroyd.
the Sugar Valley Farms Winner's Circle. Winner of the 13th race, the $150,000, the Next Generation 2-year-old Colt Pace. Number 2, I'll Bet Your Boots. 2-year-old Gullet Son of Summa Cum Laude. Owned by Out of the Real Desire Mare, Age of Consent. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Larry Carr. Ron Burke gets his 5th training win on tonight's program. It's the 5th driving win of the night for Chris Page. They each pick up their 9th Next Generation Championship. I'll Bet Your Boots gets his 2nd career win, 2 in a row. It's a new lifetime mark. He equals the stakes record tonight. I'll Bet Your Boots. Chris Page and Ron Burke, the Next Generation, 152.
152, the final time. That ties the track record set by Act Fast, or not the track record, the stakes record.
Stakes record.
By Act Fast, who went 152 back in 2022. So we had a tie there for the stakes record, waiting for this to go official. Chris Page picking up another win. Two, 7, 6, and 1.
Chris Page getting 2 Next Generation wins on the card. Ronnie Gillespie won the other one. I think that's...
Nope. Page and Wilder. You already forgot about Mike's win. Mike Wilder had one of the Next
That's
Generation
right, Mike Wilder.
wins. Yep.
That's right.
So there is
Chris
3.
won the Ohio Sire Stake.
And the Open 2.
Yes.
I'll Bet Your Boots, 320, 240, and 210. The number 7, $7 and $4 for Swells. And finally, the number 6, Sparks on Fire, 460. Exacta paid $11.40. Trifecta, $45.10. So that wraps up our 3 Next Generation races. Your winners again, the Colt Pace goes to I'll Bet Your Boots with Chris Page, the Colt Trot to Big Ranger and Ronnie Gillespie, and the Philly Trot to Set Your Sights High, Mike Wilder. One more race on the card for us, and that'll be the final division of the 3-year-old Philly Pace when we return to Eldorado Scioto Downs right after this.
Don't miss the North American Standard Bred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold Allegiant for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardBredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit OhioHorseJobs.com. That's OhioHorseJobs.com.
Welcome Back to Eldorado Scioto Downs, joined now by Ron Burke. And Ron, another big night for you and your stable.
Yeah, no, it was a very good night. 3-year-olds were awesome. You know, the new generation was a little bit tougher, you know, than it's been in years past. But my horses, they raced good, you know, didn't get the perfect trips maybe. And then this one, you know, that we just bought to get up, that's big, you know, and especially another Suma flying to be second. So we're really proud of him. You know, that was big first night, first stake races for Suma. Pretty impressive.
Just bought this horse that just won. What goes into a decision to decide you want to buy one at this point?
I think as much of anything that he was a summa cum laude, and you know, and he looked so good last week. And really, our other colt is really good, but maybe after that we have nice colts. You know, we don't have like last year 4 great colts. We have one real good colt and a couple of nice colts. So it was nice to buy another one. And you know, we played plenty, but the people did a wonderful job with this thing. It is very classy act, and it's really a nice horse.
On the 3-year-old side, though, you do have some very nice colts. You got 4 sitting in that barn that are just beating each other up, it seems.
Yeah, no, even 5, Fear the Hate is a killer, you know. And then, like I said, I couldn't be prouder of them guys. And then I knew those were great horses. And we needed one more 2-year-old at least that, you know, to try to replicate last year. So I'm very happy.
How do you decide what you're going to do with the horses now as you move on the rest of the year, where you're going to send them, what stakes they're nominated to? Is that already planned out for the year?
Maybe for Blueprint, but everybody else, it's a week to week. You know, and even him, Blueprint, it's a week to week. You know, how do you plan? You know, you don't know which one's going to be sharp, which one's not going to be sharp. So for me, it's week to week. I don't get too worried about it. I basically have the schedules memorized. As soon as the race is over, I know where I'm going next based on what we did here and what we did there, you know. So I'm very happy. You know, we'll move on, and you know, you just got to win the ones you can and then move on to the next one.
Well, congratulations on a great night here at Scioto Downs and the Next Generation and the Sire Stakes.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Trainer Ron Burke. So as you heard, it's a week to week with the entire Burke Brigade and where they're going to send all the horses out to as we get set for our 14th race. Doug, if you want to give us our first one who we have, and we'll go from there.
3-year-old filly, the final sire stake of the evening, Frank. Number 1, Skywalker C. Austin Hanners for Todd Luther. 3-year-old bay filly by Down by the Seaside. 2 back, finished second in Ohio Star Stake action, pacing a mile and 150-1. Getting beat by Odds on Chesapeake. 238,000 lifetime for Skyway Walker C.
The number 2 is Rose Run Amy. Dan Noble drives for trainer James Ersham. 5 starts this year, 3 wins, 2 seconds, coming off a win in the Steve McCoy here at Scioto Downs. Also had a second the race before that in the Ohio Sire Stakes. Has finished second in both of the first 2 legs of the Sire Stakes.
Cam McCowan drives the 3 Guard to Fire for Brian Brown. 3-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire. Zomba Hutchison Harness. $35,000 Ohio Select purchase. 16 starts lifetime, has 4 wins, 61,000 lifetime, 154-2 at Delaware as a 2-year-old.
Let's go to Barry Vickroy for the post parade.
Old Philly Pace versus $65,000. There are no changes. Race 14 starts the $1 late pick 3. Number 1 is Skywalker C. Number Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther trains. Austin Hanners drives. 2 is Rose Run Amy by Jill Dennell, William Rufineg, Gene Roth, and Jeffrey Banke. Trained by Ersham with Dan Noble. 3 Guard the Fire by Hutchison Harness, trained by Brian Brown with Cam McCown. 4 Seaside Wishes by Redline Racing Stables, Red Racer LLC, and David Van Dusen. Kane Coppin trains and drives. 5 is Princess Dia by Lauren Paul Baker, trained by Jim Arledge Jr. with Sam Widger. 6 Odds On Hialeah by Let It Ride Stables, Odds On Race Heat and Operation Horsepower, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Brett Miller. Completing the field 7 down the Jersey Shore. I'm a Never Too Late stable. Scott Tariff, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Chris Page is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 14th race starts the $1 late pick 3.
Let's take a look at the rest of the field. The number 4, Seaside Wishes. Kane Kaufman drives, trains for Redline Racing of Troy, Red Racer of Arcanum, and David Van Duzen of Madison. 7 starts this year, a win, and 3 third-place finishes. Has hit the board in 3 of the last 4 lifetime, 3 wins and 17 starts, coming off a third-place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Series, was 5th in the first leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes.
Number 5, Princess Di, Sam Widger for Jim Arledge Jr. This 3-year-old bay filly is by Dancin' Yankee. 7 starts on the year, has a second-place finish, 2 third-place finishes, yet to find the winner's circle in her young career. Earnings of $13,700. Last time out in a Fillies and Mares non-winners of 1, finished second, pacing her mile in 53-1.
The number 6 is the favorite, 3-5. Odds-on Hialeah has won both of her starts so far this year. That came in both legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes. Lifetime 10 starts, 9 wins, 1 second place finish. Was the 2-year-old filly pacer of the year. Won the 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championships. And, you know, it's funny, you take a look at her lines, and there's nothing but a lot of ones over there. And the only 2 was a qualifier, which, you know, was just probably a tune-up more than anything. So odds on Hialeah. Now the favorite at 3-5.
Yeah, she the defending champion of the last year, the 2-year-old filly pace for Ohio Sire Stake, right?
Yeah, yes.
Correction on that. Rounding out the field, number 7, Down by the Jersey Shore, Chris Page for Virgil Morgan Jr., a $24,000 Ohio Select purchase. This is a 3-year-old bay filly by Down by the Seaside. 6 starts on the year, 1 win, 1 third. A winner last year only had 1 start, has a mark of 154-2 at Scioto Downs. The 7, Down by the Jersey Shore. And that's the lineup, the field for the 3-year-old filly pace.
Well, Matt Clark was talking about getting odds on Hialeah at a good price, but that changed very quickly. Now 2-5, and odds on Hialeah sitting back in that paddock listening to stablemate odds on Chesapeake coming away with the win. Expect a big race tonight out of odds on Hialeah as well. You know, 9 wins in 10 lifetime starts. There's a look right now at the number 5, Princess Di, Sam Widger in the bike for trainer Jim Arledge Jr. As we are in the 14th tonight, the Ohio Sire Stakes, the 3-year-old, third leg for 3-year-olds wrapping up tonight. As we have had them all here tonight, we will kick off the first leg for the 2-year-olds next Saturday night here at Scioto Downs, the 2-year-old Colt and Filly Trotters. The first leg for the 2-year-olds will finish up Sunday night next week at Northfield Park, as they will have the Colt and Filly Pacers. The first leg or the first division for the fourth leg for the 3-year-olds will be the Colt Pacers. That'll be here at Eldorado Scioto Downs on Saturday, July 26th. They'll be joined by the 2-year-old Colt Pacers. So if you like the Colt Pacers, Saturday night, July 26th, here at Scioto Downs.
On our screen now, the 3, Guard the Fire, Cam McCowan, for his father-in-law, Brian Brown. This is a 3-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire, looking for her second of the season. There she is, the 6, odds on Hialeah. The homebred, Virgil Morgan Jr. trains, right at $390,000 lifetime. Only been beat once, as you mentioned, Frank. 9 wins, 10 starts. When she wasn't a winner, she was second.
Odds on Hialeah with Brett Miller. Trying to find out when that second place finish was for odds on Hialeah. Came in her freshman year.
Yeah, it was last season.
So I'm looking it up right now. And it came in the Ohio Sire Stakes, the final leg at Northfield. Finished second in that race. Beaten by
Now,
The Word Is Out.
What post did she come out of? That's going to be interesting.
Drew the 5-hole. That
Five-hole,
race
which wasn't
yep,
bad.
did not get away well. Was 8th and parked. Slowly worked her way up and was 2 lengths back in 54-1. Went off as the favorite, but really did not get a good trip. As the Catch the Fire clock slowly winding down, starting car pulling into position as we get set to go with our final race of the evening, the 14th here from El Dorado, Scioto Downs. 3-year-old Philly Pacers from the rail out. The number 1, Skywalker C. and Austin Hanners. The number 2, Rose Run Amy, Dan Noble. The number 3, Guard the Fire with Cam McGowan. Number 4 is Seaside Wishes and Kane Kaufman. Sam Widger drives the number 5, Princess Di. Odds on Hialeah, the favorite, at 1-5 with Brett Miller in the bike. And Chris Page down the Jersey Shore on the outside in the 7-hole as the gate begins to roll. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Ohio Sire Stake. 3-year-old Philly Pacers, 14th race from Scioto Downs. Start of the late pick 3. They're at the post of the here they go. They're off ahead, pacing. Rose Run Amy timed the gate, goes for the lead. Skywalker C. It's racing away, second up on the outside. Here comes odds on Hialeah. Away 4th, Guard the Fire into the turn 5th, Seaside Wishes. Then Princess Di and down the Jersey Shore trails. Make their way over to the quarter. Rose Run Amy has got the lead, and she's waiting on odds on Hialeah. Skywalker C is jammed in there 3rd as Noble taps the brakes. Guard the Fire 4th. 26-4 opening panel. Odds on Hialeah takes over, racing 5th. As they pass the stands the first time, Seaside Wishes. Then Princess Di and down the Jersey Shore on the retake. Rose Run Amy back to the top. She'll give odds on Hialeah the pocket as they make their way on over to the hat. Skywalker C is still 3rd. Guard the Fire next. Then Seaside Wishes. Princess Di down the Jersey Shore. They'll pass the hat. 55 seconds, 28-1, second quarter. Rose Run Amy leads. Odds on Hialeah, 3-5 favorite, sits to the pocket. Skywalker C looking on from 3rd, then Guard the Fire. She'll come to the outside, follow the cover. Skywalker C is out and rushing up after the leader, and she is in gear right now. Seaside Wishes is next, 5th. Then it is down the Jersey Shore and the trailer Princess Di, 3 quarters, and 122-1, 27-1 backside. Rose Run Amy with the lead. Skywalker C pouring on the pressure, but Rose Run Amy is holding sway. Odds on Hialeah in the pocket. Guard the Fire outside 4th, top of the stretch on their way home. Rose Run Amy passing lane. Here comes odds on Hialeah. Skywalker C still digging. It's Rose Run Amy. She is on her game. Rose Run Amy defeats on Hialeah. Seaside Wishes was 3rd. Guard the Fire 4th, 149-4. She equals the track record again.
We talked about odds on Hialeah winning 9 of 10, make it 9 of 11 as she is upset by Rose Run Amy. Dan Noble, the number 2, able to take the lead as they went by the grandstands for the first time and held on. Holds off odds on Hialeah 2nd, finishing 3rd was, I believe, the number 4, Seaside Wishes, and Kane Kaufman, I think, is who finished 3rd. But the winner, though, Rose Run Amy for trainer James Ersham. Now 6 for 6 hitting the board under the radar, and all of a sudden comes home a winner. The Racing Hill filly, owned by Dr. Jay Dentel, Jay Ruffinack, G. Roth, and Jay Banky. 2-6-4-3. So Seaside Wishes does get up for a third place. And finishing fourth, the number 3, Guard the Fire, the Brian Brown trainee.
Rose Run Amy, a bargain buy as a yearling, $11,000 at Steve Cross's Buckeye Classic sale. Picks up her 4th win in 6 starts this year. Earnings this year now $90,000. That will push her over $100,000 lifetime. She equals her lifetime best with this 149-4, win. Back-to-back 49-4 wins for Rose Run Amy and Dan Noble.
So there is your winner, Rose Run Amy. Dan Noble wins both of the Philly pace races tonight. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Back to the Sugar Valley Farms Winner's Circle. Winner of the 14th race, Ohio Sire Stake 3-year-old Philly Pace. 2, Rose Run Amy. 3-year-old Donna of Racing Hill out of the Western Terror Mare. Private Performance. Owned by Jill Dennell, William Rufiday, Gene Roth, and Jeffrey Banky. James Ersom, the winning trainer. Dan Noble picks up his 3rd winner on tonight's racing program. 7th career win for Rose Run Amy. 4th in 6 tries this season. 2 in a row. Back-to-back starts. She's equaled the track record for a 3-year-old Philly Pacer, 149-4.
Well, Dan Noble comes home with the winner in the final Ohio Sire Stakes race of the night. Second goes to Odds On Hialeah, who has 2 wins in the Sire Stakes. Her stablemate, Odds On Chesapeake, with 3. As we'll wait for this to go official.
Seaside Wishes, King Kaufman, 54-1. Will help that payoff on that try a little bit.
There it is, official now. So, see the payoffs. A big night of racing here. These Ohio breds went for over $1 million. Rose Run Amy, $5, $220, $210. Odds On Hialeah, $220, $210. Seaside Wishes, $540. $480 on the exacta. The trifecta, $16.95 as the 2 favorites were there on top. Well, gentlemen, that'll do it for our night here at El Dorado Scioto Downs. A great night of racing. We had 8 Ohio Sire Stakes races, 3 next generations, a couple of opens, and a 2-year-old Philly race as well for the Pacers. So not a bad night of racing.
Oh, no, not a bad night at all. A big win for Ronnie Gillespie. As we said, he's won 3 next generations now. 3.
Yep,
it's just unreal.
Yep, he is. Ronnie Gillespie really did a great job with his finding those young colt trotters and able to put it together. Dan Noble sweeps the Philly Pacers. Brett Miller sweeps the Colt Trotters, and Page sweeps the Colt Pacers. The only place where we had different winners was in the Philly Trot. Aaron Merriman and Dan Noble able to come away with the victories for that. Want to thank our sponsors for Saturday night at the races, The Next Generation, Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center, Midland Acres, Dublin Valley Farms, Hickory Lane Farms, the Little Brown Jug, the North American Standard Bred Sale. Want to thank them. Without our sponsors, it would be difficult for us to do that, so we thank them for everything they have done for us. Well, our next Saturday night at the races won't be until the finals when we'll have coverage of the Fair Finals. We'll have coverage of the Ohio Sire Stakes Finals as well as the Buckeye Stallion Series Finals as we get towards the end of the year.
A lot of fair action.
A lot of fair action between now and then.
Wilmington, we got a doubleheader. Wilmington Monday. Well, we got Cortland, Wilmington,
and Bell Fountain.
I'll be at Bell Fountain
on Tuesday, so we'll
Monday
have
and Tuesday. I believe Matt will be at Bell Fountain.
Yep, Matt will be there for that one. So once again, wrapping it all up, our Ohio Sire Stakes Filly Trot winners tonight. Mega Money with Aaron Merriman. In the End with Dan Noble. The Filly Pacer winners were Odds On Chesapeake and Rose Run Amy. Dan Noble drove both of those. The Colt Trot winners were LT Loverboy and Jet Wings. Brett Miller was in the bike for both of those. And the Colt Pacer went to the Burke Brigade of Swingtown and Rick Wink. Chris Page driving that. Our Next Generation Colt Pace winner was I'll Bet Your Boots, Chris Page. The Colt Trot went to Big Ranger and Ronnie Gillespie. The Filly Trot went to Set Your Sights High with Mike Wilder. So that'll do it for us from Eldorado Scioto Downs. For Susan Schroeder, Wes Mayberry, Matt Clark, Doug Ballinger, I'm Frank Fraz saying thank you for joining us for Saturday night at the races. Have a great rest of your weekend. Good night, everybody.